Chapter 276. Year? Even Grand Concubine Yi had never called Long Fei Yi by that name. Han Yunshi was stunned by the sudden voice. She unconsciously turned to look and saw a woman dressed in black. She was nearly 40 years old, but had a pretty face and a graceful figure. She didn't lose out to a girl in her early 20s. Add to that the lingering charm of age on her, and she exuded an indescribable charm. At first glance, she looked like a dignified and noble lady, but a closer look revealed her shrewd and ruthless eyes. This woman wasn't easy to deal with. Even though Han Yunshi had already seen her, she still examined Han Yunshi without batting an eyelid. Her gaze was wanton and her aura was fierce. Long Fei Yi saw that Han Yunshi had spaced out and immediately withdrew his palm, afraid that he'd really hurt her. The woman saw all of this and suddenly broke into laughter. She mocked, when did you learn to have tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex? Long Fei Yi tightened his grip on Han Yunshi, his face expressionless. Instead of answering, he asked, when did Aunt Ru get here? Where's Tang Li? Aunt? Han Yunshi was surprised by the name, but Gu's life was at stake. She couldn't care less who this woman was. She lowered her voice and said, Long Fei Yi, a life is at stake. Let go. Long Fei Yi ignored her, his attention on Aunt Ru as she drew closer and closer. Aunt Ru didn't answer Long Fei Yi's question, but focused on Han Yunshi. She'd long studied her from head to toe. Even though she was staring at Han Yunshi, she asked Long Fei Yi, I heard her poison skills are very formidable? Was there anyone who looked down on someone like that? Han Yunshi could feel Aunt Ru's lofty gaze. She knew this woman had come with ill intentions, and was even more certain that she was the target. However, she didn't have the time to accompany him. She really did not have time to waste here. Not to mention that Gu would be eaten by the man-eating vines. Even Gu Beiwei would not be able to escape. She had to save them. Long Fei Yi, can we talk about it later? Han Yunshi begged him. Her voice was so soft that Aunt Ru couldn't hear her. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi remained unmoved. His thoughts were all on Aunt Ru. He didn't introduce her or explain anything. He only said indifferently, I'll come after I send her back. After he finished speaking, he hugged Han Yunshi tightly and was about to leave when Aunt Ru stretched out an arm to stop him. Cold, she said. Why are you in such a hurry? Han Yunshi was shocked. She dared to block Long Fei Yi's way. This woman must have a powerful background. It's getting late. Aunt Ru, if you don't reach the peak, you might have come in vain today. Long Fei Yi said as he circled around Aunt Ru's arm and was about to leave. However, Aunt Ru grabbed Han Yunshi's shoulder and asked her directly, Girl, is the perplexing butterfly illusion in your hands? When she said this, Long Fei Yi's ugly expression instantly darkened. Before he could say anything, Han Yunshi replied, It has nothing to do with you. Let go of me. Unexpectedly, Aunt Ru suddenly exerted force on her shoulder and said sternly, Uncultured girl, take it out. Uncultured? Only an elder like you is allowed to look down on me for no reason and touch me? Respect is mutual. It's not like it's yours. Why should I? Han Yunshi retorted unhappily. Aunt Ru was momentarily at a loss for words. She exerted more force on Han Yunshi's shoulder and ordered, Take it out. Han Yunshi's shoulder was in so much pain. She took out a blue and white porcelain vase and casually tossed it behind her. What kind of lousy toy is this? I don't care. Impudent. Aunt Ru was furious. She immediately let go of Han Yunshi and chased after her. At the same time, Long Fei Yi, who was caught off guard, also let go of her and chased after her. Han Yunshi took advantage of this opportunity to escape, running madly in the direction they came from. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't curious about Aunt Ru's identity, but she couldn't afford to be curious now. Gu Qishao, Gu Beiwei, nothing must happen to you too. She ran and ran and ran with all her might. Behind her, Aunt Ru picked up the blue and white porcelain vase and her expression changed. She sneered meaningfully, You actually dared to trick me? Very well. Without a doubt, that was just a similar vase and not the perplexing butterfly illusion. Han Yunshi didn't even take out the perplexing butterfly illusion at the Xian gold door, let alone now. That thing was given to her by Long Feiyi. She would only give it to Long Feiyi alone. Long Feiyi looked at the shattered vase on the ground. No matter how terrible his mood was, he couldn't help but smile. Even he himself didn't notice the hint of a smile that flitted across his lip. Aunt Ru glared fiercely at Long Feiyi, then immediately chased after Han Yunshi. This time, it was Long Feiyi who stopped her. Aunt Ru, if there's anything, let's talk about it when we get back. Aunt Ru raised an eyebrow and coldly snorted. What is it? Tang Li confessed everything. What right does a woman who can't be used by you have to know about the existence of the perplexing butterfly illusion? What did that bastard Tang Li confess? About the Shadow Clan? Or something else? Long Feiyi didn't explain much since he didn't know the situation. He only said, she doesn't know what the perplexing butterfly illusion is. Unexpectedly, Aunt Ru suddenly said sternly, anyone who knows the words perplexing butterfly illusion deserves to die. Saying this, she slapped Long Feiyi's hand away. Long Feiyi tried to stop her again, but he didn't waste any more words. His palm moved like it was doing Tai Chi, gently pushing Aunt Ru away. It looked like a gentle push, but the force behind it caused Aunt Ru to stagger a few steps and almost fall. By the time Aunt Ru steadied herself, Long Feiyi had already chased after Han Yunshi. You actually dared to push me for a useless woman? Aunt Ru's face was full of shock. Her sharp eyes darkened as she immediately chased after him. After Han Yunshi ran back to her original spot, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. Gu and Gu Beiwei were nowhere to be seen. She also didn't see the man-eating vines that were madly baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. All she saw were two giant man-eating vines with their mouths wide open, or more accurately, two toothless mouths. They were lying on the ground, opening and closing. No matter how she looked at it, it was a comical sight. Where were they? Where were the vines? Where were the teeth? What exactly happened here? Gu Beiwei! Han Yunshi shouted. Master's voice. Lil Thing, who was hiding at the side and eating, immediately jumped up from the grass and squeaked twice, as if to say, Master, I'm here. Lil Thing. Han Yunshi was very surprised. She hurriedly ran over, but was immediately shocked again. She saw Lil Thing sitting on a pile of dead man-eating vines. One of the man-eating vine's fangs was in each hand, and it was eating with crunching sounds. Lil Thing's expression of enjoyment was not only not disgusting, it was extremely cute. It had to be said that Lil Thing was even more knowledgeable than the detoxification system. Man-eating vines were not poisonous, but their fangs were an important ingredient in making poison. Furthermore, the fangs of man-eating vines were not bones, but plants with high hardness. Han Yunshi heaved a sigh of relief. Where are Gu Beiwei and Gu? If Lil Thing could eat so leisurely here, it meant that the two guys were fine. Lil Thing had saved them. Lil Thing was busy eating and ignored Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi picked it up and asked again, Where are they? Lil Thing looked up, but unexpectedly, it suddenly broke free from Han Yunshi's hand and burrowed into the medical bag, as if it was frightened by something. It even threw away the half-eaten fangs of the man-eating vines. What's wrong? Han Yunshi was puzzled. Soon, Long Feiyi's fierce voice came from behind. Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was shocked and quickly let go of the hand that was pressing on the medical bag. She calmed down and looked back. Where are Gu Beiwei and Gu? Long Feiyi was such a powerful person. He could tell that something was wrong with this place with a simple sweep of his eyes, especially that toothless man-eating vines. Han Yunshi didn't answer him. She pulled out the real perplexing butterfly illusion from her sleeve and handed it over. Here. Long Feiyi stared at the perplexing butterfly illusion, his hands gradually clenching into fists. It was obvious that he was furious. This woman didn't know what was good for her. Seeing that Long Fei Yi didn't move, Han Yunshi stepped forward and was about to shove the perplexing butterfly illusion into his hands. Right at this moment, a sharp hidden needle suddenly appeared from the side with irresistible force. Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunshi into his arms and hugged her tightly before turning around to leave. Stop right there!" Aunt Ru shouted as she chased after them. Long Fei Yi turned a deaf ear and didn't even look back. Aunt Ru was furious. She sent out several hidden weapons, including hidden needles, hidden darts, small throwing knives, and all sorts of other hidden weapons. Long Fei Yi kept dodging. In a situation where he didn't retaliate, he was actually having trouble holding his own. He could only choose the path up the mountain. There were many trees on the path up the mountain, so hidden weapons wouldn't be as effective. Han Yunshi was tightly protected in his arms. She wanted to turn around several times to take a look, but Long Fei Yi was hugging her too tightly. She couldn't move at all. She always thought that she had enough poisonous needles on her body. She didn't expect that someone would be able to hide so many hidden weapons. Moreover, it wasn't just one type, but all sorts of hidden weapons. She always thought that Tang Li's hidden weapon techniques were powerful enough. She didn't expect this woman to be so powerful. She forced Long Fei Yi to choose the path up the mountain. She must be from the Tang sect. Aunt Ru? Could she be Long Fei Yi's aunt? His birth mother's sister? Thinking up to here, Han Yunshi gave a start and grew inexplicably nervous. At the same time, she wanted to turn around to take a look. One chased, one ran, while the other chased. An endless stream of hidden weapons rained down. Fortunately, this was Long Fei. Anyone else would have been injured by such a high-intensity attack, but Long Fei remained unscathed. Finally, Aunt Ru lost her temper and said sternly, "Fei, stop right there. Do you hear me?" Long Fei Yi ignored her and kept going up the mountain. Before they knew it, they'd already reached the top of the mountain. The top of this mountain was different from other mountain peaks. Most mountain peaks were sharp, and only a small hill was left at the top. However, this mountain peak was flat. It was a dense forest, with tall trees densely standing. Only one or two people could pass between the trees. The entire forest was like a maze, and once you entered, you would not be able to find your way. Long Fei Yi stopped outside the woodland, hesitating to enter. Meanwhile, Han Yunshi was immersed in the detox system, which kept reminding her of the presence of highly corrosive poisons nearby. Most likely, Long Fei Yi had asked her to come with him to the poison grounds because he wanted to find poisonous plants at the top of the mountain. Han Yunshi used the detox system to find the source of the poison. Since we're already here, I might as well tell him. But before Han Yunshi could determine the direction, Aunt Ru caught up to them. Chapter 277. When Aunt Ru arrived, so did the hidden weapon. Xiao! With a sharp sound, a 5-star dart flew from behind them, fiercely hitting the tree trunk diagonally across from them. Han Yunshi subconsciously looked over, but before she could see clearly, the hidden dart that had been stuck in the tree trunk actually bounced back and accurately shot towards Han Yunshi. Long Fei Yi had expected the dart to bounce back, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. He couldn't dodge in time, so he used his other hand to block it for Han Yunshi. The 5-star dart instantly shot into his arm, but it didn't hit the tree. The entire dart actually sank into his flesh. The refracted dart actually had such power. This fighting style was so ruthless. It must be very painful. Han Yunshi's brows furrowed, but Long Fei Yi didn't even frown. He didn't hesitate and directly charged into the forest. However, as soon as he charged in, Aunt Ru shouted, "Yi-er, come out!" All these years, she had secretly snuck into the main peak of Lotus Flower Peak. She had practically walked through the entire mountain, but she didn't dare to enter this forest. This time, if she didn't know Yi-er was coming, she wouldn't have come. This was a labyrinthine forest. Once they couldn't get out, once they were trapped until the sky turned dark and the insects moved at night, then they could only lose their lives in the forest. "Yi-er, come out immediately!" If you have something to say, come out first. Aunt Roo shouted, but unfortunately, Long Fei Yi didn't turn back. He walked further and further away, his back becoming more and more blurry. Aunt Roo was scared and immediately chased after him. If she was any later, she probably wouldn't be able to find him. As soon as they entered the forest, Aunt Roo didn't use any hidden weapons, and Long Fei Yi also slowed down. As soon as she caught up to them, Aunt Roo firmly grabbed Long Fei Yi's hand. While we can still distinguish the path, immediately come out with me. Since we're here, we might as well look around. Long Fei Yi indifferently said. You're crazy. There's still 6 more hours before the sky turns dark. Aunt Roo said angrily. Although she came here often, she wouldn't take the risk to come here before she found a way to deal with the 100 bugs. Aunt Roo was no longer as tough and cold as before. Instead, she was more worried and anxious. However, Long Fei Yi said, if Aunt Roo is afraid, you can leave first. Aunt Roo was dumbfounded. Year had been cold to her for more than 10 years, but he had never spoken to her so impudently. She rushed to Long Fei Yi's side and swept her resentful gaze over Han Yunxi, who had been held in his arms this entire time. She warned sternly, Fei, your life isn't something you can throw away so easily. Come back with me immediately. Han Yunxi didn't understand what Aunt Roo meant, but she clearly felt Long Fei Yi's hand stiffen for a while. After a long time, Long Fei Yi did not say anything. He protected Han Yunxi and turned around. Only then did Aunt Roo exhale in relief. Let's go. But it was then that the silent Han Yunxi spoke up. You're looking for highly corrosive poisonous plants, right? Aunt Roo ignored her, but Long Fei Yi stopped. What did you find? It's nearby, Han Yunxi was certain. She had been silently searching for it the entire time. It was nearby, and it was highly corrosive. Although she couldn't tell what kind of plant it was, she could detect its toxicity. Are you sure? Long Fei Yi rejoiced. Heaven knows how much he wanted to break through the perplexing butterfly illusion. Nearby. Aunt Roo looked disdainful. Aside from the perfectly straight trees in the surroundings, there were no other poisonous plants. Moreover, these trees were all poisonous birches with no corrosive properties. Han Yunxi was simply spouting nonsense. After Han Yunxi married into the Duke of Qin's estate, Aunt Roo had gone into closed-door cultivation. A few days ago, she'd gone to the Duke of Qin's estate to find out what had happened. Originally, she assumed that Grand Concubine Yi would play that useless piece of trash Han Yunxi to death as soon as she married into the Duke of Qin's estate. She never expected her to replace Grand Concubine Yi and take charge of the Duke of Qin's estate, much less know how to treat poisons and save many lives. When she found out from Chu Shifeng that Yi was planning to ascend Lotus Peak, she immediately ran over to stop him. As soon as she ran into Tangli, she tied him up and interrogated him. Only then did she find out that Han Yunxi's poison skills were only average and wouldn't be of much help to Fei. She was also entangled with other men, but Yi had actually given her the perplexing butterfly illusion. This type of woman had average skills, but her methods were brilliant. Heaven knows how she'd managed to hook up with Yi. As soon as she arrived, she saw Fei and Han Yunxi fooling around. She almost thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. Ever since he was young, when had Yi ever played, laughed, or joked around with anyone? Heaven knows what methods Han Yunxi had used to confuse Yi's eyes. A woman like this would only delay a man's plans. It's nearby. I'll look for it, it won't take too long, Han Yunxi said seriously. Long Fei Yi was right. Since they were already here, there was no reason to go back empty-handed. Aunt Roo's face was stern. If you want to look for it yourself. We don't have time to deal with you. Yi, come with me. Hearing this, Han Yunxi lost her temper. Who wants to look for it? It's not like the perplexing butterfly illusion is mine. Do you think I have nothing better to do? You were the one who said to look for it just then? Who told you to look for it? Aunt Roo retorted. Han Yunxi gave a start. Indeed, no one had told her to look for it. She was probably too angry to think otherwise. Long Feiyi spoke up. I told her to look for it. Han Yunshi's heart trembled slightly. She glanced at Long Feiyi from the corner of her eye. Seeing that Long Feiyi was looking at her, she hurriedly averted her gaze. Aunt Ru was flustered and exclaimed angrily, There's no way it's nearby. Do you believe Aunt Ru or her? Long Feiyi avoided Aunt Ru's angry gaze. Han Yunshi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and look for it. Without a doubt, he had made his choice. Aunt Ru was greatly disappointed. She had taught him for more than 10 years, but she couldn't compare to a woman he had known for less than a year. Aunt Ru took a deep breath and calmed down. Han Yunshi, I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. She had to calm down and try to leave this forest as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi said, No need, I've already found it. Aunt Ru frowned. She didn't believe Han Yunshi, but she also didn't believe that Han Yunshi would dare to brag so much. Aunt Ru chose to remain silent. Where is it? Long Feiyi didn't even need to think before believing her. Han Yunshi glanced over, and their eyes met before they both looked away. Han Yunshi didn't speak, but walked to the right. Long Feiyi and Aunt Ru hastened to catch up. Han Yunshi stopped in front of a large tree, her gaze resting on its trunk. Where is it? This was the first time Aunt Ru had been so impatient. Split open the trunk and take a look, Han Yunshi said seriously. This is a poison birch tree, Aunt Ru reminded her immediately. After Fei's mother passed away, she was the most knowledgeable about poisons in the Tang clan. I know. Long Feiyi, hurry and split it open. Be careful, Han Yunshi said as she backed up a few steps. At this moment, Lil Thing, who had been curled up in the medical pouch, poked its head out. As soon as it saw Long Feiyi point his sword at the trunk, it shrank back in fear. How did this swordsman know there was a secret passage hidden in the trunk? Didn't he know that it led to the underground poison storehouse? The storehouse was divided into above ground and underground. The above ground contained poisonous plants, while the underground contained poisonous water. Once it was destroyed, the storehouse would be finished. Lil Thing wanted to crawl out and bite that man's hand so he could never hold a sword again, but it was still afraid. It didn't know why, but it was instinctively afraid of him. I'll draw a circle to curse him. While Lil Thing was drawing circles on the ground, Long Fei had already done as Han Yunshi said and split open the tree trunk with his sword. Only then did they realize that the trunk was empty, and a sour scent assaulted their nostrils. Long Feiyi was about to look into the hole when Aunt Ru called out to stop him. Be careful of poison. But Han Yunshi only said, This smell isn't poisonous, don't worry. Aunt Ru was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. She just coughed a few times. Although they hadn't seen any corrosive poisonous plants, Han Yunshi didn't seem to be lying. Although she didn't like Yi-er's trust in Han Yunshi, Aunt Ru wasn't an unreasonable person, nor was she a simple-minded girl. She quickly realized that she had been deceived by Tang Li. Han Yunshi had only used her eyes to look and didn't use any other methods to find the trunk. She was really capable. It looked like she had to re-evaluate Han Yunshi. Long Feiyi quickly discovered the secret in the trunk. There's a secret passage leading to the underground. It's very deep. Aunt Ru and Han Yunshi came over at the same time. Just as Aunt Ru was about to speak, Han Yunshi said first, Let's go down. Aunt Ru was just about to say the same thing. She had searched for so many years. Now that she had a clue, how could she not go down? She had already thrown the matter of the 100 insects parade to the back of her mind. Perhaps the thing she wanted would be under this tree hole. She looked at Han Yunshi, a trace of admiration flashing through her eyes. She didn't expect that this girl would have the guts to agree with her, and also have the guts to take such a risk. Very good, it looked like she wasn't a paper tiger anymore. Aunt Ru was the first to jump into the cave, followed by Han Yunshi. She was quite excited. Although that sour smell wasn't poisonous, she felt that something was wrong just by smelling it. Perhaps it wasn't poisonous because it wasn't concentrated enough. Perhaps they could find clues to decipher the perplexing butterfly illusion under the tree hole. Han Yunshi said very seriously, "I'll walk in front later. Everyone be careful." Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't come in immediately. He looked at Han Yunshi and asked, "Han Yunshi, are you sure you want to go down with this prince?" She had already jumped in, so what did he mean by that? She had said before that she wouldn't come and help anymore. She had even returned the perplexing butterfly illusion to him. However, she had come, helped, and was so excited. Han Yunshi's ears reddened. She was both embarrassed and angry. She hesitated, but just as she was about to jump out, Long Fei Yi jumped into the tree hole first. He said indifferently, "I'll walk in front with you." Han Yunshi didn't have the chance to refuse, because Long Fei Yi took her hand. Aunt Ru walked behind them. As she looked at their tightly interlocked fingers, a complicated look flashed through her eyes. She didn't understand why Tang Li would lie and slander this woman. Chapter 278. Long Fei Yi held Han Yunshi's hand and walked in front while Aunt Ru followed behind. The path down the tree trunk grew steeper and steeper until it turned into a vertical passage. Long Fei Yi jumped down with Han Yunshi in his arms. Aunt Ru followed closely behind, but they ended up in an underground stone room. Night pearls illuminated the surroundings, but the stone room was empty. There was only a door leading to an unknown place, and the sour smell in the air was much stronger than it had been above. Long Fei Yi landed with Han Yunshi in his arms, but he didn't let go of her. Instead, he took her hand again. Han Yunshi's gaze drifted to the hand he was holding. She moved slightly, trying to break free, but Long Fei Yi only tightened his grip. Han Yunshi furrowed her brows and looked at him, but he didn't look at her. She could only see the side of his face. The lines on his face seemed to have been carved, handsome and cold, stern and domineering. Han Yunshi stared at him for a while before trying to break free again. She didn't know if Long Fei Yi knew she was watching, but he was cold and domineering. He ignored her and didn't let go of her hand. In the end, Han Yunshi was defeated. Too lazy to argue, she let him be. Aunt Ru saw all of this. She decided to go back and properly interrogate Tang Li and Han Yunshi about what was going on between them. Yi was someone who wanted to accomplish great things. Even if Han Yunshi was of great use to him, he couldn't fall in love with her. Love would only make things worse. Yi-er's Mufei had long warned him that even if it was the person closest to him, as long as it was for the sake of his cause, he had to kill them if necessary and abandon them if necessary. To build a palace here, this must be an important place for the poison sect, Aunt Ru said seriously. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi ignored her and walked towards the only door in the stone room. Aunt Ru looked at their backs and opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. She could only follow. After exiting the stone room, there was a stone path. The stone path was very long, and at the end of the path there would be a turn. The sour smell in the air gradually became stronger. Rather than calling this place an underground secret palace, it would be better to call it a tomb. An hour later, they found that the end of the road was not a turn, but a stone door. Inside the door, the light of a luminous pearl was even brighter than the outside. At this moment, Han Yunshi stopped in her tracks. "There's poisonous gas inside. It's purple miasma." Aunt Ru was curious. The place where they stood was still some distance away from the stone door, so she did not notice. How did Han Yunshi know? If Aunt Ru hadn't seen Han Yunshi's abilities, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. But now, she believed it. "This is the only way," Long Fei Yi spoke up. His meaning was clear, they had to go. Aunt Ru hastily explained. Purple miasma was one of the weakest types of miasma. Its toxicity was so weak that it was almost negligible. It would only cause the victim to feel dizzy. There was no antidote for this poison, nor did it need one. Once inhaled, the victim would be fine as long as they rested in a place with clean air. "Based on our strength, this doesn't count as poison," Aunt Ru said confidently. After understanding the situation, Long Fei Yi prepared to enter without another word. Han Yunxi silently followed, but stopped at the door. Wait. She took out 3 small packets of medicinal herbs from her medical pouch and gave one each to Long Fei Yi and Aunt Ru. She kept one for herself. This counts as an antidote. Just put it in your mouth and chew it. Aunt Ru opened it and immediately recognized that it was a fresh mint leaf. She asked suspiciously, "There's an antidote for purple miasma?" Ever since her sister passed away, she devoted herself to the study of poisons. She read through all of her sister's books. Miasma is the most common poison, but she has never heard of an antidote. Poisons without an antidote and those that don't need an antidote are the most terrifying poisons. The best way to deal with them is not to force yourself, but to prevent them. Mint isn't an antidote, but it can prevent purple miasma from entering the human respiratory system. Otherwise, once the concentration of purple miasma exceeds the threshold, it will become an incurable poison. Han Yunxi explained as she tossed the mint leaf into her mouth. She took the opportunity to break free from Long Fei Ye's grip and walked towards the stone door. Looking at her confident and carefree figure, Long Fei Ye's mind wandered. Aunt Ru couldn't help but whisper, who did she learn her poison skills from? I've never heard of the Han family knowing poison skills. An expert, Long Fei Yi answered without thinking. An expert. Aunt Ru was puzzled. Who? The expert doesn't allow me to say. Long Fei popped the leaf into his mouth and chewed it before immediately following after Han Yunxi, leaving Aunt Ru at a loss. An expert? There are only a few experts in the poison world today. Who is it? Does Yi have to hide it from her? As they approached the stone door, Aunt Ru sensed that there was not only purple miasma behind the door, but it was also very thick. She secretly rejoiced that Han Yunxi had been careful. Otherwise, they would have fainted the moment they entered such a thick miasma. Han Yunxi was about to enter when Long Fei grabbed her hand again and firmly entwined his fingers with hers. This time, Han Yunxi abruptly turned back to look at him, her eyes clear and bright as she stared at him with open and honest eyes. She just stared at him without saying a word. This was clearly a question, or perhaps she was giving him a chance to explain. However, Long Fei Yi glanced at Aunt Ru from the corner of his eye. Not only did he not answer Han Yunxi, he even avoided her gaze. Han Yunxi frowned and suddenly flung her hand away. This time, Long Fei Yi was caught off guard and was flung away by her. Long Fei Yi, you can hold hands in some situations, but you can't simply interlock your fingers. Don't you understand the meaning of interlocking fingers? Han Yunxi flung away Long Fei Ye's hand and strode through the stone door. Long Fei Yi was stunned on the spot. It was Aunt Ru who followed in, but the moment she entered, she exclaimed, Yi-er. Long Fei Yi hurriedly entered and saw a large stone room behind the stone door. Under the dual effects of the luminous pearl and purple miasma, the entire stone room was dyed purple. In the hazy purple mist, they saw 5 open stone doors facing them, each leading to different unknown places. They had walked all the way here, but such a situation had occurred. Aunt Ru tried all 5 stone doors and found that the acidic smell in the air was the same in all 5 directions. She subconsciously turned back to look at Han Yunxi. At this moment, Han Yunxi's brows were tightly knitted as she scanned the 5 stone doors. However, the detoxification system reminded her that there was no poison in any of them. 5 choices were placed in front of them. What should they do? Should we split up? Aunt Ru asked. No. Long Fei Yi immediately rejected. This was the most time-saving method, but it was also the most dangerous. Han Yunxi, what do you think? Long Fei asked. They'd been walking for 2 hours now before he finally spoke. Unfortunately, Han Yunxi didn't even look at him. She only shook her head. I don't know. I can't sense any poison. She was still cautious. The acidic smell in the air was getting thicker, but she couldn't detect any poison. However, this didn't mean that there wasn't any corrosive poison in the air. It only meant that she couldn't detect it. If the acidic smell here was related to the perplexing butterfly illusion, then the detoxification system that couldn't detect the perplexing butterfly illusion might not be able to detect the poison here either. She silently told herself not to be distracted by anything. She had to maintain a high level of vigilance. The moment she showed signs of being poisoned, she had to retreat immediately. 6 paths. 5 in front and 1 behind. The front path led to unknown lands and unknown dangers. The back path led back to where they'd come from. In the end, they had to make a choice. Han Yunxi and Aunt Ru couldn't give them any suggestions, so Long Feiyi didn't delay. He was about to head for the first door when a woman and 2 men suddenly appeared. The 2 men were in a sorry state, as if they'd been burned by fire. Their clothes were tattered and their hair was disheveled. Although the woman was protected, she was also in a mess. Even so, Han Yunxi recognized the trio at a glance. Their features were deep and imposing, their stature tall and powerful. This was Western Zhou's crown prince, Duanmu Bei. He had slanted eyebrows that reached his temples and a heroic air about him. This was Western Zhou's famous general, Chu Tianyin. Han Yunxi didn't recognize him, but she knew who he was from the expensive ebony bow on his back. As for the woman, she had a pretty face and a cold expression. She too carried a bow on her back, giving off a lofty air. This should be Chu Tianyin's younger sister, the Chu clan's famous icy beauty, Chu Qingge. Duanmu Bei and Chu Tianyin both gave a start at the sight of Han Yunxi's group. For a moment, they exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. The atmosphere grew tense. It wasn't strange to see Duanmu Yao and Crown Prince Yi in Medical City. This crown prince was famous for doting on his little sister, and often accompanied her by her side. But seeing him in a place like this was worth thinking about. How did he know about this place? What was he doing here? It wasn't very likely that they knew about the perplexing butterfly illusion. Han Yunxi not only examined Duanmu Bei, but Chu Tianyin as well. The Chu clan was a famous clan in Western Zhou. It was common knowledge throughout Cloud Realm continent that the Chu clan had produced great generals. Chu Tianyin was one of the Chu clan's newest great generals and was even more famous than Tianying's Mu Qingwu. His archery skills were said to be the best in Cloud Realm continent. On the battlefield, a single bow from him could kill a line of 10 soldiers. Why had someone like him come here with Duanmu Bei? Han Yunxi was still wondering when Long Feiyi suddenly grabbed her hand again. Not only that, but he pulled her behind him as if to protect her. After all, Western Zhou and Tianying were allied by marriage, but he didn't have a good relationship with Duanmu Bei. Add that to the fact that Duanmu Yao's recent marriage had caused Duanmu Bei to hold a grudge against him. Moreover, this was the poison sect's forbidden underground palace. Both sides were thieves, so nothing that happened here would spread. There was no Duke of Qin or Crown Prince Yi here, only enemies. Currently, Duanmu Bei and Chu Tianyin were also examining Han Yunxi's group. Compared to Chu Tianyin's low-key demeanor, Duanmu Bei was much more arrogant. He glanced at Aunt Ru but didn't take it to heart. Instead, he murmured to Chu Tianyin, Han Yunxi doesn't know martial arts, so our chances of victory are high. You and I will keep Long Feiyi occupied while Qingge takes 2 of the girls to test the remaining 4 doors. Chapter 279. Duanmu Bei's group had been here for a long time, but they had no choice but to try them one by one. Who knew that they'd lose so badly at the very first door? They walked for an entire day without seeing anything until a huge fire suddenly erupted at the end of the path. Fortunately, they'd escaped in time, or else the 2 of them would have been burned to ashes long ago. Of the 5 doors, only one held the thing they wanted. The others all had fatal traps. Duanmu Bei was a very arrogant and high-profile person, but he was always on guard against Long Feiyi. This time, it wasn't because he was arrogant, but because Chu Tianyin and Chu Qingge were present. The Chu clan's archery skills had always been used on the battlefield, but rarely in private fights. Still, they weren't inferior in any way. At least, as Duanmu Bei saw it, Chu Tiannin's archery skills were enough to resist Long Fei Ye's sword skills. Duanmu Bei was very anxious, but the Chu siblings weren't. Chu Qingga's cold gaze was fixed on Han Yunxi, a shrewd glint in her eyes. "Aren't you curious as to why they're here?" Chu Tiannin's voice was low and magnetic. "They must be here for that thing as well. Let's subdue Long Fei Yi first and get the thing. It won't be too late to ask the rest after that." If this was in the past, Duanmu Bei would have drawn his sword as soon as he saw Han Yunxi humiliating Duanmu Yao in Medical City. What kind of thing could make him put aside Yao Yao, who he loves the most, for a while? It was the poison sect's treasury. Duanmu Bei had no understanding of Medical City or poisons. In recent years, he'd made few connections with outside powers because he was busy fighting for the throne. This time, he'd come to chase after Duanmu Yao. He'd been the first to find out that Duanmu Yao was in cahoots with the Duke of Kong. For the sake of coaxing her back, he'd come to Medical City himself. Unexpectedly, Chu Tianyin and Chu Qingga sought him out of their own accord on his first day in Medical City. They told him that the poison sect's forbidden grounds contained a huge pile of treasures left behind by the poison sect in the past. He had been fighting for the throne with his brothers for many years and had spent a lot of money. He had long been embarrassed. Moreover, once he ascended the throne, he would need a large sum of money to buy the hearts of the soldiers. Cooperating with Chu Tianyin had long been his dream, not to mention cooperating to make money. He didn't think twice before following the Chu siblings here. As he saw it, Long Fei's group had to be here for the treasury as well. Today, even if he had to join forces with the Chu siblings to kill Long Fei Yi, he still had to obtain that treasury. Duanmu Bei's hand was already on his sword, ready to attack. However, Chu Tianyin said in a low voice, "At most, we can only tie with them. Han Yunxi doesn't know martial arts, and that woman doesn't look like she's trained." "What are you afraid of?" Duanmu Bei asked unhappily. "Han Yunxi knows poison," Chu Tianyin said in a low voice. "Doesn't Qingga know it too?" Duanmu Bei retorted. If he hadn't come back this time, he wouldn't have known that Chu Qingga was not only skilled in archery, but poisons as well. If she hadn't made them chew on mint leaves, they wouldn't have been able to survive in the violet miasma for so long. At this moment, the quiet Chu Qingga finally spoke up. Although she used honorifics, her tone was Qingga. "Qingga has long wanted to compete with her." Han Yunxi had only used the ebony bow to determine Chu Qingga's identity, but Chu Qingga had been investigating her for a long time. "Qingga!" Chu Tianyin scolded. But Duanmu Bei simply unsheathed his sword. "Long Fei Yi, Han Yunxi, you hurt Yao Yao so badly. Hand over your lives." Duanmu Bei's sword was so fast that even Chu Qingga couldn't block it. Han Yunxi truly looked down on Duanmu Bei. If he wanted to fight, he could fight, but he even used Duanmu Yao as an excuse. It was disgusting to hear. Long Fei Yi didn't think much of Duanmu Bei at all, much less fight him. He protected Han Yunxi as they retreated, his attention on the Chu siblings. Aunt Ru didn't move either, but secretly shot out a dart. With a clang, Duanmu Bei's sword was broken in half. Duanmu Bei looked at the broken sword in his hand, then at Aunt Ru. He realized that he'd underestimated her. But he didn't promise anything. Instead, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and said coldly, "Chu Tianyin, this crown prince orders you to attack." Before Chu Tianyin could make a move, Chu Qingga had already unsheathed her bow and aimed it at Han Yunxi, who was behind Long Fei Yi. "You're seeking death." Long Fei Yi simply unsheathed the whip at his waist. He didn't even bother to draw his sword. As she looked at Long Fei Yi, Chu Qingga's eyes flashed with pain. But she hid it so well that no one noticed. She drew her bow to its full length. Seeing this, Duanmu Bei had no choice but to join in. He too unsheathed his bow and stood to one side, aiming at Long Fei Yi from another direction. Seeing this, Aunt Ru immediately drew close to Long Feiyi, standing back to back with Han Yunshi between them. The Chu clan's archery skills lived up to their reputation. They couldn't afford to be careless. Seeing this, Duanmu Bei tossed aside his broken sword and stood on the other side, his voice cold. "Leave Han Yunshi to me." As expected, Crown Prince Yi was known for his despicable ways. This was the first time that Han Yunshi felt such a strong urge to poison someone. 3 against 3, the atmosphere grew even more tense. "Don't worry," Long Feiyi said in a low voice. He glanced at Chu Tianyin out of the corner of his eye. Of the 3 of them, he was the only one who held Chu Tianyin in high regard. He'd experienced his swordsmanship once before. Judging from the current situation, they wouldn't lose, but their chances of winning weren't high either. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Chu Qingge suddenly said coldly, "Han Yunshi, if you have the guts, stand out. Don't tell me you're used to hiding behind men?" This was a provocation. The smart Han Yunshi immediately understood. She knew poisons and assassination weapons, but she was the only one present who didn't know martial arts. Duanmu Bei and the rest were more than happy for her to stand out. This icy beauty wasn't all looks and no brains. She looked impulsive, but was actually quite shrewd. "What, are you jealous? Why don't you hide back too?" Han Yunshi replied with a grin. "Jealous?" That's right, she was about to go crazy with jealousy. Chu Qingge almost shot the arrow in her hand, but she kept her cool. Instead of showing anger, she smiled and said, "No wonder Princess Duan said you were a burden to the Duke of Qin. You'll only drag him down. It looks like Princess Duan isn't trying to frame you out of jealousy after all." At these words, Han Yunshi felt unwell all over. If this was any other time, she would have calmly retorted even if she heard that name 10 times over. But she and Long Feiyi were currently in a cold war because of that very name. "Very good, Chu Qingge. I've decided that you're Duanmu Yao's best friend." Han Yunshi hadn't planned to fight in the first place. She could tell that their chances of winning weren't high, but this time she really got angry. "What, does Miss Chu want to fight me one-on-one?" Han Yunshi asked coldly. Everyone assumed that she'd stand out, but didn't expect her to say one-on-one. Han Yunshi. She's an archer with high martial arts skills. Are you looking to die? Long Feiyi didn't speak, but he tightened his grip on Han Yunshi's hand, afraid that she'd break free. Chu Qingge couldn't wait to see that happen. She didn't even answer, but took 3 steps forward to provoke Han Yunshi. But Han Yunshi surprised everyone once again. "I don't know martial arts, much less archery. What are you planning to fight one-on-one?" Hearing this, Long Feiyi's pursed lips twitched into a smile. Aunt Ru, on the other hand, laughed out loud. "Of course it's a competition of martial arts and archery. How else would I win against you?" In the face of a powerful enemy, Han Yunshi was more than happy to play along with Aunt Ru, even if she didn't have a good impression of her. She asked Chu Qingge seriously, "Really? In a one-on-one duel, only the winner and loser mattered. As long as both sides were willing, it was fine. Who cared what the other knew?" But Han Yunshi and Aunt Ru were singing the same tune to make it seem like Chu Qingge was bullying her. Chu Qingge's face alternated between red and white. In the end, she unwillingly released the arrow. "Qingge!" Duanmu Bei immediately tried to stop her, but Chu Qingge's ambitions were too high. She said coldly, "Then what do you want to fight one-on-one?" Han Yunshi was amused. Aside from martial arts and archery, what else did Chu Qingge specialize in? She was about to speak when the silent Chu Tianyin suddenly spoke up. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, can you listen to this one for a moment?" Everyone could tell that Chu Tianyin had no intention of fighting. Long Feiyi pulled Han Yunshi's hand behind his back and held her back with his other hand. Han Yunshi knew that Long Fei would give Chu Tianyin face after being surrounded by his 2 arms. As expected, he said coldly, "Speak. Qingge and Qin Wangfei will fight one-on-one. If Chinga wins, I ask that your Highness Duke of Qin make things easy for us and leave this place. If Chinga loses, we'll leave. How's that? Chu Tianyin said seriously. Chu Tianyin had gotten to the point. He was very clear that everyone was here for the secret behind the 5 doors. If they were evenly matched, no one would be able to get what they wanted. A one-on-one duel was a good idea. One-on-one for what? Long Feiyi agreed. Poisons, Duanmu Bei said hastily, even if it meant exposing Chu Chinga's poison skills. Chu Chinga knew poisons, so they knew it was her idea to use mint leaves against the violet miasma? Han Yunshi was surprised, but she was more than willing to compete in poisons. Still, Chu Tianyin immediately refused. Let's see who can emerge unscathed from the 5 doors. You can choose whichever door you want. The moment these words came out, everyone became alert. Han Yunshi couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Chu Tianyin. He really was something. This way, not only would they resolve Chu Chinga's predicament, but they'd also avoid a direct confrontation. It was all about luck, while whether or not they could escape depended on their own skills. Your Highness Duke of Qin, this is the fairest method. What do you think? Chu Tianyin asked modestly. Compared to Duanmu Bei and Chu Chinga, Chu Tianyin was far too formidable. His smile was like a knife cutting through flesh, a needle cutting through marrow and tendons. Although he looked modest and polite, he was hard to deal with. Indeed, this was the fairest method, so it was hard to refuse. Long Feiyi admired Chu Tianyin very much, but he wasn't planning to agree. Han Yunshi's overall strength couldn't compare to Chu Chinga's, and no one knew what dangers lurked behind the 5 doors. He was about to refuse when Han Yunshi nodded. All right. Even Chu Chinga had said that she was a burden to Long Feiyi. How could she let Long Feiyi reject Chu Tianyin now? Chapter 280. Chu Chinga couldn't wait for Han Yunshi to agree. As soon as she heard Han Yunshi say, all right, she immediately asked, which of the 4 remaining doors will you choose? Her anxious expression made it seem like she was afraid that Han Yunshi would change her mind. Han Yunshi didn't, but said openly, you choose first. No need. Chu Chinga was very proud. Han Yunshi was too lazy to argue with her. She shrugged her shoulders and asked, will you choose the 2nd door or not? I'll choose the 3rd. Chu Chinga replied immediately. Actually, the choice of door wasn't the most important thing to her. The most important thing was that Han Yunshi would be at a disadvantage in a duel like this. Of the 4 doors, only one held the thing they wanted. The other 3 were all filled with traps like the first one and led to a dead end. She refused to believe that Han Yunshi would be lucky enough to pick the right door. Even if she did, she'd still run into traps, perhaps the most terrifying of them all. No matter what, it was impossible for her to escape unscathed. She didn't know martial arts, so she was slower than others when it came to escaping. She might even lose her life here. Of course, Chu Chinga wasn't completely certain that she'd come out unscathed, but she'd rather be injured than risk Han Yunshi's life. At the very least, Han Yunshi's injuries would be worse than hers. Chu Chinga strode to the 3rd door and added coldly, the time limit is 1 hour. If you can't get out in time, you lose. The one with the most serious injuries loses. All right. Han Yunshi agreed easily. She tried to break free of Long Feiyi's grip, but Long Feiyi held on tightly, his expression frightening. This woman who's acting on her own is simply seeking death. Let go. Han Yunshi said in a low voice. Long Feiyi wouldn't let go. He was already planning to go back on his word. Rather than risk Han Yunshi's life, he'd rather go all out and fight. But Han Yunshi looked up and said, let go and don't worry, all right? Trust me just this once. Let go and be at ease? Han Yunshi, so you actually knew that this prince had a heart. It's good that you know. Since he had the heart, how could he let it go? Long Feiyi still did not let go. Han Yunshi was helpless. Long Feiyi, when have I ever lied to you? When have I ever disappointed you? Indeed, she did so well every time. Whether it was her own matters or his, she handled them perfectly. There was basically nothing to nitpick about. Even when she was in great danger, she could turn misfortune into fortune. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone was waiting, but Long Fei did not care. In the end, what made him let go was the confidence and determination in Han Yunxi's eyes. He lowered his voice and unconsciously softened it. Be careful. If there's no other way, come out. This prince is right at the door. Just like when they left the inn, he had also told her that he would always be in Medical City. He thought that this woman must have discovered something again, or perhaps she had already found the right passage. Every time, she was always full of surprises. Aunt Ru wanted to persuade him as well, but when she saw Long Fei let go, she didn't say anything. When she saw Han Yunxi and Long Fei staring at each other, Chu Qingge couldn't help but urge, Han Yunxi, you're not going back on your word because you're afraid of losing, are you? Han Yunxi strode to the second door and ignored Chu Qingge to look at Chu Tianyin. The time limit is 1 hour. The one with the most serious injuries will lose, and the loser will leave. Chu Qingge was such a cold and lofty person that no one had ever ignored her. Anger filled her heart as a calculating look flashed past her eyes. Han Yunxi, do you dare to raise the stakes? They'd already agreed that the loser would leave. What else did she want? She'd already asked if she dared, so what else could Han Yunxi say? Her expression was calm. There's no harm in saying it. Seeing Han Yunxi's calm demeanor, Chu Qingge smiled coldly in her heart. This woman won't shed tears until she sees the coffin. It'll be too late for regrets once she's gone through the door. Han Yunxi, if you lose, leave your medical pouch behind before you leave. Do you dare? This was the stake that Chu Qingge had raised. Although she was angry, she hadn't lost her reason. Han Yunxi's poison skills were so mysterious that her medical pouch had to be hiding some secret. Even if it wasn't, it had to have plenty of good stuff. A medical pouch was as important to a doctor as a sword was to a swordsman. Han Yunxi was too surprised. This was the first time someone had set their sights on her medical pouch. She'd found this pouch among Lady Tianxin's dowry, and everything inside belonged to her. Isn't Chu Qingge a little too picky? Seeing Han Yunxi hesitate, Chu Qingge knew she'd made the right choice. Cold, she gave her a disdainful look. Han Yunxi, you don't dare? But Han Yunxi was quick to agree. No problem. Then what if you lose? Before Chu Qingge could reply, she added, how about you leave all your clothes behind? Cough cough. Everyone present, including Long Fei, was stunned by her words. Chu Tianyin started coughing violently. He wasn't faking it, but really was choking. What did it mean to go overboard? Han Yunxi was the one who'd done it. She'd embarrassed the other party before the outcome was even decided, leaving them with no way to retort. Chu Qingge's face alternated between red and white. It was as if she'd stripped naked in front of the crowd. She was both embarrassed and angry. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and raged, Han Yunxi, you're shameless. So you don't dare? Han Yunxi was truly shameless. She smiled as she retorted. Her question left Chu Qingge at a loss for words. She couldn't answer, but she couldn't either. Han Yunxi straightened out the straps of her medical pouch and crossed her arms. She didn't speak, but enjoyed the sight of Chu Qingge's expression. Han Yunxi's attitude made it impossible for the icy beauty to stay cold. She huffed and said, that's it. Han Yunxi, just wait to lose. It's best if you leave half your life behind. Chu Qingge was about to explode from anger, but Han Yunxi didn't lose her temper. I'll do my best. Chu Tianyin began to count down the time. Han Yunxi immediately went through the second door, while Chu Qingge didn't want to be outdone. She stepped into the third. Although the secret underground palace was filled with night-luminescent pearls, the passageway behind the door was very, very deep. Moreover, they walked quickly, so it wasn't long before they lost sight of their figures. Long Fei and Aunt Ru waited at the second door, while Duanmu Bei and Chu Tianyin waited at the third. Neither of them spoke, leaving the room very quiet. Han Yunshi, what did she discover? Aunt Ru couldn't help asking. If Long Fei Yi had let her go, then there had to be a reason. Long Fei Yi had no idea. He only glanced at Aunt Ru without replying. Still, his glance reassured Aunt Ru. As long as Long Fei Yi knows that woman's background, then there shouldn't be any problems. An hour of waiting was a long time. Long Fei Yi's attention was completely focused on the passageway, but Aunt Ru was looking at Duanmu Bei and Chu Tianyin with interest. She couldn't figure out how these two had found this place. After all, she'd searched for so many years without success. Could it be that Chu Qingge had found them? Duanmu Bei had said just then that she knew poisons. But why did the children of Western Zhou's Chu clan study poisons? Did they come here for the secret of the perplexing butterfly illusion as well? But there's no way they'd know about its existence. Right now, Duanmu Bei's attention was focused on the passageway as well, while Chu Tianyin's mind was elsewhere. He couldn't figure out how Long Fei Yi and the rest had found this place. Had Han Yunshi brought them here? And who was that woman by Long Fei Yi's side? Why had they come here? While the people outside were filled with doubts, the two women inside were in completely different mood. Chu Qingge was on full alert as soon as she entered the passageway. Her nerves were stretched taut as she walked step by step deeper into the passageway, constantly on guard for any signs of movement around her. She was truly advancing step by step. Not only did she want to win, but she wanted to win beautifully. Long Fei Yi, when we met 5 years ago in Wild Goose City, do you still remember me standing by Duanmu Yao's side? Everyone was cheering for my archery skills, but you were the only one who turned a blind eye. Today, I won't allow you to ignore me any longer. Chu Qingge held her bow in one hand and an arrow in the other as she quickened her step. She'd already walked a long way without encountering any danger, which made her feel hopeful. Perhaps her luck had arrived and she'd chosen the right path. She was going to do her best. On the other side, Han Yunshi kept walking deeper into the passageway without encountering any danger. But she didn't keep walking until she was certain that the people at the door couldn't see her and stopped. She had to call for reinforcements. The first passageway had been filled with fire, so heaven knows what else was hidden here. She had to admit that she was slower than the others when it came to fleeing for her life. Thinking up to here, she couldn't help but think of a certain person, the white-robed gentleman. Who knew when they'd meet again to clarify some things? She quickly recovered her wits and prepared to fish out Lil Thing from her medical pouch, but Lil Thing beat her to it. It scurried out on its own and landed on the ground. Han Yunshi was amused. Lil Thing, are we starting to have some sort of telepathy? Are you coming out to help me? The only reason she dared to come here was because of this treasure in her hands. Lil Thing was still a poison beast of the poison sect. With its protection, it was like having a protective talisman. But Han Yunshi couldn't bring it out when there were too many people around. After making sure no one was following her, Han Yunshi looked around to make sure it was safe. Then she took out the perplexing butterfly illusion. The bottle of poison had been pushed back and forth between her and Long Fei Yi until it ended up in her hands. Her bet with Chu Qingge was secondary. For now, she tossed it aside and focused on the perplexing butterfly illusion. Would Chu Qingge spit up blood if she found out? She definitely would. As soon as Lil Thing saw the perplexing butterfly illusion, it scurried into Han Yunshi's hands. Even if it couldn't eat it, a sniff was good enough. Han Yunshi's detox system was useless against the perplexing butterfly illusion. The acidic scent in the air was uniform, making it impossible for her to pick a direction. She could only use this chance to ask Lil Thing for help. If the perplexing butterfly illusion really had something to do with the poison sect, Lil Thing might know about it. Han Yunshi didn't know how to communicate with Lil Thing, so she had it sniff the perplexing butterfly illusion. Then she sniffed around herself in an exaggerated manner to indicate to Lil Thing the acidic scent in the air. Lil Thing cocked its head and stared for a while. It wasn't clear whether it understood Han Yunshi's intentions, but it stood up and imitated Han Yunxi's actions. It raised its chin and stuck out its nose as it sniffed around. Seeing this, Han Yunxi grew nervous. Was there a chance? Indeed, there was a chance. But Han Yunxi quickly discovered that this wasn't a show. Chapter 281. Seeing how serious Lil Thing was, Han Yunxi quickly squatted down and let Lil Thing sniff the perplexing butterfly illusion. Lil Thing was very cooperative. After sniffing the perplexing butterfly illusion for a while, it started sniffing around. Thus, master and servant sniffed around seriously. Suddenly, Lil Thing stopped, as if it had discovered something. It stood up and stared at Han Yunxi with wide eyes. Han Yunxi was overjoyed. "What did you smell?" "Squeak, squeak!" Lil Thing cried out excitedly. It jumped onto her and sat on her shoulder. "Squeak, squeak, squeak!" Han Yunxi quickly pulled it down and placed it in her palm, her face full of excitement. "Did you find something? This secret passage has the scent of perplexing butterfly illusion? Is that right?" Seeing how happy its master was, Lil Thing was even happier. It jumped a few times in Han Yunxi's palm. "Really?" Han Yunxi really wanted a definite answer. Lil Thing suddenly jumped down and ran into the depths of the secret passage. "This is the path?" Han Yunxi was overjoyed and quickly chased after it. Lil Thing even stopped and turned back to look at her, as if it was waiting for her. Seeing Lil Thing's behavior, Han Yunxi was 80% confident. She quickened her pace and followed it. Seeing that Han Yunxi continued to follow, Lil Thing ran even faster. But who knew that as they ran, Han Yunxi would suddenly hear a rustling sound coming from the front. It sounded like a large group of things were coming from afar, moving restlessly. What was going on? Han Yunxi stopped abruptly and became alert. At the same time, Lil Thing also stopped in front. In the blink of an eye, they saw a large group of palm-sized black spiders. They were densely packed and like a flood, they covered the sky and covered the earth. Han Yunxi was stunned. For a moment, all the hair on her body stood on end. She wasn't afraid of spiders, but such a large group of black spiders was too scary and disgusting, wasn't it? She realized that her legs had turned to jelly. The detoxification system did not alert her, so these spiders should not be poisonous. Of course, she could not rule out the possibility that they were poisonous. There were too many things in the poison sect's forbidden grounds that were out of the ordinary. Han Yunxi's mind was in a mess. Not to mention whether they were poisonous or not, just the fact that there were so many of them was enough to scare someone to death, even if they weren't bitten to death. Han Yunxi didn't think much of it. She instinctively turned and ran the moment she saw the group of spiders. Lil Thing also ran, almost at the same time as Han Yunxi, but in the opposite direction. It ran towards the spiders. The insects and beasts here, regardless of whether they were poisonous or not, were all afraid of it. Basically, they wouldn't get close to it. It wasn't easy to use its master's human scent to attract these spiders, so of course it couldn't miss it. Unfortunately, its master ran away too quickly. Just as the little thing ran over, the group of spiders immediately scattered. One by one, the huge black spiders fled in all directions as if they were running for their lives. In a short while, they were all gone. A Lil Thing stared at the empty secret passage and plopped down on the ground. It really wanted to cry. "I've been a vegetarian for so many days, but I haven't eaten meat yet." Han Yunxi ran and ran until she realized that Lil Thing wasn't following her. She stopped, realizing that there was no need for her to run at all. If Lil Thing couldn't even deal with a swarm of spiders, how could it survive in the poison sect? She quickly turned back, only to see that the swarm of black spiders had disappeared without a trace. It was as if they'd never appeared in the first place. Lil Thing was sitting in the middle of the secret passage, its head drooping in disappointment. Han Yunxi stared and stared. The more she looked, the more she felt that something wasn't right. There was no way the little beast hadn't noticed the swarm of spiders approaching, so it had been sniffing just now. All right, Han Yunxi instantly understood. She walked forward and pulled Lil Thing over, then stood in place and let it sniff the perplexing butterfly illusion. Lil Thing was listless because it hadn't eaten any meat, so it allowed Han Yunshi to grab it. Its little nose was stuck in the opening of the perplexing butterfly illusion bottle as it refused to budge. Han Yunshi couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. She glanced at the hourglass she carried with her and decided not to make things difficult for Lil Thing. She stuffed it back into her medical pouch and fed it some bone poison from her detox system. Time was almost up, so she had to leave. An hour was both a long and short time. If it wasn't for Lil Thing, Han Yunshi would have been surrounded by the spiders long ago. Even if she hadn't been surrounded, it would have taken her 2 to 4 hours to escape. Currently, Chu Chinga had just emerged from the secret passage. It was unclear what she'd encountered, but her white robes were stained with blood. Her left hand was hugging her right arm, indicating that she'd suffered serious injuries. "Chinga, what's wrong?" Chu Tianyin panicked as he rushed over to support her. But Chu Chinga only said, "It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." So speaking, she took a deep breath and forced herself to walk step by step out of the stone door and out of the secret passage. Her luck had been terrible to run into the White Tiger's sneak attack. Fortunately, she'd reacted quickly enough, or else her arm would have been gone by now. Her injuries were indeed serious, but she still pretended that nothing was wrong. As soon as she stepped out, she looked towards the stone door and asked coldly, "Han Yunshi hasn't come out yet?" If this girl was already injured to this extent, would Han Yunshi be in the same state? After a while, Chu Chinga couldn't wait any longer. She endured the pain and grinned. "It can't be that Han Yunshi won't be able to come out, right? Hee, it's about time. As this crown prince sees it, things point to disaster." Duanmu Bei smiled coldly. Neither Long Fei nor Aunt Ru paid her any attention, but Long Fei's eyes flickered with worry. Yet right at this moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the secret passage. It grew clearer and clearer until it was none other than Han Yunshi. Long Fei was so close to rushing over, but he didn't. He only stood in place and watched. Chu Chinga and Duanmu Bei couldn't believe it and hurried over. But Long Fei took a step forward and blocked the passage with his tall frame. Duanmu Bei was about to speak when Chu Chinga stopped him. Full of confidence, she said in a low voice, "There's no rush. Wait and see." Han Yunshi had seen Long Fei from a distance. For some reason, his tall figure blocking the passage gave her an indescribable sense of loneliness. She walked in front of him, but he still didn't move aside. His tall frame gave off an oppressive feeling, but also a sense of security. He lowered his head to look at her, his dark eyes as deep as the sea. Han Yunshi wanted him to move aside, but when she saw his eyes, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Instead, she lowered her head. The two of them fell silent. Long Fei studied her silently, inspecting every inch of her body to make sure she wasn't injured. Finally, even Chu Chinga couldn't take it anymore. "Cold?" she asked. "Duke of Qin, what do you mean by this?" Duanmu Bei laughed coldly at Chu Chinga's words. "Long Fei, what, are you afraid to admit your loss?" Long Fei didn't move, allowing them to speak as they pleased. He slowly examined her as if he wanted to inspect every inch of her body. Chu Chinga, who'd been left out to dry, couldn't take it anymore. She raged, "Long Fei, are you going to publicly shield her like this?" It was Han Yunshi who said she wanted to fight one-on-one. Only then did Long Fei turn to look at her. Chu Chinga didn't expect this at all. His cold eyes gave her a start. This was the first time. Long Fei had looked her in the eye for the first time. No matter how proud Chu Chinga was, her heart couldn't help but race. But Long Fei only gave a cold snort before withdrawing his gaze and backing away from the door. Now Han Yunshi appeared before the crowd. Her clothes were clean and tidy, her hair in a neat bun. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her smile was light. She wasn't hurt at all. How could this be? Chu Chinga gaped. She couldn't believe it. Duanmu Bei and Chu Tianyin were equally shocked, but their shock differed from Chuchinga's. The two of them exchanged glances as if realizing something. Han Yunshi easily stepped over the threshold of the stone door. When she saw Chuchinga's blood-stained clothes, she smiled. "It looks like Miss Chu's injuries aren't light." "I'm not." Chuchinga was still holding on. "Then did you lose?" Han Yunshi asked with a grin. Now Chuchinga couldn't even hold on. No matter how light her injuries were, she'd still lost to Han Yunshi, who wasn't hurt at all. How could this be? Big Brother had said before that the 5 doors were filled with dangers. No matter what, it couldn't be that she wasn't hurt at all. Chuchinga couldn't figure it out, but Han Yunshi was standing right in front of her. She had no choice but to believe or act shamelessly. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Long Feiyi, only to see that Long Feiyi's gaze was fixed on Han Yunshi. He was so focused on her that his usual cold demeanor was nowhere to be seen. When she recalled Long Feiyi's soft chuckle just then, Chuchinga's heart broke into pieces. "If you lose, leave your clothes behind first, then," Han Yunshi said. At first she was still smiling, but when she turned to look at Duanmu Bei, her expression turned gloomy. In a cold voice, she said, "Then you can all scram." Unexpectedly, Duanmu Bei's figure flashed past, knocking aside Han Yunshi, who was blocking his way, and darting into the second door. There was only one explanation for Han Yunshi coming out unscathed, and that was that the second door had no dangers at all. Han Yunshi's luck was good and she'd made the right choice. Chu Tianyin had said that only one of the 5 doors led to the treasury. Either it had no dangers at all, or it was extremely dangerous. It looked like they were looking for the second door. Seeing Duanmu Bei dash in, Chu Tianyin's eyes flickered with a complicated look. Without hesitation, he pulled Chuchinga along with him, and the 2 siblings darted through the second door. If the second door was the one they were looking for, then he wouldn't miss it even if he had to break his promise and throw away his honor. That was because the thing he was looking for was too important. It was related to the clan's mission, and the so-called treasury was nothing more than a lie to trick Duanmu Bei. Long Feiyi was holding on to Han Yunshi, who'd been knocked aside, so he didn't have time to stop them. After confirming that Han Yunshi was fine, he prepared to chase after them, but Han Yunshi hastily stopped him. "You can't go in, it's very dangerous inside." There was a dense swarm of black spiders inside. If it wasn't for Lil Thing keeping watch, anyone who went in would be hard-pressed to escape. Even if they didn't die, they'd be half dead. Why were Duanmu Bei and the rest fighting to get in first? Were they seeking death? Chapter 282. The second door was dangerous as well? Hearing Han Yunshi's dissuasion, Aunt Ru couldn't help but ask, how was it dangerous? How did you come out unscathed? Han Yunshi could hear Aunt Ru's doubts. She assumed that Long Feiyi would ask the same question, but all he did was remain silent. He didn't add any more details. This guy isn't usually like this. He's always full of questions. Han Yunshi didn't have time to think, nor did she plan to explain herself to Aunt Ru. She laughed and joked, "Why should I tell you? You really don't know martial arts?" Aunt Ru asked again. Han Yunshi wasn't an idiot. She knew Aunt Ru didn't have any good intentions towards her. She could work together with Aunt Ru against a common enemy, but that didn't mean she'd bury the hatchet with her. A few hours ago, she'd almost lost her life to Aunt Ru's hidden weapons. She wasn't holding a grudge, but cherishing her own life. "Whether or not I know has nothing to do with you," Han Yunshi declared. But Aunt Ru suddenly grabbed Han Yunshi's wrist. At the same time, Long Feiyi pressed down on her hand and said coldly, "She doesn't know martial arts. Don't delay, let's find the way." Aunt Ru had already felt Han Yunshi's pulse and knew that she was well suited for martial arts. But before she could continue, Long Feiyi pulled her hand aside. "Enough!" His gaze was sharp and his voice was filled with anger. Although he didn't express it, Aunt Ru could tell that he was both angry and sad. She never expected Fei to be so serious with her one day. No, she had to interrogate Tang Li properly. No matter how strong or useful Han Yunshi was, If she was truly a source of disaster, she had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Hiding her disappointment, Aunt Rue pretended that nothing had happened. There's only 2 doors left. Which one should we take? There was fire in the first, black spiders in the second, and heaven knows what Chuchinga had encountered in the third. But judging from her injuries, the third was no less dangerous than the first 2. Now, only the 4th and 5th paths remained. No, it's still the 5 gates. Han Yunshi immediately denied. The secret passage is very deep. An hour is not enough to finish it. Besides, no one can be sure that the dangerous path is not the right one. Han Yunshi's thoughts were still very meticulous. Putting aside the fact that Duanmu Bei and the others might be looking for the same thing as them, based on the current situation of these 5 doors, either 4 of them were dangerous and the safe one was the correct one, so Duanmu Bei and the others chose the second door, or all 5 doors were dangerous and one of them was the correct one. Long Feiyi understood what she meant. He said calmly, "Let's check out the situation of the 4th and 5th paths first." Han Yunshi agreed wholeheartedly. Aunt Rue was immersed in her own thoughts and did not say anything else. But just as they were about to enter the 4th door, Han Yunshi suddenly felt something tickling her from inside her sleeve. What else could it be but Lil Thing? This little fellow was always able to slip out of her medical pouch without anyone noticing. Even Han Yunshi couldn't sense it. Why was it tickling her now? She couldn't respond to it. If Long Feiyi and Aunt Rue found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Heaven knows if stealing the poison beast was one of Long Feiyi's goals for this trip. Han Yunshi allowed Lil Thing to tickle her as she continued to walk forward with Long Feiyi. But the closer she got to the 4th door, the more Lil Thing scratched. In the end, it even gently bit her hand. Of course, it didn't actually bite down. Now Han Yunshi took it seriously. There was a problem. Lil Thing seemed to be stopping her from going forward. Could it be that the 4th door was dangerous? No, the dangers inside weren't dangerous to Lil Thing at all. What was Lil Thing trying to tell her? She tried to stop and Lil Thing immediately let go of her. Sure enough, Lil Thing was stopping her from going forward. Since the dangers inside the door weren't dangerous to Lil Thing, and it was stopping her, then there was only one possibility. Lil Thing wanted to lead her to the right path. Han Yunshi found that communicating with Lil Thing really required a lot of brain power. But they had only known each other for a few days. She believed that after a while, they would be able to understand each other. "Let's go to the 5th door first," she said seriously. "Why?" Long Fei didn't understand. If Aunt Rue wasn't here, he would have asked her long ago. Ever since Han Yunshi was kidnapped and rescued, he'd had plenty of questions. She'd left after their argument at the medical academy, so he hadn't had a chance to ask her. The biggest question was how she saved Long Tianma. "The corrosive smell here is the weakest," Han Yunshi replied without hesitation. They were here for the corrosive smell, so this answer was convincing. She only hoped that Lil Thing wouldn't trick her. "You can smell it?" Aunt Rue immediately asked. People who studied poison all had a good sense of smell. She could smell that there was no difference between the 5 doors. "If you don't believe me, you can go in and try." Han Yunshi's words blocked Aunt Rue's mouth. Aunt Rue was very unwilling, but she knew that her poison skills were not as good as Han Yunshi's. She could only endure and wait. Long Feiyi didn't have any suspicions and was about to walk towards the 5th door. Han Yunshi stopped him. "Wait, let me take a good look and then we can decide." Rather than letting Long Feiyi and Aunt Rue test each door with her, it would be better for her to do it herself. It had to be said that Han Yunshi was very smart. This way, she wouldn't answer questions like, "Why?" Long Feiyi nodded. Han Yunshi touched Lil Thing in her sleeve and walked towards the 5th door. This time, Lil Thing immediately scratched her again. She stopped and saw Long Feiyi and Aunt Rue looking at her. She didn't explain and changed to the 3rd door. She didn't expect Lil Thing to still scratch her. She couldn't take the 3rd door either. Now, only the 2nd door and the 1st door were left. Looking at the second door, Han Yunxi's mouth twitched. This little bastard couldn't be thinking about eating spiders, right? Long Feiyi and Aunt Ru looked at Han Yunxi walking back and forth at the door. They really thought that she was making a serious judgment. Han Yunxi crossed her arms and looked casual. In fact, she had secretly used 2 fingers to pinch Lil Thing's ears. This was a warning. If it dared to trick her again, it would have to bear the consequences. Just like that, Han Yunxi walked towards the second door while pinching Lil Thing's ears. Step by step, she walked slowly. Her attention was all on Lil Thing, waiting for its reaction. Who knew that when she was about to reach the second door, Lil Thing still didn't react. So, it was wishful thinking on her part. So, did it really want to go back and eat the black spiders? Han Yunxi wanted to drag Lil Thing out and throw it out. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Long Feiyi. She saw that he was also looking at her. It wasn't easy to lie in front of this man. What should she do? Is it the second door? Didn't you go in just now? Didn't you smell it? Aunt Ru immediately questioned. Han Yunxi was in a difficult position. She didn't know how to answer. At this moment, Lil Thing suddenly scratched her again. Han Yunxi was stunned. She couldn't believe it. Lil Thing curled up in its master's sleeve, its mouth squirming non-stop. Actually, it had been conflicted for a long time. It had indeed smelled a scent similar to the perplexing butterfly illusion. However, it was really conflicted. 3 people had just gone in. The human scent was so strong that it would definitely attract more black spiders to suck their blood. It couldn't bear to miss it. However, in the end, it still decided to be a loyal guardian beast. Seeing that its master still didn't move, Lil Thing scratched her again. This time, Han Yunxi regained her senses. She walked towards the first door. Lil Thing didn't scratch her again. Instead, it rubbed its little head against her arm coquettishly. She didn't expect Lil Thing to want her to go through the first door. Seeing that Han Yunxi had been standing there for so long, Long Feiyi and Aunt Ru also came over. Here. Long Feiyi was a little uncertain. There's a fire in here. The 3 of them were burned out just now, Aunt Ru said seriously. Duanmu Bei and the others were burned out. Who knew where the fire came from or how it burned them? Not to mention Long Feiyi and Aunt Ru, even Han Yunxi wasn't too sure. However, this was the path that Lil Thing pointed out, so she chose to believe it. This Lil Thing would play with her, but it wouldn't harm her. This is it. Let's go. Han Yunxi was very decisive. Long Feiyi didn't say anything and pulled her hand domineeringly again. Han Yunxi struggled again, but she still failed like before. Although she was decisive and straightforward in her actions, she hated ambiguous relationships, and especially hated his lack of explanation. However, in the face of his domineering behavior, she would always unknowingly admit defeat, make an exception, and give in. She let him hold her hand and gradually intertwined their fingers. She lowered her eyes and told herself to ignore it. After entering the first passage, they walked for a very long time, but they didn't encounter anything. Han Yunxi adjusted her state of mind and seriously paid attention to the changes in the air. However, other than the purple miasma becoming fainter and fainter, there was nothing unusual about the rotting smell, and no poisonous gas appeared. The big fire that they were worried about also didn't appear. Even if they had to leave, they would have to leave for 2 days. Fortunately, they were prepared and had some dry rations on them. Otherwise, they would have to go hungry. On the second night, they saw the end of the secret passage. They saw that the surrounding walls were pitch black, and the luminous pearls were also damaged. It was obvious that it had been burned by a big fire. At the end of the passage, there was a wooden wall. The fire had burned a huge hole in it, and it could accommodate 2 people at a time. Long Feiyi examined it seriously and found that the wooden door was at least half a meter thick. With this thickness, it couldn't be cut open by people. The fire would probably burn for a few days. Han Yunxi also looked around and said seriously, "Looks like Duanmu Bei and the others made the wedding dress for us. From the looks of it, the fire was triggered by a mechanism. After it was triggered, it burned for a few days and burned through the wooden door. And this kind of mechanism was a one-time thing. Once it was triggered, there wouldn't be a second time. They were relatively safe. If Duanmu Bey and the others knew the truth, would they be angered to death? At this time, they might still be trapped in the second door. Thinking of this, Han Yunshi was happy. She smiled and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Seeing Han Yunshi's happy expression, Long Fei Ye's usually cold lips subconsciously curled up. What would they find behind the wooden door? Chapter 283. As soon as they passed through the wooden door, they saw another secret passage. It wasn't made of stone, but more like a natural cave. It was pitch black inside without any luminous pearls to illuminate the way. Strangely enough, they didn't smell anything before entering the room, but as soon as they did, they caught a whiff of a strong acidic odor. Anyone could tell that it came from something extremely corrosive. This is the right path. Long Fei Yi took out a luminous pearl from the secret passage to illuminate the way, making the difference between the scents even more obvious. Han Yunshi had long activated her detox system, but couldn't find any traces of poison in the air. Her nerves were taut as she raised her guard. She was afraid that the detox system wouldn't be able to detect the poison and they'd be poisoned by it. Is this smell poisonous? Aunt Ru was worried as well. You guys stay here, I'll go take a look. Long Fei Yi was very straightforward, but Aunt Ru stopped him with a stern expression. Your life is more important than anyone else's. You can't go. There was nothing wrong with her words. Long Fei Ye's life was too valuable. Few people in Cloud Realm continent could compare to him. But Han Yunshi found it strange no matter how she heard it. In the midst of her bewilderment, Aunt Ru added, Han Yunshi, you go. Hurry. Her tone was practically an order. She made it sound like her life was worthless. Han Yunshi wanted to say that she'd go take a look first. With Lil Thing around, she'd at least have an extra layer of protection. But hearing Aunt Ru order her around made her feel uncomfortable. The perplexing butterfly illusion belongs to you guys. It has nothing to do with me. Why should I go? Han Yunshi replied offhandedly. Long Fei Yi was about to speak, but fell silent at these words. His expression was cold, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Aunt Ru knitted her brows. So much for looking at Han Yunshi in a new light. In the end, this was the girl's attitude. Even if Long Fei Yi doted on her, she shouldn't be so arrogant. It seemed that she did not need to interrogate Tang Li anymore. This woman could not be used, no matter how capable she was. Aunt Ru did not avoid the topic and said directly, You never keep useless people by your side. Those who can't be used by you, haha." Aunt Ru didn't continue speaking. Instead, she chuckled meaningfully. Some? Obviously, he was talking about Han Yunshi. Was this a threat? Get rid of them just because they're useless? Silence? Han Yunshi did not refute. She also fell silent. She always knew that her greatest value to Long Fei was that she was useful. She couldn't understand why Long Fei Yi still wanted to save Duanmu Yao after rejecting the marriage proposal. Perhaps Duanmu Yao was still useful to him. She glanced at Long Fei Yi. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, she became even more silent. The two of them did not speak. Aunt Ru did not say anything else and walked forward with large strides. Aunt Ru wasn't putting on an act. She was serious. As long as she could solve the secret of the perplexing butterfly illusion, she was willing to pay any price. The reason she let Han Yunshi go was because she considered that Han Yunshi's poison skills were better than hers. After Aunt Ru left, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi fell even more silent. Not long after, Long Fei Yi silently followed Aunt Ru. He didn't say a single word to Han Yunshi. Watching his back disappear into the distance, Han Yunshi unconsciously bit her lip. She didn't even realize that she had bitten her skin. In the end, she still chased after him. She thought, since I've already come this far, I might as well help him to the end. When Han Yunshi caught up, she discovered that the secret passage was actually a cave. At the end of the cave was a cliff. The cliff was very small, only able to accommodate 4 or 5 people standing on it. Unknown poisonous herbs grew on top of it. They were shaped like orchids, but they weren't blooming. The corrosive smell in the air was emitted by these herbs. If one stood in front of the cliff for too long, they wouldn't be able to stand it. Seeing Han Yunshi arrive, Aunt Ru only snorted softly. Long Feiyi didn't say anything. These herbs are poisonous. They're extremely corrosive. They should be a new variety cultivated from the crossbreeding of several poisonous herbs. The poison is distributed in the roots, but the smell they emit isn't poisonous. Han Yunshi told Aunt Ru everything the detoxification system had analyzed. The detoxification system could analyze how many kinds of poison a herb contained, but it couldn't analyze the overall toxicity of the herb. This herb should be a new variety, at least to the detoxification system. Aunt Ru ignored her. Long Feiyi nodded, put on his silver-threaded gloves, and picked the herbs himself. Aunt Ru lifted her clothes to store them. You can't. Han Yunshi stopped her. Your clothes will be corroded. Aunt Ru coughed softly, but didn't say anything. Han Yunshi immediately took out a glass box from her medical pouch and handed it to Long Feiyi. These herbs are all the same. Just pick a few and it'll be enough. Long Feiyi didn't say anything, but he did as he was told. He picked 5 or 6 herbs, filled the glass box, and put them away personally. According to the clues Aunt Ru had found, the highly corrosive poisonous herbs needed for the perplexing butterfly illusion recipe were in the poison warehouse. It looked like this trip hadn't been in vain. Long Feiyi swung his sword and chopped down a large boulder at the cave entrance, sealing off the path to the cliff. Han Yunshi stared blankly at the pile of rocks. Perplexing butterfly illusion seems to be the poison sect's treasure. How did it end up in Long Feiyi's hands? Long Feiyi's mother was a member of the Tang clan, so what about his father? Why was he trying so hard to figure out the perplexing butterfly illusion? Did it have anything to do with the poison sect? It's good that you have some self-awareness. Let's go, Aunt Ru muttered to herself, but her words were clearly meant for Han Yunshi to hear. Han Yunshi really didn't know what Aunt Ru took her for. Was she Long Feiyi's assistant? Or was she his Wang Fei and subordinate? Han Yunshi didn't want to refute her. She'd found the clues anyway, so she'd still return the perplexing butterfly illusion to him. But just as she was about to take out the perplexing butterfly illusion, Long Feiyi quietly took her hand. He didn't say anything, but walked back the way they came. Han Yunshi held the perplexing butterfly illusion in her other hand. She held on to it for a long time, but in the end she silently placed it back in her medical pouch. Aunt Ru stood on one side, feeling as if she'd been left behind. Her brows were furrowed. Yi Er's actions were like a slap to her face. How could this be? They didn't speak the entire way back. As luck would have it, Long Feiyi's group had just emerged from the first door when Duanmu Bei and the rest came out of the second. All 3 of them were in a sorry state, each of them paler than the other. It was obvious that they'd lost too much blood. Duanmu Bei and Chu Tianyin were both shirtless, their bodies covered in bites from the black spiders. Duanmu Bei, who'd been the first to break in, was covered in cuts and bruises. There were even 2 gashes on his face. Duanmu Bei's robes were nowhere to be seen. Most likely, they'd been bitten to shreds. Chu Tianyin's robes were wrapped around Chu Chinga's body, covered in a thick layer of spider silk. If one didn't know better, they'd think it was a layer of yarn. Heaven knows how miserable they'd been in the past 2 days and nights. The 2 groups emerged at the same time and saw each other, giving a start. In the silence, Han Yunshi saw Chu Chinga's panicked expression and burst into laughter. Haha, there were a lot of black spiders in there, right? Leaving aside Chu Chinga, even Duanmu Bei was angry and embarrassed. One of them took out a bow, while the other unsheathed his sword. Han Yunshi, you liar. Duanmu Bei was the angriest of them all. What did I lie to you about? Did I tell you there was something good inside? Han Yunshi couldn't help but laugh again. Slut. Give me your life. Chu Chinga was flustered and exasperated as she prepared to shoot. But Chu Tianyin quickly stopped her and muttered, Let's go. Big bro. Chu Chinga was so angry that she'd lost all reason. She didn't realize that the three of them combined were no match for one Long Fei Yi. Their injuries were too severe, so they had to treat the spider poison quickly. Treat the poison. Chu Tianyin raged. Only then did Chu Chinga set down her bow. He glanced at Duanmu Bei before leading Chu Chinga away without a word. Duanmu Bei brought up the rear. As he retreated, he warned, Long Fei Yi, my Western Zhou Imperial clan isn't so easy to bully. Then he turned to flee. Long Fei Yi didn't say a word, but tightened his grip on Han Yunshi as he chased after them. There was only one path and one direction in the secret passage, but Long Fei Yi had almost caught up when Duanmu Bei's trio suddenly disappeared around a corner. Long Fei Yi chased after them and inspected the passage before discovering a switch in the corner that led to another path. No wonder the tree trunk outside was perfectly fine while they were here. We can't stay here for long. Let's go back the way we came first, Aunt Ru said seriously. Heaven knows if the path Duanmu Bei and the rest took would be dangerous. Long Fei Yi listened to her and didn't chase after them. But he walked quickly with Han Yunshi in his arms. It wasn't long before Aunt Ru had trouble catching up. Han Yunshi could tell that he was doing it on purpose. Is he trying to shake off Aunt Ru? But Long Fei Yi used this time to start asking questions. Despite his silence, he was still as domineering as ever. As soon as he opened his mouth, he got straight to the point. What did you use to save Long Tianma? Han Yunshi didn't get used to it. She assumed that this fellow didn't know how to talk to her anymore. I've been concocting an antidote this entire time. Fortunately, I succeeded that night. Han Yunshi had long thought of an answer. When Gu asked, she'd give him the same answer. Heaven knows if these two fellows would try to take advantage of Lil Thing. Lil Thing hadn't fully recovered yet, so it was still too weak to protect itself. If they wanted to take it by force, she really wouldn't be able to fight them. Actually, if Lil Thing hadn't jumped onto Gu Beiyue's body that day, she wouldn't have told Gu Beiyue about Lil Thing's existence. She didn't want anyone to know about this. If this were to spread, not to mention how the medical school would deal with her, the people fighting for the poisonous beast in the world wouldn't let her off. Such a coincidence? Long Fei Yi was obviously suspicious. However, as long as Han Yunshi didn't change her story, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find any loopholes. How did that white-robed man save you? Long Fei Yi asked again. A chance encounter, Han Yunshi said lightly. Why did he save you? Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunshi had a helpless look on her face. I want to know too. Her words were the truth. Seeing Long Fei Yi's complicated gaze, she smiled and asked openly, Long Fei Yi, do you also suspect that I'm the orphan of Western Qin, the person that the Shadow Clan wants to protect? Chapter 284. Of course Long Fei Yi had his suspicions. When he saw Han Yunshi's magnanimous eyes and heard her question, he didn't feel relieved. Instead, the complicated look in his eyes deepened. This was the first time Han Yunshi had seen this fellow so preoccupied. Han Yunshi didn't have any ambitions to revive the Imperial clan. Moreover, Long Fei Yi wasn't Tianning's emperor. If she really was, she wouldn't be a threat to him at all. Perhaps she could even be of help to him. She thought that Long Fei Yi would be very interested, but Long Fei Yi only said mildly, Perhaps he's here for the poison beast. As I see it, it doesn't seem like it, Han Yunshi said seriously. But Long Fei Yi didn't seem to want to continue this topic. He avoided it and asked, What are you doing here? She'd brought Lil Thing here to eat, and for the sake of the perplexing butterfly illusion. To find a few medicinal plants, Han Yunshi replied mildly. Did you find them? Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunshi nodded. It was as if their previous quarrel had never happened. The two of them spoke naturally and unknowingly fell into silence. After a long time, Han Yunshi spoke up first. That Aunt Ru is, unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't hide anything and replied directly, my mother's younger sister. So she really was his biological aunt. No wonder she dared to lecture Long Fei Yi. She's also from the Tang clan? Han Yunshi asked again. Second master, Tang Li's father is the clan head, Long Fei Yi replied mildly. Your father is also from the Tang clan? Han Yunshi asked again. This time, a trace of hesitation flashed past Long Fei Yi's eyes. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi didn't see it. Long Fei Yi nodded. Yes. Han Yunshi actually believed her just like that. She thought that this was right. The Tang family's women didn't marry outside the family. Was this fellow in a good mood today, or was there something wrong? He actually answered every question. Between them, it was really rare for them to chat so calmly. Han Yunshi seized this opportunity, and threw out a few more questions. Although Long Fei Yi was a man of few words, he still answered her questions one by one. The perplexing butterfly illusion belongs to the poison sect? Yes. Perplexing butterfly illusion is related to the Tang sect's poison techniques, right? Yes. Could the decline of the Tang sect's poison arts be related to the destruction of the Medical Academy's poison sect? A little. You want to obtain the poison sect's power? Revive the Tang sect's poison techniques? Yes. Han Yunshi asked a question that had nothing to do with the previous one. She lifted her head to look at him, her eyes as clear as ever. Long Fei Yi, why did you save Duan Muyao? Long Fei Yi didn't expect this at all. Looking at her, he unconsciously stopped in his tracks. Han Yunshi stared into his eyes as if she wanted to see right through him. Long Fei Yi also looked at her, his lips pursed as if he was hesitating. Han Yunshi didn't press him for an answer. She waited. She'd already answered all the questions she hadn't answered because of their fight. Shouldn't he give her an explanation about Duan Muyao? Even if he didn't, he should at least answer her questions. Their eyes met, but Long Fei Yi remained silent even after Aunt Ru caught up to them. No explanation, not even a perfunctory answer. When Aunt Ru saw them like this, she urged, "Why aren't you leaving?" In the end, Long Fei Yi didn't give her an answer. He avoided Han Yunshi's gaze and continued forward. Han Yunshi didn't ask any more questions. She looked at his intertwined fingers and didn't try to break free. Instead, a cold smile rose to her lips. Long Fei Yi, you said I provoked you. But between the two of us, who's the one who provoked who more? After leaving the secret passage, they found that it was a sunny day outside. The forest was very quiet in the afternoon, and they were lucky to have avoided the night insects. Han Yunshi didn't look for Gu Beiwei and the others. Lil Thing had saved Gu, so the two of them should be safe now. Perhaps they'd already left this place. She didn't bat an eyelid as she allowed Long Fei Yi to bring her back to the inn. It was the same inn as before, the Sky Room number 1. Aunt Ru followed them inside and looked around. It wasn't clear what she was interrogating, but after looking around she said, come with me for a bit." Han Yunshi could tell that she was avoiding her. She took the initiative to say, "I'm going back to the medical academy." "No need. Come back to Tianning with this prince first thing in the morning tomorrow," Long Fei Yi said domineeringly. "I still have things to do." Han Yunshi's tone was especially calm. She'd never spoken so calmly to this fellow before. "What is it?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Pack my luggage." "My things are still there," Han Yunshi replied. She had a lot of things to do. "I'll have the servants clean it up later. You should rest first." Long Fei Yi hesitated, then added, "I'll be right next door." Han Yunshi didn't care where he was. Her expression was serious. "I like to pack my things myself. There's also a lot of medicinal ingredients that the servants won't understand." Long Fei Yi was about to go with her when Tang Li's pained cries came from next door. Long Fei Yi couldn't help but frown as he looked towards Aunt Ru. "I'll wait for you next door." Aunt Ru smiled. Without a word, she turned and left. Someone come, escort the Princess Consort to the medical academy. Go and come back quickly. Long Fei-yi couldn't be bothered with Han Yunshi right now as he hurriedly chased after Aunt Ru. Very soon, Tang Li's cries rose again as if he'd been badly abused. Han Yunshi was bewildered. It looked like Aunt Ru had done something to Tang Li. Of course, she didn't have the spare energy to pay attention to these matters. She looked meaningfully at the Imperial Guard. You want to go to the medical academy with me? This guard was the one who'd been scolded by Han Yunshi before. He trembled with fear as he nodded. This subordinate will escort Nyang there. Then I'll have to trouble you. Han Yunshi was very polite. The guard only felt a chill run down his back. He didn't know how to reply when Han Yunshi's hand reached out towards his face. It looked like she was going to tease him by the chin. The guard was frightened and backed away. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't what? Han Yunshi faintly smiled and snapped her fingers. The guard's eyes rolled back as he leaned against the wall behind him and slowly fell to the ground. Drugging an unsuspecting person was as easy as flipping her hand for Han Yunshi. She took out the perplexing butterfly illusion and placed it on the table. Amidst the continuous cries coming from next door, she strode out in the next room. Tang Li had been tied to the bed for 4 whole days. He was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back, but that wasn't important. What was important was that he really wanted to go to the outhouse. He'd already reached his limit. Aunt Ru, I've said everything I needed to say. Just let me go. Long Fei-yi is right here. If there's anything you need, just ask him directly. Why are you tormenting me? Aunt Ru, if you don't let me go, I'll definitely complain to my mother when I get back. I can't take it anymore. Aunt Ru allowed Tang Li to clamor and scream as she sat by the bed calmly. She smiled and said, You said that girl's poison skills are only SOSO? Tang Li glanced at Long Fei-yi from the corner of his eye. He didn't dare to answer for a long time. He originally wanted to go to the poisonous herb storage with Long Fei-yi, but who knew that Long Fei-yi would go crazy and leave early, leaving him to oversleep in the inn and get caught red-handed by Aunt Ru. The moment Aunt Ru arrived, she tied him up and interrogated him about Han Yunshi. He had basically reduced Han Yunshi to a source of trouble. You said that she's spoiled and unreasonable, and likes to throw tantrums? Aunt Ru asked again. The corner of Tang Li's mouth twitched. He even forgot to go to the outhouse and didn't say anything. You said that she's a source of trouble, and that Yer is head over heels for her? Yer gave her the perplexing butterfly illusion? Aunt Ru asked again. Tang Li really wanted to see Long Fei-yi's expression right now. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. You also said that she's a fickle woman who has hooked up with many men? Aunt Ru laughed, but Tang Li almost cried. This was because Long Fei-yi had already walked in front of him. That handsome face of his was covered in dark clouds. It was so dark that it was frightening. He slowly leaned forward. His cold face that angered both men and gods was almost touching Tang Li's face. He asked word by word, What else did you say? Tang Li's back was drenched in cold sweat. His lips were tightly pursed, and he didn't dare to speak. Long Fei-yi got closer and closer. He tilted his head and whispered into Tang Li's ear, about the Shadow Clan. Before he could finish, Tang Li immediately denied it. No. It was because of the Shadow Clan that he had slandered Han Yunshi in front of Aunt Ru. If Han Yunshi was really the person that the Shadow Clan wanted to protect, then it was destined that Han Yunshi would be irreconcilable with them forever. Long Fei-yi would have to abandon this woman. That day at the medical school, he had personally witnessed Long Fei-yi's abnormality. He had almost taken Han Yunshi. However, when faced with that white robe, he had finally calmed down. Faced with Han Yunshi's questioning, he hadn't explained anything about Duanmu Yao. Tang Li knew that Long Fei-yi was still hesitant about Han Yunshi. They had grown up together. He knew very well that Long Fei Yi was the kind of person who wouldn't easily pick up something. However, once he picked it up, he definitely wouldn't let it go. If he was determined to take it, he definitely wouldn't abandon it. He had to stop everything from happening while Long Fei Yi was still hesitating. And Aunt Ru had come at the right time. Of course, he didn't reveal the Shadow Clan. Otherwise, with Aunt Ru's personality, who would rather kill the wrong person than miss out, Han Yunshi would undoubtedly die. Seeing Long Fei Yi and Tang Li whispering in each other's ears, Aunt Ru wasn't happy. She smiled and said, "What are you two brothers whispering about that you can't let me know?" Long Fei Yi didn't answer. Of course, Tang Li didn't dare to answer either. Could it be that Han Yunshi has some secret that you can't let me know? Aunt Ru pretended to be joking as she asked. At this time, Long Fei Yi finally stood up. He didn't answer Aunt Ru and personally untied Tang Li. Aunt Ru stretched out a hand and fiercely pressed down on Tang Li's body. She coldly said, "What's the rush? He's going to die from holding it in. Are you going to pay for my aunt's son?" Long Fei Yi asked indifferently. Tang Li's mother, who was also the wife of the Tang sect's sect master, was famous for doting on her son. Otherwise, why would Tang Li run away from home for so long? If it were in the past, Aunt Ru would have given in. As his elder sister, she was still rather wary of her sister-in-law. But this time, she didn't. She had seen how well Yer treated Han Yunshi in the past 3 or 4 days. This wasn't a small matter. She admitted that Han Yunshi had the right to stay by Yi Er's side, but her background had to be investigated thoroughly. Tang Li, where did Han Yunshi learn her poison techniques? Aunt Ru was asking Tang Li, but her cold gaze was fixed on Long Fei Yi. Note to the readers: I can only update once today. The second update will be updated around 6 p.m. tomorrow. Love you. Chapter 285. Where did Han Yunshi learn her poison skills? Aunt Ru had already asked Long Fei Yi this question once. It was obvious that Long Fei Yi's expert excuse wasn't enough to fool Aunt Ru. Tang Li looked at Aunt Ru, then at Long Fei Yi, feeling helpless. Forget about him, even Long Fei Yi didn't know. Ever since Han Yunshi saved Mu Qingwu, they'd been investigating. All they knew now was that Madame Tianxin came from Medicine City, but they didn't know anything else. This wasn't a poison warehouse, so they didn't need to rely on Han Yunshi. Aunt Ru didn't have that kind of patience. She turned to Tang Li with a stern expression. "Still not going to talk?" Tang Li jumped in fright and hastily replied, "An expert taught her, but the expert won't let me say." This answer was exactly the same as Long Fei Yi's. They hadn't discussed it beforehand, but this was a tacit understanding between the two brothers. Aside from the 100 Poisons sect and our Tang sect, who else has the ability to teach her? Aunt Ru asked with interest. The 100 Poisons sect and the Tang sect's poison skills were both branches of the Poison sect. After the Poison sect was destroyed, the Tang sect's poison skills declined. Now, only the 100 Poisons sect still existed, and they hadn't made any big moves in the past few years. The 100 Poisons sect and the Tang sect's poison skills are both large branches of the Poison sect. There must be smaller branches of the Poison sect that we don't know about, Tang Li hurriedly replied, so fast that Long Fei Yi couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. He shut his mouth halfway through his sentence. He said the wrong thing, and Ru sucked in a cold breath. "So, you don't know who the expert is either?" Tang Li didn't dare answer. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself to death. He must have gone crazy from holding in his bladder. Aunt Ru suddenly slammed the table with a loud bang. You gave the perplexing butterfly illusion to a woman of unknown origin. What's the meaning of this? If your mother knew that you were so easily bewitched by a woman, she wouldn't be able to rest in peace even in death. Long Fei Yi silently untied Tang Li's rope, but there was no response. When Tang Li saw how silent he was, he felt suffocated. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Have you ever thought about why your mother died? How could you, Aunt Rue still wanted to say something, but who knew that Long Fei Yi would suddenly turn his head to look at her. His gaze was so cold that Aunt Rue couldn't help but shiver in fright. Aunt Rue opened her mouth but didn't say anything. After Long Fei Yi untied Tang Li, he turned around and left without saying a word. Tang Li ignored Aunt Rue and hurriedly chased after her. However, Long Fei Yi did not leave. Instead, he sat on the roof of the room next door. After sitting for a while, he put his arms behind his head and lay down. If it weren't for the fact that he was full of worries, he would have noticed the abnormality in the room long ago. Unfortunately, he didn't. Tang Li landed beside him. Like him, he lay down and stared at the starry sky, not daring to say anything. He had framed Han Yunxi so that Aunt Rue could interfere with Long Fei Yi. While Long Fei Yi was still hesitating, Aunt Rue could make a decision for him. Even if Han Yunxi was a good helper, Long Fei Yi definitely could not keep her by his side, much less be tempted by her. After a long time, seeing that Long Fei Yi had no intention of settling the score with him, Tang Li finally said, "Big brother, let's take back the perplexing butterfly illusion." Long Fei Yi did not answer. "Big brother, you're not explaining Duanmu Yao's matter because you're taking the opportunity to reject that woman. Since you've already rejected her, why don't you let go?" As a bystander, Tang Li saw all of Long Fei Yi's conflicts during this period of time. He had clearly rejected a woman, yet he stubbornly kept her by his side and silently treated her well. How was this his style? Seeing that Long Fei Yi was still not saying anything, Tang Li said coldly, "Big brother, if she really is a descendant of Western Qin's imperial family, the Tang sect will definitely kill her. You wouldn't dare." Long Fei Yi finally spoke. Since he had already said this, Tang Li threw caution to the wind. "If she really is, you should kill her even more than the Tang sect. Don't forget how your mother died." This was the second time he had heard this today. How did his mother die? Long Fei Yi narrowed his eyes cold as he looked at Tang Li. His entire being exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Tang Li was not afraid and looked back at him confidently. Tang Li also admired Han Yunxi. He also hoped that Han Yunxi had nothing to do with the Shadow Clan. He also hoped that Han Yunxi could walk into Long Fei Yi's heart. Unfortunately, the appearance of the Shadow Clan made all of this impossible. She's most likely Western Qin's orphan. Tang Li was very certain. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi suddenly grabbed him by the neck and warned him word by word, "It doesn't matter if she is or not. She's still this prince's princess consort. She must stay by this prince's side. Go tell Aunt Rue to stop having any ideas about her. Otherwise, I won't be polite." Wasn't it just a woman? Did this guy have to be so stubborn? Tang Li flung his hand away and said coldly, "Long Fei Yi, can you get past the hurdle in your heart?" If he could get past the hurdle in his heart, why did he keep hiding Duanmu Yao's matter and let Han Yunxi be disappointed again and again? Long Fei Yi was slightly taken aback. He did not reply and turned around to head towards the medical academy. Tang Li chased after him and shouted, "Long Fei Yi, Han Yunxi is not the kind of woman who can be forced to stay." Long Fei Yi naturally heard him, but he did not turn around. He thought that Han Yunxi should still be packing her things at this time. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Han Yunxi actually did not have much to pack. As soon as she returned to the medical academy, she went to look for Gu Beiwei and the others. As she expected, Gu and Gu Beiwei could not find her and went back first. Although Gu could be very petty at times, he was still very gentlemanly this time and did not leave Gu Beiwei alone in the poisonous grass storage. At this time, the three of them were in Luo Zuishan's courtyard. "Who saved you?" Han Yunxi asked tentatively. She was not sure if Gu had seen Lil Thing or if he had recognized it as the poisonous beast. Gu shrugged. "I don't know what happened, but those man-eating vines suddenly wilted. There were plenty of poisonous insects in the poison grounds to begin with, so every creature had its vanquisher. Perhaps something had subdued the man-eating vines, but Gu Qishao didn't take it to heart. He teased, "Poison lass, you're so heartless as to leave with Long Fei without caring whether I live or die." It seemed that Lil Thing did not expose itself. "Good job. Your life or death has nothing to do with me," Han Yunshi replied with a smile, and secretly touched the medical pouch. Lil Thing enjoyed its master's caress through the cloth and looked intoxicated. It remembered that when it came back to look for its master that day, it saw the beautiful man in red trapped by the man-eating vines. It admitted that it hesitated at that time. Should it wait for the man-eating vines to eat the beautiful man in red before it ate the man-eating vines? After all, eating the man-eating vines like this would be more nutritious. However, just as it was hesitating and thinking about how strong the relationship between its master and the beautiful man in red was, the man in white used a small throwing knife to silently cut off the roots of all the man-eating vines. Lil Thing hid first and waited for the two people to leave before it went to eat the vines. It did not know why its master was suddenly caressing it so gently. In any case, it was fine as long as its master liked it. Han Yunshi's answer made Luo Zuishan's face darken, but Gu was not angry. He squinted and smiled. "Then how can I have a relationship with you?" "Well, a shameless person is invincible." Han Yunshi expressed defeat and was too lazy to pay attention to him. After confirming that Gu and Gu Beiwei had returned safely, Han Yunshi was relieved. "Imperial Physician Gu, you can go back with His Highness the Crown Prince and Qin Wang Rong. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be going with you." Gu Beiwei nodded to show that he understood. He didn't even ask why. No matter how close he was to Han Yunshi, he still maintained the status of superior and subordinate without overstepping his boundaries. "You're going with Long Fei? Gu immediately asked. Han Yunshi did not answer directly, only saying indifferently, "I still have something to do." She got up to leave after she finished speaking. A trace of suspicion flashed through Gu Beiwei's eyes, but he did not say anything. Gu chased after her. "What else do you have to do?" "Private matters." Han Yunshi's meaning was very obvious, but Gu just had to ask, "What private matters?" If not for the fact that she wanted to see Gu Beiwei, Han Yunshi would have really regretted coming here. She would have gone directly to Third Elder. Once she was targeted by this guy, he would pester her to death. Looking at Gu, Han Yunshi's brows were tightly knitted. Seeing her expression, Gu did not give in. Instead, he laughed. "Poison girl, you still haven't told me how you cured Long Tianma's poison." Han Yunshi was still using the same excuse to deal with Long Fei to deal with Gu. Gu was very suspicious. What a coincidence. Han Yunshi did not say much. "Excuse me." However, Gu just wouldn't leave. He followed her all the way to Third Elder's place. Han Yunshi finally stopped. "What do you want?" "Tell me who taught you your poison skills." Gu Qishao had come for this in the end. How annoying. Han Yunshi was already in a bad mood. When she heard this, she almost hit him. At this moment, Third Elder walked over alone from a side path. Han Yunshi had only just turned around when Gu suddenly disappeared. He dodged very quickly. This guy was clearly familiar with the medical academy, but he was so secretive. It was as if he was afraid of being seen. What was going on? Alright, Han Yunshi didn't have the energy to care so much. She had plenty of things to do. Madame Tianxin, the Shadow Clan, and the Poison Sect. These three names seemed unlikely to coexist, but they seemed to coexist on her body. Han Yunshi gathered her thoughts and walked towards Third Elder. Third Elder had just returned from the Council of Elders. The poison beast had been stolen, the Gu arts had reappeared, and Shi Yuba had escaped. These three matters had thrown the medical academy's higher-ups into a frenzy. He'd finally managed to sneak back and rest. As soon as he saw Han Yunshi, Third Elder was puzzled. Esteemed Wang Fei hasn't left yet. His Highness Duke of Qin came looking for her just now. He just left. Should I send someone to chase after him? Long Fei hadn't been able to find Han Yunshi. When he saw her, he thought that she'd packed up and left, so he returned to the inn. Han Yunshi avoided the question and said indifferently, "Third Elder, there's something I want to ask you in private." Note to the reader: let me catch up on yesterday's update. Chapter 286. Han Yunshi followed Third Elder into the rooms. She couldn't help but wonder what Long Feiyi was doing right now. Had he seen the perplexing butterfly illusion she'd left on the table? Would he be angry if he knew she'd left without saying goodbye? In her absent-mindedness, she didn't notice Gu Qishao hiding on one side, narrowing his eyes as he stared at her with interest. Hearing that it was a private matter, Third Elder dismissed everyone as soon as they arrived at the guest hall. He invited Han Yunshi to sit down. "Esteemed Wang Fei, please have a seat of honor." Third Elder personally brewed tea without any of the airs of an elder. This wasn't only because Han Yunshi's acupuncture skills had won him over, but also because Han Yunshi's magnanimity for winning but not winning. Han Yunshi wasn't used to such a gentle Third Elder. If they weren't enemies, she would still be very polite. She quickly took the teacup from Third Elder's hands and said, "It's better for this junior to do it. Third Elder can just call me Yunshi." This. Third Elder hesitated. "We're not in Tianing, so there's no need for such formalities. Moreover, I'm a junior," Han Yunshi smiled. Third Elder nodded in delight. Han Yunshi sighed with emotion in her heart. Although Third Elder couldn't represent the medical academy, he wasn't an ordinary person. He was the first person she'd made friends with in Cloud Realm Continent. "Esteemed Wang Fei, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. This old man's lips are sealed," Third Elder said seriously. Naturally, private matters had to be kept secret. With his words, Han Yunshi no longer held back. "I want to know how my father, Han Kongan, became a director in the past." Third Elder never expected Han Yunshi to ask such a question. He stroked his beard and asked, "What do you want to know?" Since she'd chosen to ask, Han Yunshi didn't hide anything. "With my father's strength, I'm afraid it'd be difficult for him to become a director," she said. Third Elder immediately understood what he was trying to say. Directors had to be nominated by the Council of Elders and approved by a vote. However, if they weren't medical saints like Luo Zuishan and Shi Yuba, they would rarely be remembered by the Council of Elders. Han Kongan was disqualified from being a director last year. Third Elder still remembered this name. He muttered to himself, Han Kongan. Han Kongan. Han Yunshi waited and couldn't help but ask, "Has Elder heard of my mother, Lady Tianxin?" Lady Tianxin had a great reputation in Tianning's capital city, but her name was unknown in the medical academy or even in Cloud Realm Continent. "Madame Tianxin?" Third Elder thought for a while and shook his head. "I have never heard of her." Perhaps he'd heard of her before, but had forgotten. After all, Lady Tianxin's name had spread throughout Tianning's capital over a decade ago. Han Yunshi remembered that when she first arrived at the medical school, Madame Lianxin had mentioned Han Kongan and Madame Tianxin, but she had only said that she had heard of them. At that time, she had thought that Madame Lianxin was purposely trying to intimidate her. Now, looking at Third Elder's reaction, it seemed that Madame Lianxin was speaking the truth. However, Third Elder didn't even know Madame Tianxin. How did Madame Tianxin help Han Kongan get the director position? Could it have something to do with the other elders? Han Yunshi was bewildered. "She was the one who helped my father get the director position." Third Elder's eyes flickered with hesitation as he tried his best to recall. There were far too many unfair elections like this, and Han Kongan wasn't the only one. He could only be certain that Han Kongan hadn't been the one to let him in. Soon enough, Third Elder understood and said meaningfully, "When Han Kongan was elected director, the Council of Elders didn't nominate him." "What's going on?" Han Yunshi asked anxiously. 2 elders from the Council of Elders passed away that year, so the director election was personally presided over by the 2 vice-directors, Third Elder said seriously. Above the Council of Elders in the Medical Academy were the vice-directors and directors. There were 4 vice-directors in total. Han Yunshi's heart grew cold at these words. It was obvious that Han Konggen's election as director was the result of someone going easy on him. Forget about asking the 4 vice-directors herself. Even if she had Third Elder help her find out what happened that year, there'd be no results. Everyone had a tacit understanding of the existence of someone going easy on him, but they'd never expose it. If Third Elder went to ask the higher-ups, he'd definitely offend someone. Han Yunshi could only be certain that Madame Tianxin wasn't involved with the Council of Elders. Perhaps she was related to the 4 vice-directors. Han Yunshi was still rejoicing over the fact that she'd made friends with an elder, but she never expected her mother to be so much more formidable than her. A vice-director was above everyone else in the medical academy, second only to one person. Seeing Han Yunshi's disappointed expression, Third Elder hesitated before murmuring in a low voice, "Yunshi, it's not something that can be solved with silver alone." In other words, the vice-director didn't lack silver. Even if he did, he wouldn't easily do things for others. Thus, Madame Tianxin must have an excellent relationship with the person who helped her. Han Yunshi nodded. She understood the importance of this relationship. How about this? The higher-ups are all busy right now. After a while, this old man will introduce you to them. Third Elder was still very enthusiastic. Third Elder couldn't ask, but Han Yunshi could probe. Someone who was close to her mother would at least give her some face. Han Yunshi rejoiced. "Many thanks, Elder." Third Elder waved a hand. "You're too courteous." Although she hadn't gotten much out of this trip, at least she hadn't come in vain. Han Yunshi had some clues. Otherwise, Madame Tianxin didn't even have a single friend in Tianning and her identity was fake. She really didn't know where to start looking for her. After bidding farewell to Third Elder, Han Yunshi picked up her bundle and left. She walked through the side doors of the medical academy, instructing Third Elder not to reveal her whereabouts. After walking out the doors, she realized that she had to seriously consider a question. Where should she go from here? But she hadn't even decided where to stay for the night when she heard Gu's teasing laughter from the side. "Poison lass, where are you going by yourself?" Han Yunshi turned to look and saw Gu Qishao leaning lazily against the wall, with one hand propping up his head. His dimples were like a flower as he smiled at her. His red robes were flirtatious and beautiful, but in Han Yunshi's eyes, he was nothing but a scoundrel. Han Yunshi couldn't be bothered with him, and walked in the opposite direction. "Poison lass, you sent your biological father to prison, then asked about your biological mother. Isn't this a little too interesting?" Gu asked with a smile. Without a doubt, he'd overheard the entire conversation between Han Yunshi and Third Elder. It had to be said that he was very surprised. He never thought that Han Yunshi herself didn't know about Madame Tianxin's origins. Han Yunshi stopped in her tracks and said coldly, "You were eavesdropping." Gu was so honest that it made people want to hit him. Han Yunshi only smiled coldly. She didn't argue with him and turned to leave. Gu was very surprised. He'd purposely replied in such an annoying manner so that she'd rush over. What did this woman mean by smiling coldly? Seeing that Han Yunshi didn't even look back, Gu hurriedly chased after her. "Poison lass, are you in a bad mood?" Han Yunshi didn't answer. Gu asked again, "Did Long Feiyi bully you? Why did he go to the poisonous herb storage?" Han Yunshi didn't even look at him. Gu suddenly reached out to stop her. With a serious expression, he said angrily, "How did Long Feiyi bully you? You're the one who bullied me. Don't you know what privacy is?" Han Yunshi asked angrily. "It's my fault." Gu admitted openly. As long as she paid attention to him, he would be happy even if she scolded him to his face. He was such a person. Once he took a liking to someone, he would like them without any bottom line and spoil them to the heavens. In any case, Han Yunshi had already scolded him countless times. She was just short of hitting him. If Han Yunshi were to slap him one day, who knew if he would be angry? Gu just smiled and admitted his mistake. Han Yunshi actually didn't know what to do with him. Ignoring this guy was the best way to deal with him. She took a deep breath. Just as she was about to leave, Gu smiled and said, "Poison lass, have you heard of Mu Xian?" Han Yunshi shook her head. She didn't know why he suddenly asked this. Gu put an arm around her shoulder and smiled. "Let's go. I'll take you to Medicine City to meet her." Han Yunshi immediately pushed him away. "I'm not interested." However, Gu hugged her again. Han Yunshi was about to push him away when he whispered in her ear, "Mu Xian is Madame Tianxin. She's also your mother's maiden name. She's from Medicine City's Mu family." Han Yunshi was stunned when she heard this. She looked at him in disbelief. Gu really liked how Han Yunshi looked when she only had eyes for him. He was just joking, but now he couldn't help but hug her even tighter. "Poison lass, come with me." Han Yunshi suddenly pushed him away. She used so much force that he almost fell to the ground. "You hooligan! Don't blame me for being rude if you touch me again. Do you think I'll believe you just because you made up a random name? Do you think I'm a fool?" This guy had even suspected that Han Kongan was from the Tang clan when he saw her hidden weapons. How could he have found out Madame Tianxin's true identity so quickly? Gu wasn't anxious. He smiled and said, "Why don't you go back and ask Third Elder if Madame Lianxin has an affair with Vice Academy head Lin? You can also ask him if Madame Lianxin has an older sister who's been missing for a long time." Han Yunshi became serious when she heard this. She remembered Gu Beiwei saying that Fourth Elder Madame Lianxin was from Medicine City's Mu family. She wasn't young anymore, but she was still only a fourth-rank divine doctor. Despite that, she was able to occupy a seat in the Elders' Council. This wasn't just because she had the backing of Medicine City's Mu family. She also had the support of the Medical Academy's upper echelons. If Madame Lianxin and Vice Academy head Lin had an affair, it was very likely that she could become an elder, let alone a director position. If Madame Tianxin hadn't died, she would probably be around the same age as Madame Lianxin. In other words, it was very likely that Madame Tianxin didn't have a relationship with the Medical Academy's upper echelons, but one of her sisters. Han Yunshi looked at the brilliant smile on Gu's face. She still couldn't believe it. "According to what you're saying, why is Madame Lianxin always targeting me?" Madame Lianxin had been the most unkind of person in her rivalry with Third Elder. That's a matter between the two sisters. Han Kongan was stripped of his position as a director, but no one stepped forward to protect him, right? Gu asked back with a smile. "How do you know?" Han Yunshi asked again. Gu didn't answer. He even withdrew his smile and said indifferently, "Let's go. I'll tell you when we reach Medicine City." Han Yunshi would undoubtedly go. Chapter 287. That night, Han Yunshi left with Gu without hesitation. Gu silently led her down a very remote road. Han Yunshi, who was unfamiliar with the road, only noticed the problem after walking halfway. "This is the way to Medicine City?" She was suspicious, but she wasn't afraid that Gu would kidnap her. If he really wanted to, he wouldn't have waited until now and spent so much effort. This road is a secret passage used to transport medicine specially supplied to the Medical Academy by Medicine City. It's a shortcut so there won't be any robbers, Gu explained honestly. Due to the nature of this road, it was destined that only a few people in Medicine City and Medical City knew of its existence. Long Fei Yi had heard of this road before, but in his current state of madness, he couldn't recall it. When he couldn't find Han Yunshi in the Medical Academy, he thought that she had returned to the inn. However, when he returned to the inn and saw the unconscious guard on the ground and the perplexing butterfly illusion on the table, he almost lost control. He mobilized all the men he could find in the vicinity to guard the 4 main gates of Medical City. At the same time, he divided his men into 2 groups. One group searched the city while the other chased out the 4 main gates. Long Fei Yi had already searched the Medical Academy once and asked Gu Beiwei, Luo Zuishan, Third Elder, and even Long Tianmo and Qin Wangrong, who hadn't left yet, but to no avail. Fortunately, Third Elder had seen the world. Otherwise, he might have spilled the truth upon seeing Long Fei Ye's cold and angry appearance. At this time, Long Fei Ye was standing on the roof of the Medical Academy's tallest building. His robes and hair fluttered in the wind as he overlooked all of Medical City. It was dusk, and the afterglow of the sun illuminated everything in Medical City with a golden luster. However, the light couldn't penetrate his eyes, which were as dark as midnight. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura of viciousness, like a demon descending with the curtain of night. Every now and then, a black-robed guard would come to report, but even when the sun had set and night had fallen, he still hadn't received any good news. At this time, another guard came to report, "Your Highness, we've already chased them for 50 li from the west gate, but there's no trace of the Princess Consort. Please." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly kicked out and sent the guard flying into the darkness. "Useless thing," he said coldly. His entire being seemed to be bathed in flames of fury. "Han Yunshi, how dare you leave? Since you dared to leave without saying goodbye, you must not let this prince find you. Men, pass down my order. Seal off the Han residence. No one is allowed to enter or leave." Cold as he commanded, that woman had no idea that he'd been the one protecting the Han clan all this time after leaving the capital. Otherwise, Emperor Tianhui would have made his move long ago. Han Yunshi followed Gu and left Medical City in less than 2 hours. She didn't know that Long Fei Yi had been looking for her in Medical City for 3 days and 3 nights. By the 4th day there was still no news. He issued a bounty for anyone in Cloud Realm Continent who could provide clues or find Han Yunshi herself would be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. Tang Li couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Big bro, you're letting the entire world know that Qin Wangfei's gone missing. Your lordship wants her to know that she shouldn't think of staying anywhere else in the world besides your lordship's," Long Fei Yi said. "You!" Tang Li didn't know how to coax him. With her personality, a forcibly picked melon won't be sweet. She was the one who kicked down the sedan chair. Your lordship didn't force her. Long Fei Ye's anger had yet to subside, but only grew. Tang Li paused before asking, "Could it have been that man from the Shadow Clan who took her away?" Long Fei Yi didn't answer, but gave Tang Li a deep look. Tang Li knew that the Shadow Clan had already become a taboo topic. But Aunt Ru was standing right outside the door and heard their conversation. Shadow Clan. Aunt Ru was so shocked that she almost screamed out loud. Shadow Clan. Wasn't the Shadow Clan destroyed? How could there be a Shadow Clan? Could it be that there were still descendants of Western Qin's imperial family? What was the relationship between Han Yunshi and the Shadow Clan? What did Tang Li mean by that? Aunt Ru was about to rush over and ask, but she stopped after thinking for a moment. Even Tang Li dared to hide such an important matter from her. If she rushed over, how could they say anything? Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi. Aunt Ru's eyes hardened as she looked at Long Fei Ye's thin back. She turned around and left. That day, she gathered all of the Tang Sect's men that Long Fei Yi had borrowed. As the second in command, she issued a secret order to kill Han Yunshi without mercy. At this time, even Tang Li didn't know about this. She didn't care who Han Yunshi was, nor did she care about Han Yunshi's relationship with the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan represented Western Qin's imperial family. Once Western Qin's imperial family was implicated, she had to eliminate the source of trouble. The news quickly spread. Unfortunately, Gu and Han Yunshi had taken the mountain path. Before they reached Medicine City, they'd only passed by small villages at most. News wasn't that fast. At this time, the two of them were each riding a horse on a small path in the wilderness. Mu Xian and Lianxin, they're sisters, but why are their fates so different? Han Yunshi asked curiously. She wasn't sure if Gu knew that Han Kongan wasn't her biological father. She also didn't know why Gu was investigating Lady Tianxin, so she chose to hide it for now. It really is a little big. One seduced a married man, while the other married into the poison sect. Gu laughed. Han Yunshi was bewildered. Married into the poison sect? What do you mean? In truth, Gu had been investigating Mu Xian for a long time. When he was young, he'd overheard that a daughter of the Mu clan in Medicine City was having an affair with a descendant of the poison sect. He'd been investigating the matter ever since. He'd purposely approached Mu Ling because of Mu Xian. After many years of investigation, he'd finally confirmed that the Mu clan's daughter was called Mu Xian. She was the fourth daughter and had been missing for many years. If he hadn't coincidentally seen the Xian character embroidered on the back of Han Yunshi's medical pouch, he would never have guessed that it was Lady Tianxin. The Xian character had also appeared on the things Mu Xian had left behind in the Mu clan. Following the Xian character, he'd finally confirmed that the missing Mu Xian was the same Lady Tianxin who'd married Han Kongan and changed her surname to Bailey Tianxin. Gu Qishao didn't hold back at all as he told Han Yunshi everything. Han Yunshi listened in a daze, her heart secretly shocked by one thing. So her birth father was from the poison sect. Was that why little thing was so clingy? Poison lass, are you saying that you're Han Kongan's daughter, or Gu purposely paused and leaned closer to her, his voice very low. Or are you also a descendant of the poison sect? Only Lady Tianxin knew about this. If she hadn't told Han Kongan that she was pregnant back then, he probably wouldn't have known. Of course Gu didn't know, which was why he'd asked. Han Yunshi's mouth twitched. This guy had told her everything. Should she tell him, or not? Hey, why are you investigating Mu Xian? Do you have a grudge against the poison sect? Han Yunshi asked instead of answering. Gu suddenly burst into laughter. Poison lass, take a guess. Han Yunshi smiled as well. What if I accidentally become a descendant of the poison sect? You won't expose me, will you? This was Han Yunshi's first time learning that there were still descendants of the poison sect. From what she knew, the poison sect was different from the medical academy. The head of the medical academy was chosen through election, while the head of the poison sect was hereditary. Thus, the descendant of the poison sect referred to the bloodline of the head of the poison sect. If Lady Tianxin was a daughter of the Mu clan and her father was the head of the poison sect, then she would have nothing to do with the Shadow Clan. That white-robed man wasn't here to protect her. There was too much information, so Han Yunshi's mind wandered off and she forgot about her joke with Gu. Meanwhile, Gu Qishao was seriously considering her joke. If she really did become a descendant of the poison sect, what would he do? Han Yunshi, I, Gu, have never believed in ghosts or gods since I was young. Today, I'm praying to the heavens that you're not a descendant of the poison sect. I'm praying that you're not a poison woman. Before they knew it, the two of them were lost in each other's thoughts. It was rare for them to be so quiet when they were together. The white horses traveled side by side, one dressed in white robes while the other dressed in purple robes. As they traveled through the forest, anyone who didn't know better would think they were a pair of lovers who didn't envy mandarin ducks or immortals. But their hearts were heavy as they pondered the most important thing in their lives. After Gu and Han Yunshi left the forest, the Chu siblings emerged from the side. Although the two of them were dressed neatly, the wounds from their trip to the poison grounds were still scattered all over their bodies. The black spiders in the second door weren't poisonous, but Chu Chinga had been too nervous and made a mistake in her judgment. She'd used medicine indiscriminately and ended up with these spots. Duanmu Bei had gone to find Duanmu Yao. It was rare for the two of them to travel together. Big bro, lure that red-robed man away. I'm going to find Han Yunshi for revenge. Chu Chinga was still fuming. They hadn't left Medical City until they found out that Long Fei Yi had offered a bounty for Han Yunshi. Unfortunately, they'd run into each other in the wilderness. Actually, Chu Tianyin had suffered the heaviest injuries while protecting Chu Chinga, but he didn't complain at all, much less hold a grudge. Chinga, just pretend this never happened. Don't worry about it, all right? Chu Tianyin asked mildly. Never happened? Chu Chinga couldn't believe it. Big bro, don't tell me you've been bewitched by that woman too. What else does she know besides a bit of poison arts? Chu Tianyi knitted his brows and didn't reply. Chu Chinga grew even angrier and took out her bow to chase after him, but Chu Tianyi grabbed her bow and stopped her. Chinga, don't worry about anything related to Han Yunshi in the future. If you run into her, yield to her, understand? Why should I? Chu Chinga finally sensed that something was off. Although her big brother had a good temper, he wasn't the type to let anyone take advantage of him or bully him. These are father's orders. It's best if you don't ask any questions, Chu Tianyi added. A complicated look flickered past Chu Chinga's eyes. She was all too familiar with her big brother's words. When father had her learn poisons, he'd said the same thing. These are orders. It's best if you don't ask any questions. Chapter 288. Long Fei Ye's bounty notice stirred up all of Cloud Realm continent. Medicine City was no exception. That evening, Han Yunshi and Gu arrived at the south gates of Medicine City. They hadn't even entered the gates when they saw a crowd of people in the distance. Something big happened in Medicine City? Gu walked up curiously, only to see a huge bounty notice plastered to the wall. There was only a portrait and 2 sentences on the notice. The portrait was large and took up 2/3 of the entire notice. The woman in the picture had beautiful features and a face as delicate as a flower. Even a mere portrait couldn't hide the noble air she was born with. Gu Qishao recognized Han Yunshi as soon as he saw her. Below the portrait were 2 lines of words. The first line read, "Return quickly or face the consequences." The second line read, "Anyone who reports to the Duke of Qin's estate will be rewarded 10,000 taels of gold." Aside from that, there was no explanation as to how Han Yunshi had disappeared. There wasn't even a mention of the word, missing. The Duke of Qin's bounty for anyone looking for his Wangfei was already a big deal. With such a tyrannical bounty notice, it was hard not to make the headlines of Cloud Realm continent. The crowd was making all sorts of guesses. Some said Han Yunshi had been kidnapped, while others said Han Yunshi had gone missing. There were even some who speculated that His Highness Duke of Qin was simply putting on a show for Emperor Tianhui. He no longer wanted this woman, despite all the guesses. No one expected Han Yunshi to run away of her own accord. All the women in the world were racking their brains to get close to His Highness Duke of Qin. How could anyone run away of their own accord? As Gu Qishao stared and stared, his smile grew wider and wider until he almost laughed out loud. He never expected Han Yunshi to run away of her own accord one day. No wonder she wouldn't answer him when he asked her where Long Feiyi had gone or whether he knew her whereabouts on the Long Feiyi. Gu rubbed his chin as he admired the portrait with interest. The more he admired it, the better he felt. What to do? He really liked poison lass more and more. Han Yunshi, even if you've married into the Duke of Qin's household, as long as you want to leave, this young master will dare to take you away. Long Feiye's high-profile bounty could only mean that he hadn't found the person he was looking for. He didn't even have a clue. Gu smiled until his eyes narrowed into a line. Just as he was about to look for Han Yunshi, he turned around and saw Han Yunshi standing behind him with a white veil covering her face. In a flash, Gu's bewitching eyes turned as tender as water. Even his expression softened as he said, "Yunshi, from now on, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. We'll never part, all right?" Unfortunately, Han Yunshi didn't look at him, nor did she hear what he said. She looked up at the wanted poster on the wall with an extremely serious expression. After a long time, Han Yunshi lowered her head to look at Gu. Gu's gaze was still gentle, but Han Yunshi didn't take it seriously. She only said mildly, "Still not leaving?" Gu gestured at the bounty poster and teased, 10,000 taels of gold. "I'll take you to get your reward, okay?" Han Yunshi's expression was still solemn. "All right." He wouldn't trade for it even if he gave me the entire Tianning country's treasury, Gu said confidently. Han Yunshi gave a start. Gu's words sounded so familiar. She'd heard similar words of love before, hadn't she? Reality proved that they couldn't be taken seriously. Gu purposely covered his face before entering the city with Han Yunshi. As soon as they entered the city, bounty posters could be seen everywhere. If this was the case in Medicine City, one could only imagine the other places. Long Feiyi, this madman. Why did he want to take her back? Why did he keep using her without explaining anything? When he was in a good mood, he held her hand, but when he was in a bad mood, he bullied her. Han Yunshi would look at the bounty posters on both sides at first, but in the end, she pretended not to see them. Long Feiyi, do you want me to have nowhere else to go? I don't believe it. It was evening when Gu and Han Yunshi settled down at the inn closest to the Mu clan. They asked for 2 rooms, one next to the other. Gu saw Han Yunshi's gloomy face the entire way and thought she'd be very unsettled. But she wasn't in a rush at all. After washing up and eating dinner, she came to ask him about the Mu clan. As for the bounty posters, she didn't mention a word. Gu wasn't a gossipy person. If Han Yunshi didn't mention it, he wouldn't ask. He was a person who only cared about the results, not the process. It was enough that Poison Lass was with him now. Everything else could go to hell. How can you be sure that Mu Xian is my mother based on this pattern alone? Han Yunshi went straight to the point. Gu had inadvertently found the Xian character on her medical pouch. It was exactly the same as the Xian character on Mu Xian's belongings. Thus, he thought of Lady Tianxin. Following this line of thought, he found out that Lady Tianxin was Mu Xian, who had suddenly disappeared all those years ago. Gu only gave her a general idea on the way here. He didn't go into the details, saying that he'd tell her slowly when they reached Medicine City. It's the matter you asked Third Elder about. Back then, Lady Tianxin used Lady Lianxin's help to find Vice Head Lin. She skipped all the tests and directly nominated Han Kongan for the position of director. The reason Lady Lianxin helped was because Lady Tianxin was her biological sister, the 4th Miss of the Mu clan, Mu Xen. Since Gu had spoken, he had no intention of hiding anything. So that's how it was. Han Yunshi knew that she'd be able to find some clues in the medical academy. But how did this guy know when even Third Elder couldn't? After all, Lady Lianxin and Vice Head Lin had an affair. Vice Head Lin had gone easy on Han Kongan, and even Lady Tianxin's request for Lady Lianxin's help back then were all extremely private matters. How do you know? How do you know everything about the medical academy? This was the second time Han Yunshi had asked this question. There was no time when she didn't want to know Gu's background more than now. Seeing Han Yunshi's serious expression, Gu's gaze subconsciously softened. He really liked it when she looked at him so seriously. How do you know? Han Yunshi asked for the 3rd time. Gu suddenly reached out to dotingly pat her head and smiled. Poison Lass, how I know isn't important. What's important is that we need to confirm whether or not you're a descendant of the poison sect. Han Yunshi was so close to telling him the truth. She'd have told him she was. But in the end, she held herself back. In this world, aside from Gu Beiwei, who didn't ask for anything from her and always helped her in secret, who didn't come for benefits, she didn't know why Gu had come, but from the first time they'd met and he'd saved her, she knew that this family had ulterior motives. What if I really am a descendant of the poison sect? Han Yunshi asked teasingly. To her surprise, Gu, who always answered her questions, didn't reply. He smiled and rubbed her head again with a doting smile. Good girl, rest first. I'll take you to the Mu estate tonight to meet someone. Han Yunshi didn't ask any further. Her mother had already passed away, and there was no way to fake her death in childbirth. Who was Gu taking her to the Mu estate to meet? Medicine City and the medical academy had a close relationship, and the poison sect was a taboo in the medical academy. As one of the 3 great clans in Medicine City, the Mu clan wouldn't touch the medical academy's taboo no matter what. Lady Tianxin's affairs were definitely shady. Hadn't Mu Xian gone missing all those years ago? Was Lady Lianxin the only one who knew of her whereabouts, and that she was Lady Tianxin? Had Lady Tianxin's difficult labor been a pure accident, or was there another reason? Even though she'd found such a huge clue, Han Yunxi was still very confused about Lady Tianxin and her biological father. Seeing that Gu was about to leave, Han Yunxi hastily asked, "Where are you going?" Gu glanced back with a charming smile. "Poison lass, don't worry. Unless I die, I won't leave you behind." Unless he dies? Many years later, Han Yunxi found out everything about Gu Qishao, including his undying and indestructible body. Every time she recalled his words today, her face would fill with tears. Han Yunxi sighed softly as she watched Gu Qishao's figure disappear through the doorway. She walked to the window and saw that many of the bounty posters outside had been surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. She lowered her eyes and watched for a while before suddenly closing the window. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. She opened her medical pouch and wanted to take Lil Thing out for a chat, but who knew that Lil Thing wasn't in the pouch? After leaving the poison warehouse, she didn't know if Lil Thing had eaten its fill. Every day, she would take out many poisons from the detoxification system and put them in her medical pouch. Sometimes, Lil Thing would finish them all, and other times, it would leave them untouched. She couldn't understand Lil Thing, and didn't have the time to think about it. She could only feed it and hide it. Lil Thing wasn't here, but the poisons in her medical pouch were untouched. Han Yunxi guessed that Lil Thing must have slipped out to play. Along the way, Lil Thing had disappeared many times, but it would suddenly appear every time. After tidying up, Han Yunxi went back to her room to sleep. However, she never dreamed that Lil Thing would do such a terrifying thing in the hour she was sleeping. At this moment, Lil Thing was at the entrance of the medical hall in Medicine City. That's right, it was the medicinal hall that required membership and a gold card to enter. It was the highest-level medicinal hall in Medicine City, and all the goods sold there were high-end goods. When Long Fei Yi brought Han Yunxi here for the first time, he directly threw a gold card to her to squander. It was said that Han Yunxi broke the personal spending record of the medicinal hall that day. The entrance to the medicinal hall was heavily guarded. Lil Thing wanted to sneak in a few times, but unfortunately, there weren't many people coming in and out, so Lil Thing couldn't take advantage of it. Lil Thing had already eaten its fill in the poison warehouse, so it came here to look for medicinal ingredients to change its taste. Actually, Lil Thing didn't only eat poison. When it was in a bad mood, Lil Thing would eat, and eat a living person. Lil Thing couldn't eat meat during this period of time, so it could at least look for expensive medicinal ingredients to fill its stomach. This was the so-called foodie. When they were hungry, they could eat as much as they wanted, but when they weren't, they were picky. Lil Thing was like a mouse, hiding in a corner and poking its head out from time to time. It waited and waited, smelling the waves of medicinal fragrance coming from inside. Finally, Lil Thing couldn't wait any longer. Thus, Lil Thing sneaked along the wall and crawled step by step towards the door. It was only the size of a palm who would notice it. Unfortunately. Chapter 289. Just as Lil Thing lowered its head and tiptoed towards the entrance of the medicinal herb clubhouse, there was a sudden shout. "There's a rat! There's a rat!" Fortunately, Lil Thing couldn't understand human language. Otherwise, it would have continued to crawl forward silently. The rat was clearly not referring to it. Hearing the shout, Lil Thing immediately raised its head and saw a burly man taking off his shoes and swatting at it. Lil Thing immediately dodged nimbly. At this time, the burly man saw clearly. "It's not a rat, it's a squirrel." The person behind him was taking off his shoes as he responded, "Whether it's a squirrel or a rat, no rats are allowed to enter." Whether it was a high-class medicinal herb clubhouse or a small medicinal herb market that sold cheap goods, the two most taboo things were insects and rat. These two things were the most destructive to medicinal herbs. If they were used, it wouldn't be a big deal if some of them were eaten, but if they were sold, the price would drop and the worst would be that they couldn't be sold. Therefore, places where medicinal herbs were sold would be protected against rats and insects. No matter how the person behind him shouted, the burly man didn't make a move. Instead, he stared at Lil Thing. Lil Thing anxiously hid at the foot of the wall and was blocked by the burly man. It was also staring at the burly man. This squirrel is white and so small. It doesn't look like a cub. The burly man pointed out the difference between Lil Thing and other squirrels in one sentence. Did you see wrongly? How can a squirrel be white? The young man behind him caught up. When he saw Lil Thing, he immediately changed what he said a second ago. It really is a squirrel. Let's catch it first. The burly man signaled the young man to surround it. Thus, the two of them surrounded Lil Thing with one hand and a shoe in the other. Lil Thing's black eyes kept rolling. Suddenly, before the two guards besieged it, it directly jumped into the air. The first reaction of the two guards was to pounce on it. Unfortunately, Lil Thing's feet pushed against the wall and it actually bounced out and landed on the threshold, causing the two of them to bump into each other. Ouch! The two of them bumped into each other painfully. Seeing Lil Thing jump so fast, they were both puzzled. This little thing is quite interesting. Let's catch it first. It'll be troublesome if it runs in. The little thing was having so much fun that it forgot that it had been exposed. It squatted down on the threshold and squeaked provocatively. The burly man and the young man were shocked, but they couldn't care less. They rushed over and shouted, "Someone, there's a rat intruder! Stop it!" Seeing that they were about to pounce down, the little thing jumped up again, playing with the two guards at the door until they fell into a ball. Squeak! Squeak! The little thing fell from the sky in a straight line and landed on the big man's head. It then jumped onto the young man's body and amused itself. It was very happy. It hadn't played like this for a long time. When its old master was still alive, it used to jump around like this every day. Now that the poison sect was destroyed and its old master was gone, it had finally found a new master. It could only obediently hide. It knew that many people in the world wanted it, so it couldn't harm its new master. Lil Thing was a sentimental child. Thinking up to here, it stopped hopping and sat down on the burly man's face. It tilted its head sadly. But at this time, many people in the medicine hall gathered around. They were all shocked to see Lil Thing like this. "I've never seen a white squirrel before. It's so small, so cute. Is this squirrel for sale? You can sell it to me if you catch it." Amidst the discussion, Lil Thing was still immersed in the past. It didn't know that the burly man was reaching out to grab it, nor did it know that several guards had already surrounded it with rat nets and were waiting for an opportunity. Soon, the leader made a hand gesture and two large nets came down on Lil Thing's head. Squeak! Lil Thing shrieked. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. The guards pulled in the nets and tied Lil Thing up. At this moment, everyone gathered around to take a closer look at the little thing. They could see the little thing even more clearly. "Aya, it's so cute. Where did it come from? There's no such breed of squirrel, right? Did someone raise one that dyed it? How much do you want to sell it for? Name a price?" "I'll buy it, I'll buy it. I'll buy it no matter how much it costs." Those who could buy medicinal herbs here were all rich people. They wouldn't even blink an eye if they spent a lot of money here. In their world, they were afraid of not having enough things to buy and not having enough money to buy. It was rare to see such a special squirrel. Everyone started to talk and soon they started to argue. Lil Thing wasn't afraid. It was actually very easy for it to escape. It stared at the people around it with wide eyes. It couldn't understand why these people were arguing so fiercely. When the guards saw this situation, they exchanged glances. One of them said, "Everyone, quiet down. How about this? Let's compete for a price. The highest bidder gets it." Anyway, everyone worked together to catch it at the entrance. It wasn't considered something from the medicine hall. Before the warden was alerted, they should quickly scam these rich people. Lil Thing saw that everyone suddenly quieted down. Its sneaky black eyes looked around and it was puzzled. What was going on? "I'll pay 1,000 taels." Someone couldn't wait to bid. Double. 3,000. Hee 10,000. In just a short while, the price had reached 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels was enough to buy a very high-grade medicinal herb in the medicine hall. The crowd paused for a moment. Many of them hesitated. A few of the guards exchanged glances. Each of them was overjoyed in their hearts. 10,000 taels was something they couldn't earn in their lifetime. Even if they divided it among a few people, they would still get a lot. Not to mention buying wine, they would even have enough money to support their families. The leader couldn't wait to shout, 10,000 taels. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Who knew that a woman would suddenly shout, 20,000 taels? 20,000 taels? For a moment, the whole place quieted down. Many people were shocked. Most of the guards were dumbfounded. 20,000 taels. Not to mention this life, they wouldn't even have to worry about it in their next life. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw a young woman with a pretty face. She was dressed in white and carried a long thing on her back. It was wrapped in red cloth. It looked like a bow or a sword. Facing everyone's gaze, the woman in white wasn't nervous. Her face was cold and her eyes were proud. She was simply a cold beauty. Seeing that everyone was looking at the cold beauty, Lil Thing also looked over. When it saw her, its entire mouse body felt unwell. It was her. That cold beauty who wanted to shoot arrows at its master in the poisonous herb storage. It was finished. She had seen it. Would its master be angry? No, she didn't know it. Its master wouldn't know either. Thinking of this, Lil Thing felt relieved. It silently watched, not knowing what this cold beauty wanted to do. For a long time, no one bid. 20,000 taels was indeed high. Rich people weren't stupid. After all, this was just a plaything. The woman in white swept her gaze around. Seeing that no one was bidding, the guards were so excited that they couldn't speak. "Since no one is bidding, I'll buy it." The woman in white took out 2 banknotes and stretched out her other hand towards the guard. At this time, Lil Thing, who had been silently watching everything, suddenly narrowed its eyes and stared at the banknotes. So it was like this. This group of people wanted to buy it. If it couldn't understand the exchange of money with one hand and goods with the other, it would have lived in vain. Lil Thing was very angry. Was it only worth 2 banknotes? Currently, the guard was handing over the rat-catching bag to Chuchinga when the angry Lil Thing jumped up without warning. It was so strong that it knocked aside both the guard and Chuchinga's hands, leaving 2 bloody scratches on Chuchinga's hand. Chuchinga cried out, caught off guard. The guard was frightened as well. In a moment of panic, he dropped the banknotes in his hands. Lil Thing jumped to the ground and tore up the 2 banknotes before jumping on top of the guard's head. Its chest heaved in anger. These people had gone too far. Instead of running away, it spat out a gold card from its mouth in front of everyone. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even Chuchinga was so stunned that she forgot about the wound on her hand. Such a small mouth could spit out such a large gold card. Just what was Lil Thing doing? Lil Thing threatened Chuchinga with the card in its mouth, as it waved its paws at her. This bad woman wanted to buy it for a mere 20,000 taels? Why didn't she take a look at the thing in its hands? This was the highest level of gold card in Cloud Realm Continent. It had no limit to its limits. Supposedly, the number of people in Cloud Realm Continent with such a card could be counted on one's fingers. Chuchinga looked at the torn banknotes on the ground, then at Lil Thing's provocative actions. She couldn't even breathe as her stomach filled with rage. She was in a bad mood to begin with, and had come to the Medical Materials Association to spend money happily. Instead, a little beast looked down on her like this. She'd never be able to quell her anger until she killed it. "You're seeking death." Her eyes flashed as she reached out a poisonous hand towards Lil Thing. but all of the guards surrounded her and blocked her way. "Miss, calm your anger, calm your anger. Miss, you can't, you can't." Someone left Lil Thing behind. No matter how greedy the guards were, they didn't dare to act rashly at the sight of such a gold card. There were very few people in Cloud Realm continent with such a card, and only a handful of them had ever spent money at the Medical Materials Association. All of them were important figures they couldn't afford to offend. No matter what Lil Thing was, it must have run off on its own with its owner. If it died here, even the Medical Materials Association's boss and president would have a hard time explaining themselves. Naturally, Chuchinga recognized the gold card as well, but she was too angry to care who it belonged to. She took out 2 more banknotes to shake off the guards and said coldly, "This thing already belongs to this lady. If I want it to die, it has to die." But at this moment, a low male voice spoke up from behind her. "Miss Chu, rather than venting your anger on a squirrel, why don't you have its owner come out and apologize to you?" Chuchinga looked back and saw a refined man with an elegant bearing. It was none other than the Medical Materials Association's left manager and Medicine City's Wang clan's third young master, Wang Ruochen. Others might not know who Chuchinga was, but Wang Yichen did. He'd admired her for a long time, but never had a chance to express his goodwill. Chuchinga had no interest in Wang Ruochen at all. Coldly, she said, "How do you know who its owner is?" Wang Ruochen chuckled. "The owner of the gold card is its owner. Show me the card and I'll know." The Medical Materials Association was one of the Wang clan's businesses. As its left manager, Wang Ruochen was in charge of its accounts. As long as a gold card had been used here, he could recognize its owner. Chapter 290. Wang Ruochen made it sound easy, but how could it be so easy to get Lil Thing's gold card? Everyone present could see that Wang Ruochen was saying beautiful words to please the cold beauty. Taking a step back, even if he could get the Little Thing's gold card and find out the owner of the gold card, he wouldn't be able to get the owner of the gold card to apologize to the cold beauty. Strictly speaking, this was still the Medical Materials Association's fault. It was their fault for not managing their guards properly. Of course the cold beauty knew that Wang Ruochen was only bluffing to make her happy. He couldn't do anything about it. Still, she was too angry today. Seeing a refined scum like Wang Ruochen with a lecherous look only made her even more displeased. She decided not to let the matter go. Fine, she waited calmly and said coldly, "Why don't you show it to me?" Wang Ruochen closed his fan and ordered cold, "Someone come, capture it together." Did he really put on a show? Chuchinga retreated to one side with her arms crossed. Although she was confident that she could catch the little beast, she wasn't planning to make a move. Lil Thing was still sitting on top of the guard's head, looking down disdainfully at the crowd. It had no idea what they were planning, but it wasn't afraid. A few of the guards had just experienced Lil Thing's strength, but they still went to catch it at Wang Ruochen's orders. All of the workers at the Medical Materials Association knew of Third Young Master Wang's hypocritical personality. He was an expert at putting on airs and putting on an act, so they had no choice but to play along. Seeing the guards pounce on it again, Lil Thing suddenly leaped into the air and pounced at Chuchinga. "Stupid humans, this little rat will play with you all today." No one expected Lil Thing to pounce at Chuchinga. For a moment, none of the guards dared to move. Although Wang Ruochen was anxious, he didn't dare to move forward. Chuchinga hastily dodged out of the way and narrowly avoided being caught by Lil Thing again. "Little beast, no matter who your master is, you're dead for sure today," Chuchinga said before taking out the bow on her back and aiming at Lil Thing on the ground. As soon as it sensed killing intent, Lil Thing grew alert and bared its 2 front teeth at Chuchinga. A man and a mouse confronted each other, ready to fight at any moment. The surrounding area was completely surrounded. Nobody knew when all the customers in the clubhouse had been attracted here. However, at this moment, a gentle voice came from the crowd. "Miss Chu, please wait." Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a man in white robes. He bore some resemblance to Wang Ruochen, but he was more imposing than Wang Ruochen. It could be said that he was pure and otherworldly, as gentle as jade. This person was the fourth young master of the Wang clan, Wang Ruochen's younger brother, and the only young pharmacist in Medicine City who could rival Mu Ling or Wang Shuchen. He was the right deacon of the Herbology Association and was in charge of the herbology warehouse. He was a low-key person who rarely showed his face, but he was the most famous young master of the Wang family. It was said that the matchmakers who came to propose marriage could line up from the Wang family's main gate all the way to Medicine City's main gate. Naturally, Chu Qingge recognized Wang Shuchen, but she wasn't planning to give him any face. Coldly, she said, "What are you waiting for? Can you catch it?" Wang Shuchen walked out from behind the crowd, a modest gentleman with an elegant demeanor. Why does Miss Chu haggle over every ounce with a mere rat? What did they mean by cursing without using vulgarities? This was it. Chu Qingge was so angry that her face turned green. Without warning, she shot an arrow at Lil Thing. Fortunately, Lil Thing was focused on guarding against her and immediately dodged out of the way. It was so fast that no one saw it until it landed on Wang Shuchen's shoulder. Of all the people present, Lil Thing only had a good impression of Wang Shuchen. "Get out of the way, or else you'll be responsible for your own life." Chu Qingge aimed her bow at him again. Seeing this, Wang Ruochen grew anxious, but Wang Shuchen didn't take it to heart. He carefully tilted his head towards Lil Thing and revealed a smile. The little thing inadvertently raised her head and bumped into his smile. It was so warm. Although this man wasn't as gentle as the white-robed gentleman it liked the most, he was as warm as the winter sun. It was hard to look away from him. Based on its 200 years of experience, Lil Thing could tell that this gentleman was a good person. It immediately rubbed its little head against Wang Shuchen's shoulder to show its goodwill. Seeing this, Wang Shuchen was secretly alarmed. This little squirrel is too intelligent. It knows that I'll protect it. If not for the gold card, the crowd would have assumed that this little squirrel was Wang Shuchen's pet. Although Chu Qingge readied her bow, she didn't make a move. After all, she was facing Medicine City's Wang clan. Even Western Zhou's imperial clan had to give them some face, much less her Chu clan. In the end, she couldn't cause trouble for a large clan because of her personal grudges. Angrily, she asked, "Wang Shuchen, your guards took my banknotes. What, does the Medical Materials Association have no trust in their servants?" Wang Shuchen knew that it was the guard's fault. If he wanted to resolve the matter, he'd have to invite the little squirrel's owner out. Seeing the little squirrel so friendly, he carefully reached out a hand to take the gold card. Unexpectedly, the little squirrel didn't reject him. If Lil Thing recognized a good person, then he was a good person. It had never been wrong before. It figured that the white-robed gentleman must be here to uphold justice for it. Thus, it happily opened its mouth and gave the gold card to Wang Shuchen. Now the crowd was secretly amazed. Someone even asked directly, "Fourth young master, this squirrel couldn't be yours, right?" Wang Shuchen shook his head as he examined the gold card. Cloud Realm Continent's universal gold cards all had a unique symbol on them that symbolized the card holder's identity. This was especially true for limitless gold cards like these, which were even more obvious. Wang Shuchen took a closer look and immediately raised his head, his face full of shock. Seeing this, Wang Ruochen quickly asked, "Whose is it?" Everyone else looked over as well. Chu Qingge waited with interest. In any case, she wasn't in the wrong. No matter whose card it was, she'd fight to the death. Wang Shuchen didn't speak, but handed the gold card to Wang Ruochen. Wang Ruochen was more familiar with the card than Wang Shuchen, so he blurted out, "Tianning's Duke of Qin." Tianning's Duke of Qin? The gold card belonged to Tianning's Qinwang, so the little squirrel was Tianning's Duke of Qin's pet? Everyone fell silent as they exchanged glances, secretly rejoicing that they weren't the ones who'd stirred up trouble. Tianning's Duke of Qin wasn't someone ordinary people could afford to provoke. Chu Qingge gave a start, unable to believe her ears. She asked again, Wang Ruochen, who did you say the gold card belonged to? Wang Ruochen's expression was complicated as he replied word by word, Long Fei Yi. Chu Qingge heard everything clearly. She stood rooted to the spot and didn't speak. Wang Ruochen quickly handed the gold card back to Wang Shuchen. If it was anyone else, he might have bragged and played the hero. But since it was Long Fei Yi, he could only resentfully give up. Long Fei Yi was a difficult person to deal with to begin with. Moreover, he had a personal relationship with their father, the head of the Wang clan. The wisest thing to do now was to settle the little squirrel down and put away the gold card, then find a way to tell Long Fei Yi. If the little squirrel could run all the way here, then Long Fei Yi must be nearby as well. Seeing the gold card return to Wang Shuchen's hands and the serious looks on everyone's faces, Lil Thing was lost. Had something big happened? Ignoring Chu Qingge, Wang Shuchen turned to leave with the little squirrel, but Chu Qingge blocked his way. Cold, she said, I've already bought this squirrel. Even if it belongs to Long Fei Yi, this lady still wants it. Quite a few people sucked in a cold breath at her words. What a bold tone. Miss Chu, this is my Medical Materials Association's fault. We're willing to compensate you tenfold for your losses, so please forgive us, Wang Shuchen said seriously. It really is your Medical Materials Association's fault. No matter what, I want that squirrel. Chu Qingge refused to let him go. But His Highness Duke of Qin, before Wang Shuchen could finish, Chu Qingge cut him off. How you explain things to the Duke of Qin is your business. I don't care. I bought it from your guards. I trust that your Wang clan guards won't bully a girl like me, right? Her unforgiving attitude made Wang Shuchen's head hurt. Western Zhou's Chu clan was the symbol of Western Zhou's military might. Besides the imperial clan, they were the noblest clan in Western Zhou. Although they couldn't compare to the Duke of Qin's estate, they weren't easy to offend either. On one side was Tianning's Duke of Qin, while on the other was Western Zhou's Chu clan. Wang Shuchen looked helplessly at Wang Ruochen, who had no idea what to do. He simply said, How about this? Miss Chu can sit inside and wait. If you have anything to say, we can discuss it after the Duke of Qin arrives. Unexpectedly, Chu Qingge agreed right away. All right, I'll wait for him. Her tone made it sound like she and Long Fei Yi were old acquaintances. Actually, Chu Qingge had been waiting for these exact words. No matter what the reason was, as long as she had a connection with that man, she wouldn't let go of the chance. Since Chu Qingge was acting like this, perhaps only the Duke of Qin could handle the situation. Wang Shuchen returned the gold card to Lil Thing and led it into the medicine hall. When Lil Thing saw Chu Qingge enter as well, it grew even more confused. Just what was going on? But soon enough, it couldn't care less, because it saw all sorts of precious medicinal ingredients as soon as it entered the medicine hall. Since it couldn't steal them, it might as well buy them and eat them. Lil Thing tossed the gold card to Wang Shuchen and scurried to a nearby medicine cabinet. It had been half a day and was truly hungry. It picked out a few of the most precious ingredients and began to eat them with relish. I'll hurry back when I'm full, but once I start eating, I can't stop. Wang Shuchen could tell at a glance that Lil Thing had picked out the most precious ingredients in the cabinet. He couldn't believe it. This little squirrel was too miraculous. If its owner wasn't Long Fei Yi, he'd want to buy it too. After settling Chu Qingge down in the tea room, Wang Shuchen immediately sent someone to contact Long Fei Yi. By now, it was already the dead of night. Han Yunxi wanted to take a nap, but she couldn't fall asleep. She stood by the window and watched the crowd of people leave one by one. In the end, she stared at the portrait from a distance. She'd never kept a portrait before, so who could draw it so closely based on memories? While she was lost in thought, Gu's voice reached her ears. Poison lass, I'm back. Han Yunxi looked back and saw Gu looking a little travel-worn. It's only been 4 hours, so where did he go? Gu hadn't done much besides bribing a few people to spread the news that Han Yunshi was in the City of Daughters. Then he spent a large sum of silver to hire a large group of assassins from Carefree City to set up an ambush there. After completing these two tasks, he was in a particularly good mood. Poison lass, let's go. We're going to the Mu estate. Seeing Gu's smile like a flower, Han Yunshi grew more and more suspicious. But she wasn't interested in asking any questions. She was more interested in the Mu estate. The two of them quickly left the inn. They never expected that Long Fei Yi was already on his way to Medicine City. Chapter 291. Deep into the night, the entire Medicine City was bathed in a hazy moonlight. Everything was extremely quiet. Gu led Han Yunshi all the way to the Mu estate. Han Yunshi had a deep impression of the Mu clan the first time she came to Medicine City, but she had never seen what they looked like. She couldn't help but ponder a question. The Mu clan had colluded with Jun Yixie to plant a new type of poisonous plant in the herb forest's poisonous pond. What was their goal? With the Mu clan's current strength in Medicine City and its numerous talented juniors, there was no need for them to ask a tiger for its skin and hook up with Jun Yixie. Medical City and Medicine City were originally one family. Medical City's support greatly affected the three great clans' status in Medicine City. If Medical City were to find out that the Mu clan had colluded with the 100 Poisons sect, then the Mu clan would undoubtedly be asking for trouble. Hey, do you know about the Mu clan and Jun Yixie colluding? Han Yunshi asked in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Gu only answered with a casual, This guy really did know about it. Are you very familiar with the Mu clan? Han Yunshi asked again. She recalled how he had tricked her and Long Fei Yi into coming to Medicine City to find the herbal tea sapling. He had also lied that the sapling was with the Mu clan, but it was actually with the Xie clan. Gu chuckled. Not at all. I only know Mu Ling. Han Yunshi instantly understood. This evildoer had undoubtedly tricked that ignorant girl Mu Ling. If he hadn't used Mu Ling, then how would Gu have found out about the Mu clan's secrets? Although he still had a debt to settle with Mu Ling, Han Yunshi still despised Gu's behavior of deceiving a young girl's heart. She didn't ask any more questions and only shot him a disdainful look. Unexpectedly, not only did Gu not mind, he even earnestly said to her, When I find that girl, I'll immediately avenge you. You can whip her or cut her to pieces as you wish. Han Yunshi chuckled and didn't say anything else. She thought that there was no need for her to look for Mu Linger to take revenge for that push. As long as she threw Gu's words at her, that girl would cry for the rest of her life. How pathetic! Very soon, Gu Qishao brought Han Yunshi through the Mu estate's back courtyard, avoiding multiple layers of guards before finally leading her into a small, dark forest. Han Yunshi couldn't help but ask, Have you been here many times? Mu Ling has brought me here many times. If it wasn't for her, I really wouldn't have known that there was such a place hidden in the backyard of the Mu family. Gu answered truthfully. The small forest was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Outside the small forest, however, there was a completely different world. It was actually a not small lake, and a bamboo house was built on top of the lake. There were no lights in the bamboo house, so it was impossible to see if there was anyone inside with the help of the moonlight. Gu and Han Yunshi landed on the balcony of the bamboo house together. This is Mu Xian's residence. There are things that she left behind when she was alive inside. Gu explained. Upon hearing this, Han Yunshi picked up a match and couldn't wait to go inside. However, at this moment, Han Yunshi sensed a poison approaching from behind. She was about to turn around when the sound of a hand drum suddenly came from behind her. Han Yunshi felt her hair stand on end when she heard this sound in the dark. However, when she turned around, she was immediately shocked. Unknowingly, an old woman had appeared behind him. She was short and had a serious face. Her small eyes were shining with a sharp light, which was even more obvious in the dark night. She was holding a small hand drum in her hand, which she kept shaking. Han Yunshi immediately sensed the old woman's hostility. However, Gu said, "She's deaf and mute. She can't hear or speak." Han Yunshi was slightly shocked. Only then did she understand why the old woman's eyes were so bright. She couldn't hear, so she could only use her eyes to make up for it. She activated the detoxification system and carefully scanned the old woman. She only found that the old woman was poisoned, but she couldn't determine what kind of poison it was. This situation could only mean that the poison in the old woman's body wasn't simple and wasn't easy to cure. Han Yunshi didn't care about it for the time being. She asked in a low voice, She has been guarding here for many years. Mu Ling said that this old woman has been guarding here since she was a child. She doesn't know who she is either. Gu answered truthfully. In the beginning, this mute old woman was full of hostility towards him. However, after coming here with Mu Ling many times, mute old woman became familiar with him. Mute old woman was illiterate and didn't understand sign language. She couldn't communicate at all. When Mu Ling discovered this place at the age of 7, mute old woman beat her up. Later, that girl secretly sent her food every day. Only then did she get close to mute old woman. Unfortunately, after so many years, Mu Ling still couldn't communicate with mute old woman. "Is this the person you want to bring me to see?" Han Yunshi asked, puzzled. Gu was about to explain when mute old woman suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed at Han Yunshi. She shook the wooden drum violently, as if to ask who Han Yunshi was. Gu smiled and pointed at Han Yunshi's medical pouch. Mute old woman finally noticed the medical pouch and was shocked. Mute old woman was so excited that she threw the wooden drum on the ground and rushed towards Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was frightened and instinctively retreated. However, mute old woman was too fast. As soon as she caught up, mute old woman grabbed hold of Han Yunshi's medical pouch and yanked it down. "What are you doing?" Han Yunshi quickly grabbed hold of mute old woman's pouch, but she didn't expect mute old woman's grip to be so strong. Han Yunshi was about to snatch the medical pouch when she saw that mute old woman didn't rummage through her things. Instead, she held the medical pouch and gently stroked the embroidered Xian character. Soon, tears began to roll down her face. Seeing this, Han Yunshi didn't know whether to move forward or retreat. She just stood there. She couldn't bear to see old people cry. Han Yunshi glanced at Gu. Gu shrugged, indicating that he had no choice but to wait. After a long time, mute old woman finally wiped away her tears and raised her head to look at Han Yunshi. However, this time, there wasn't a trace of hostility in her eyes. Instead, it was filled with deep affection. When she met such a gaze, Han Yunshi was slightly startled. She felt that she couldn't bear it. Such a gaze made Han Yunshi let her guard down. She even softened her voice. "Granny, this belongs to my mother. Do you recognize it?" Only then did Han Yunshi realize that mute Granny couldn't hear her. "Can I take a look inside the house?" Han Yunshi gestured towards the house. Mute old woman seemed to understand and quickly went into the house to light the lamp. Han Yunshi and Gu walked in and saw that everything in the bamboo house was neat and tidy. There wasn't even a speck of dust. However, other than the large pieces of furniture, there wasn't much else. The things that Mu Xian left behind are in the inner room. Go in and take a look. As soon as Gu finished speaking, mute old woman took out a pouch from the inner room and handed it to Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi opened the pouch. It was nothing more than a handkerchief, a purse, and other small things. However, without exception, there was a Xian character embroidered on all of them. It was exactly the same as the one on her medical pouch. Mute old woman deftly unfolded all the small things. Then, she took the medical pouch and compared them to Han Yunshi. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to talk to Han Yunshi. Unfortunately, she couldn't even make a sound. Seeing her like this, Han Yunshi was puzzled. In general, deafness and muteness were caused by deafness. In other words, because of deafness, the person couldn't hear and couldn't learn to speak or communicate. It wasn't that they couldn't make a sound. Mute old woman couldn't even make a sound. She obviously wasn't a normal deafness and muteness. When she recalled the traces of poison in her body, Han Yunshi blurted out, she was poisoned into a mute. Gu Qishao immediately snapped his fingers. Smart! What's the matter? Han Yunshi asked seriously. Not only was she poisoned, but she was also poison deaf. It's just that I can't find out what kind of poison it is. If you can cure her, maybe she'll tell you everything about Mu Xian. This was the real reason why Gu had brought Han Yunshi here. Gu couldn't find out what kind of poison it was. No wonder her detoxification system couldn't confirm it. This was a tricky problem. Gu was right. If she wanted to know everything about Mu Xian, who Mute Old Woman was, and why she was guarding Mu Xian's belongings, the only way was to cure Mute Old Woman. Mute Old Woman looked at Gu and then at Han Yunshi. She couldn't hear what they were saying. She seemed to be in a hurry. She stuffed Mu Xian's belongings and medical pouch into Han Yunshi's hands and waved her hand, indicating that she should leave. Han Yunshi wanted to leave. After all, it wasn't safe here. She packed up her belongings and extended her hand to Mute Old Woman, indicating that she wanted to take her away. However, Mute Old Woman didn't leave. Instead, she went into the inner room. Han Yunshi and the others followed. As soon as they entered, Han Yunshi saw a portrait. The woman in the portrait was dressed as a doctor. She carried a cloth bag that was similar to her medical pouch. The woman was very young. Her facial features were delicate and pretty. She couldn't be called a beauty. However, the smile on her face was bright and sweet. She gave people an indescribable feeling of kindness and beauty. Perhaps it was the blood flowing in her veins, or perhaps she was really infected by the smile. Looking at the woman's smiling face, Han Yunshi felt that the whole world was beautiful. She noticed the signature next to the portrait. The woman was none other than Mu Xian, but the signature of the person was unknown. Could it be her father? Granny, can you take the portrait with you? Han Yunshi said. She wanted to take the portrait, but Mute Old Woman stopped her. She shook her head. She only knew that Mute Old Woman didn't allow her to take the portrait. Granny, I'll take you away. I'll help you detoxify. Han Yunshi patiently gestured, but even if she understood sign language, Mute Old Woman couldn't understand her. Han Yunshi even tried to drag Mute Old Woman away, but she refused to budge. She clung to the pillar for dear life. In the end, Han Yunshi pulled Mute Old Woman to sit down on one side and activated the detoxification system. Since Mute Old Woman wasn't leaving, she'd do a thorough examination first. Perhaps she'd be able to detoxify the poison right here and now. While Han Yunshi was hiding in the Mu estate to detoxify herself, Long Fei Yi had already arrived at the Wang Estate's Medical Materials Association with astonishing speed. Wang Shuqin was originally planning to arrange for Chu Qingge to stay at an inn. Even if Long Fei Yi was in Medical City, it'd take him at least a day to get here. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would show up before the sun even rose? Currently, Lil Thing hadn't left yet. It was still eating and eating by the medicine cabinet. Wang Shuqin and Wang Ruochen didn't take Long Fei Yi to see Chu Qingge, but brought him to see the little squirrel first. Your Highness, this pet of yours is quite interesting. It doesn't look very big, but its appetite is astonishing. Long Fei Yi had long asked about the situation before coming here. He had never liked small animals, so he'd never raised a pet. All he knew was that he'd given Han Yunshi that gold card. He didn't even take off his cloak as he hurried into the association, his body covered in dust. His handsome face was as cold as ice. Chapter 292. Long Fei Yi's face was as cold as ice as he strode forward. Wang Ruochen and Wang Shuqin followed closely behind him, but had to jog to keep up. The two brothers knew that their father, Duke Wang, and Long Fei Yi were close friends. But even they, who were the most valued members of the Wang clan, had never had a chance to interact with the cold-faced Duke. This was their first time. If they could gain Long Fei Yi's support, they would have a chance of winning the contest for the position of clan head. Wang Ruochen jogged after him as he tried to find a topic to flatter him. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, this squirrel must have a great background, right?" Long Feiyi didn't reply. "Your Highness, does that squirrel usually eat medicine as food?" Wang Ruochen asked next. Long Feiyi remained silent. Wang Ruochen felt a little awkward as he laughed. "Hee, I think only your Highness's wealth can afford to raise that little thing." Well, to be more precise, Long Feiyi wasn't listening at all. Wang Ruochen hesitated before he said, "Your Highness, Chu Qingga of Western Zhou's Chu clan is waiting in the guest room." Long Feiyi didn't reply, but didn't even spare him a glance. Wang Ruochen wasn't satisfied, so he brought up Duke Wang instead. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, my father is quite interested in that little thing as well. He specifically ordered us two brothers to take good care of it." Unfortunately, Long Feiyi treated him like air. In the end, Wang Ruochen could only shut his mouth when he saw Long Feiyi's cold side profile. This man who cherished his words like gold wouldn't give anyone face when he didn't want to. Soon enough, the Wang brothers brought Long Feiyi to a counter that specialized in selling rare medicinal ingredients in Snow Domain. Long Feiyi didn't need the brothers to tell him, because he saw Lil Thing sitting among the pile of ingredients at first glance. By now, Lil Thing had already eaten itself into a ball. It couldn't even hold up its stomach as it fell heavily to the ground. All of its white fur stood on end, making it look like a fur ball. It must have eaten until it was full, because it sat there panting for breath. It didn't seem to notice anyone approaching. That little thing was really cute. The Wang family's second son couldn't help but laugh. However, Long Feiyi, who had been expressionless for 10,000 years, not only didn't laugh, he instead coldly examined the little thing. He had never been interested in cute little things. At this moment, even if Han Yunxi were to act cute in front of him, he might not even laugh, let alone the little one. His expression was solemn and cold as he scrutinized the little thing. Finally, he opened his golden mouth and said in a voice as cold as ice, "Where's the gold card?" The little thing was sitting on the gold card. "I'll get it right away." Wang Shuchen hurried forward. He picked up the little thing with one hand and the gold card with the other. His body blocked the little thing's line of sight, so unfortunately, it did not see Long Feiyi. In fact, Lil Thing had always been very vigilant. Even if it didn't see anything, it could smell that the surrounding aura was different. However, it had long determined that it was safe here. The only one who dared to approach it was Wang Shuchen. Letting Wang Shuchen carry it, the little thing's white fur all fell down. It grinned at him meekly. After eating and drinking to its heart's content, it was in a good mood. Wang Shuchen took the gold card and originally wanted to put the little thing back. However, after hesitating, he still held it in his hand. He turned around and handed the gold card and the little thing to Long Feiyi. "Your Highness," unexpectedly, before Wang Shuchen could finish speaking, the little thing suddenly squeaked. The white fur that had just fallen down was like a reverse flow of dominoes. In an instant, each strand of fur stood up again. It was as if its fur was standing on end. Heavens! Who did it see? It was stunned. Wang Ruochen and Wang Shuchen were both shocked by the little thing's squeak. The squeaks they heard before were cheerful and proud, but this squeak was as tragic as a pig being slaughtered. Long Feiyi glanced at the gold card before accepting it. He was certain that this was the card he'd given to Han Yunxi. Coldly, he sized up Lil Thing, but didn't reach out to grab it. He found it too dirty. But Lil Thing assumed that Long Feiyi was going to grab it. It suddenly broke free from Wang Shuchen's grasp and fled far, far away. It didn't even dare to look back. If Lil Thing was here, then Han Yunxi had to be nearby. Long Feiyi was going to order his guards to secretly search the area, but as soon as he saw Lil Thing run away, he chased after it without a word. Wang Ruochen and Wang Shuchen exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Chu Qingga sighed. Wang Ruochen was vexed. Chu Qingge wasn't easy to deal with. Wang Shuchen thought it over before sighing. Let her wait for now. Chu Qingge would definitely wait for Long Feiyi, but whether or not Long Feiyi would return was a mystery. Seeing Long Feiyi chase after it, Lil Thing was scared out of its wits. Could it be that the gold card didn't belong to its master, but him? Had he found out that it had spent too much? It didn't know why it was so afraid of this guy, but it only had one thought in its mind: hurry back to its master's embrace to hide. Lil Thing ran out of the Medical Materials Association and towards the inn. Long Feiyi was hot on its heels. He followed Lil Thing, sometimes jumping up and down, sometimes flying forward. His wide black cloak fluttered behind him, accentuating his long and refined physique. He was as agile as a cheetah, sharp and domineering. Just watching him run was a pleasure. Lil Thing could have run even faster, but it was too full. It was very, very afraid. What if Long Feiyi caught up to it? What would it do? The pursuer behind them was too aggressive. However, Long Feiyi wasn't using all his strength to chase after it. He purposely kept his distance. If he caught Lil Thing too early, who would take him to that woman? Soon enough, Long Feiyi reached the inn where Han Yunshi and Gu were staying. As soon as Lil Thing entered the room, it sensed that something was wrong. Its master had left. Long Feiyi followed it to the window and scanned the room with cold eyes. Immediately, he ordered his guard, "Go ask if anyone's traveling with her." Those traveling with her would definitely stay in the room next door. With Han Yunshi's skills, she must have had someone helping her. That was how she'd been able to evade his pursuit and silently hide in Medicine City. Lil Thing didn't stay in the room for long. When it saw Long Feiyi blocking the window, it broke through the door and ran out, sniffing for air as it ran. Soon enough, it found its master's scent and changed directions to chase after her. Long Feiyi maintained a certain distance from Lil Thing. His expression grew colder and colder. Han Yunshi, Medicine City is filled with bounties. How dare you hide when you see them? Han Yunshi had no idea that a storm was approaching. At this time, she and Gu were still in the bamboo house in the Mu Estate's backyard. After Han Yunshi gave Mute Granny a very detailed examination, her elegant face no longer had a smile. Mute Granny's vocal cords and cochlea were originally normal. Her current deafness and muteness were the result of poison. Her vocal cords had become cysts due to the poison, affecting her ability to speak. Moreover, they were still swelling. Her cochlea, on the other hand, had been in a state of inflammation due to the poison. Parts of it had even begun to fester, affecting her hearing. In a few more years, Mute Granny would not only be deaf and mute, but she would also be tormented by inflammation and pain every day. Who was it that did this to her? Gu felt uneasy when he saw Han Yunshi's expression. How is it? Can you deal with it? It's broomcorn millet poison. She's been poisoned for too long. It's very difficult to treat, Han Yunshi replied. The detox system had an antidote recipe, but it didn't have the necessary ingredient. Moreover, the 3 ingredients required were extremely rare. Han Yunshi had never seen them in her life. Even if they could find the antidote and cure the poison, Han Yunshi couldn't guarantee that Mute Granny would recover. After all, she'd been poisoned for too long. Broomcorn millet poison. Gu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This was the first time he'd heard of this poison. Let's take her away first. It'll take some time to cure the poison, Han Yunshi said seriously. She wanted to take down the portrait on the wall again, but Mute Granny kept shaking her head. She didn't want to leave this place. Mute Granny pushed Han Yunshi and Gu out the door with all her might, especially Han Yunshi. She was so agitated that she wanted her to leave as soon as possible. Mu Xian was having an affair with a descendant of the poison sect. This wasn't something the Mu clan could tolerate. The Mu clan should have destroyed all evidence, so why did they leave Mute Granny here to guard Mu Xian's old residence? Han Yunshi wasn't stupid. She could tell that Mute Granny had her reasons for insisting on staying here. However, she had to cure Mute Granny first if she wanted to know the answer. Thus, Mute Granny had to leave. After all, this wasn't a place to stay for long. Han Yunshi shot Gu a look, and Gu immediately understood what she meant. He walked over to Mute Granny and struck her with a palm, knocking her unconscious. Then, he lifted her over his shoulder. Although this devilish man was more beautiful than a woman, he was definitely the type to hide his strength. Han Yunshi gave him a thumbs up when she saw how strong his arm was. Then, she nimbly took down the portrait and packed it up. "Let's go." Gu smiled. "Poison lass, this young master can carry you as well." Han Yunshi put on a fake smile. "Are we going or not?" "Where are we going?" Gu actually wanted to ask. "Let's go back to the inn first. I need a quiet place to expel the poison," Han Yunshi said seriously. Since she couldn't find an antidote for the time being, she needed to expel the poison from Mute Granny's body first to minimize the damage. Gu nodded and wrapped an arm around Han Yunshi's shoulder. However, as soon as they stepped out of the door, a group of black-robed assassins flew in from all directions and surrounded the bamboo tower. The leader of the group landed in front of Han Yunshi and the others. He was short, with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks. One look and anyone could tell that he was a meticulous ghost. Han Yunshi had seen this man before in the medicine forest. He was in cahoots with Jun Yixie. He was the head of the Mu clan, Mu Yingdong. Han Yunshi never expected this old man to be so well hidden. He actually knew martial arts. After waiting for so long, I didn't expect Qin Wangfei to show up. What a surprise! Mu Yingdong said in a strange tone. Previously in the medicine forest, Han Yunshi had been wearing a mask so Mu Yingdong hadn't seen her face. Now, after the long Fei Ye's bounty notice, everyone remembered Han Yunshi's face. Hearing Mu Yingdong's words, Gu narrowed his eyes and revealed a murderous intent. Without a doubt, Mu Yingdong had been lying in ambush here for a long time. "Gu, you've fallen into a trap," Han Yunshi said coldly. Chapter 293. Regardless of whether Mu Ling-er had betrayed Gu, or whether Mu Ling-er had been used by Mu Yingdong had been lying in ambush here for a long time. "Qin Wangfei, what's your relationship with Mu Xian?" Mu Yingdong got straight to the point. If Gu hadn't pointed it out, he and Mute Granny wouldn't have noticed the Xian character embroidered on Han Yunshi's medical pouch. Han Yunshi was very glad that they hadn't talked about Lady Tianxin. Coldly, she said, "It's none of your business." Mu Yingdong's face immediately darkened at her words. "Han Yunshi, this isn't Tianing. Don't be so shameless. Are you even a man to act so viciously against a weak old woman?" Han Yunshi's face was full of disdain. No matter who Mute Granny was, it looked like she'd been used by Mu Yingdong. Mu Yingdong had set up this bamboo house to wait for someone to walk right into his trap. Unfortunately, Gu had brought her here. "You want to take her away? Even you have to stay behind." As Mu Yingdong spoke, he suddenly sent a kick flying towards Han Yunshi. At the same time, the surrounding assassins all moved to surround Gu. Han Yunshi pushed Gu's hand aside. "Protect Granny well." Although she didn't know martial arts, she'd experienced a few fights and was quite skilled at dodging. She dodged to the side to avoid Mu Yingdong's kick, then made a shooting pose with both hands and shot out hidden weapons. Mu Yingdong never expected Han Yunshi to have such a move. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or else he really would have been hit by a needle. Insignificant skill. He snorted as he drew his sword. "What? Didn't Jun Yixie tell you that this Wang Fei isn't to be trifled with when you colluded with him?" Han Yunshi said coldly. Mu Yingdong was stunned. How did Han Yunshi know about this? However, Han Yunshi took this opportunity to shoot out several hidden weapons. At the same time, she stomped her foot and several poisonous needles flew out from under her feet. Mu Yingdong dodged again and again. A golden needle brushed past his arm and almost hit him. Han Yunshi was vexed and anxious. She was about to use the needle again when Mu Yingdong's figure flashed and landed behind her. Han Yunshi hurriedly turned around and immediately shot the needle. This time, Mu Ingdong dodged it very easily. It seems that Qin Wangfei only knows these few moves. His lips curled into a mocking smile. An old fox like him had already figured out Han Yunshi's abilities after just a few moves. This woman looked arrogant, but in fact, she did not know martial arts. She only knew how to use hidden weapons. Han Yunshi knew that she had been exposed, but she still did not give up attacking. However, after a few rounds, she was out of breath, but Mu Ingdong was still at ease. At the side, Gu was worried about Han Yunshi. However, it was difficult for him to be distracted while carrying an unconscious mute granny and dealing with dozens of assassins. Soon, Mu Ingdong began his counterattack. Qin Wangfei, no matter what relationship you have with Mu Xian, since you're here, you can forget about leaving. As Mu Ingdong spoke, he suddenly clawed at Han Yunshi's shoulder. Gu saw this from the corner of his eye and used his fan of blades to attack. He had protected Han Yunshi, but Mute Granny had been snatched away by the assassins. He made a prompt decision and pulled Han Yunshi into his arms. Let's go. Gu could actually kill all the assassins, including Mu Ingdong. However, this would mean exposing his secret. In this life, if he could, he would never expose his secret. This group of people had already set up an ambush. They had no choice but to leave. Seeing Mute Granny thrown aside by the assassins, Han Yunshi's heart ached. She did not want to leave like this. If she left this time, it would not be easy to see Mute Granny again. She was about to struggle free of Gu Qishao's hand and fight again when another group of black-robed assassins appeared to surround them. Seeing this, Gu and Han Yunshi were shocked. Even if Han Yunshi wanted to escape now, it was too late. Qin Wangfei, I said before that you must stay today. Mu Ingdong was determined to make her stay. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the periphery of the assassins. Mu Ingdong, what makes you think you can make my woman stay? As soon as the voice fell, the assassins in the periphery were suddenly sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. Long Fei had one hand behind his back while the other held his sword. Step by step, his sword rose and fell with each step. None of the black-robed assassins in his way were lucky enough to escape. All of them were sent flying by his sword on and fell to the ground as corpses. In an instant, the surrounding assassins all took the initiative to move aside, opening a path for Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi. Mu Ingdong was shocked. Wasn't he still offering a bounty for Han Yunshi? How did he find this place? Long Fei Yi ignored Mu Ingdong. His cold gaze was fixed on Han Yunshi, who was in Gu's arms. His long sword dragged on the ground as he walked step by step towards Han Yunshi. His entire body emitted a monstrous anger. His rage was so intense that it made Gu Qishao on guard. Meanwhile, Han Yunshi was completely dumbfounded as her entire body stiffened. Mu Ingdong recovered his senses and immediately ordered, "Men, attack together. Send more people." The black-robed assassins immediately surged forward again, but Long Fei was still walking towards Han Yunshi step by step. Anyone who blocked his path was killed with a single stroke of his sword, without mercy. The assassins in black fell one after another. There were only deaths, no injuries. Soon, the place where Long Fei Yi walked past was filled with corpses. In the end, the assassins unconsciously retreated again, distancing themselves from this death god. Mu Ingdong was also stunned. He had long heard of Long Fei Ye's name and knew that this cold prince was not to be trifled with. But today, he finally understood why the arrogant Jun Yixie would list Long Fei Yi as a dangerous person. In fact, Han Yunshi secretly thought of countless scenarios where Long Fei Yi would find her, but she never thought that this man would step over corpses to walk towards her. Gu did not retreat, but hugged Han Yunshi even tighter. It was as if he was holding a treasure, afraid that he would lose it if he wasn't careful. Finally, Long Fei Yi arrived in front of them. He was only 3 steps away. Gu still smiled. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, long time no see." Long Fei did not reply. His gaze swept over Gu's hand that was wrapped around Han Yunxi's shoulder. He suddenly raised his leg and kicked. This kick was as fast as lightning, accurately landing on Gu's chest and sending him flying. Gu Qishao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood before falling into the icy waters of the lake, causing a wave to form. Even so, Long Fei still did not look at him. His attention was completely focused on Han Yunxi. More accurately, his cold gaze was fixed on Han Yunxi's eyes, as if he wanted to see through her. "Do you want to come over yourself, or do you want this prince to do it?" His voice was low and cold, causing the surrounding atmosphere to drop several degrees. Han Yunxi heard it. The surrounding assassins and Mu Yingdong also heard it. For a moment, no one dared to move. Many people even broke out in a cold sweat for Han Yunxi. This woman must have escaped. It was unimaginable what the consequences would be if this man personally did it. Han Yunxi tightly bit her lip and did not say a word. "Still not coming over?" Long Fei asked patiently. Unexpectedly, not only did Han Yunxi not come over, but she also retreated several steps, wanting to escape. Finally, Long Fei lost his patience and strode forward to grab her by the chin. His strength was fierce enough to startle everyone present. At this time, Gu suddenly flew out of the water and sternly said, "Long Fei, if you dare to hurt her in the slightest, this young master will definitely not let you off." But who knew that Long Fei would suddenly kiss Han Yunxi's lip? Like a violent storm, it was as if he was venting, but also as if he was punishing her. It was fierce and intense. No one expected it to turn out like this. How was this a physical attack? This was a verbal attack. Han Yunxi forgot to struggle. When she regained her senses, she was already unable to struggle. She used all her strength to slap him. Unfortunately, her hands were quickly bound by Long Fei's hands. Gu Qishao didn't move as he watched from a distance. His fingers slowly clenched into fists. He was this close to throwing caution to the wind and exposing his identity to fight Long Fei to the death. He could not bear to see Poison Lass being bullied, especially being bullied like this. But in the end, he still did not do it. He turned his head away and did not look anymore. He turned around and flew away as fast as he could. "Han Yunxi, it is destined that I can only joke and say that I love you." Seeing Gu leave, Mu Yingdong finally regained his senses. He could not imagine that Long Fei would actually be intimate with Han Yunxi in this kind of situation. He did not care so much. This was the best opportunity to attack. He immediately signaled to the head of the assassins with his eyes. Soon, dozens of assassins surrounded them and attacked. However, Long Fei still did not let go of Han Yunxi. He held Han Yunxi's waist with one hand and held a sword with the other. He was actually kissing her while defending against the enemy. In the midst of the battle, blood splattered everywhere. His kiss continued to deepen. It went from intense and fierce to reluctant to part. It was as if he was afraid of losing her, so he did not dare to let go. No one knew that these days, under his anger, there was a hidden fear. In this life, even when Mu Fei left, he had never been so afraid. In the midst of the battle, Han Yunxi had already closed her eyes. She could escape from this man's palm, but she could not escape his kiss. She could not struggle and gave up struggling. She was paralyzed in his arms. Although she was afraid of him, at the same time, she had a sense of security. She knew that she had lost again in the end. Corpses were lying everywhere. The assassins did not dare to step forward. This man was too terrifying. Mu Yingdong hesitated. He wanted to do it himself several times, but in the end, he did not take a step forward. He clenched his fists tightly. Looking at the two people who were still kissing, he was full of vexation. What was this called? She actually came here to be intimate with him, and he was helpless against it. The head of the assassins looked at Mu Yingdong questioningly. Should he continue to send reinforcements, or should he follow them? Mu Yingdong did not know how to answer. This was the Mu family. Did he want him to retreat? However, if he did not retreat, he would not be able to defeat them. Finally, Han Yunshi could not breathe. Long Feiyi reluctantly let go of her. The two people looked at each other. Long Feiyi's eyes were still cold. Han Yunshi's face was red and avoided his gaze. Long Feiyi did not say anything. Under everyone's gaze, he buried his head again. Continue. Chapter 294. Continue. He was so domineering in front of so many people. Han Yunshi had just breathed in some fresh air when she was quickly overwhelmed by a certain domineering man's scent. He had come too suddenly, and so had this kiss. She couldn't think, her mind completely blank. Although this second kiss wasn't as fierce as the first, it didn't weaken in the slightest. It was still intense, passionate, and constantly deepened, as if it couldn't get enough. Long Feiyi held his sword in one hand, and the sword fell to the ground. His other hand was wrapped around Han Yunshi's waist. His left hand was filled with killing intent, and his right hand was filled with a domineering kiss. Surrounded by assassins, this posture was simply too handsome. But Mu Yingdong couldn't stand it anymore. Long Feiyi was simply too much. Not only did he trespass into his Mu residence, but he also dared to use this method to look down on his Mu residence's defensive capabilities. If this wasn't a humiliation, then what was? Someone come, call all the guards over. If His Highness Duke of Qin wants to be intimate here, then old man will let him be intimate to his heart's content. Mu Yingdong's loud roar was heard by everyone present, including Long Feiyi. But Long Feiyi was still focused on continuing that kiss. Unknowingly, the more he kissed, the gentler he became, and the more he kissed, the more he couldn't let go. In short, he didn't have time to pay attention to Mu Yingdong. Soon, a large group of guards was called over, surrounding the bamboo building so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. A group of archers lined up at the front, all of them with their bows fully drawn, waiting for Mu Yingdong's orders. Faced with Long Feiyi's indifference, Mu Yingdong was about to go crazy. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Long Feiyi. Someone come, aim at Han Yunshi. Mu Yingdong wasn't stupid. He could see Long Feiyi's weakness. He wasn't threatening Long Feiyi, but he really wanted to kill him. He narrowed his shrewd eyes and raised his hand, about to give the order to shoot. However, at this moment, Long Feiyi let go of Han Yunshi. As soon as her lips were released, Han Yunshi's small face was sullen. Just as she was about to speak, Long Feiyi's big hand immediately held the back of her head and pulled her into his arms to protect her. His cold gaze swept over the surrounding archers, and he looked at Mu Yingdong. Mu Yingdong was inexplicably afraid, but he didn't admit it. He'd weathered countless storms in his life. As the head of the Mu clan, was he afraid of a mere Duke of Tianning? He didn't believe it. Men, give me, before he could finish, Long Feiyi forcefully interrupted him. Mu Yingdong, if you dare to shoot an arrow tonight, this prince will reward your daughter with 10 arrows. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yingdong was suddenly frightened and couldn't speak for a long time. His raised hand froze in midair, and he didn't dare to put it down. His daughter? Who else could Long Feiyi be referring to besides Mu Ling? She was the daughter Mu Yingdong cared about the most, the Mu clan's genius pharmacist, their hope and their biggest bargaining chip to dominate Medicine City. During their trip to Medical City, he'd intended for Ling to show off her talents and build up connections, but she'd suddenly disappeared midway. Even now, he still hadn't found her. Because of this, he hadn't slept for 5 whole days. Long Feiyi, my Mu clan has no enmity with you. What do you mean by kidnapping my daughter? Mu Yingdong asked angrily. If he hadn't bumped into Han Yunshi tonight, he really wouldn't have had much to do with the Duke of Qin's estate. As for the grudges between Jun Yixie and Long Feiyi, that was Jun Yixie's own business. No enmity? Mu Ling almost took this prince's wife's life. You call that no enmity? Long Feiyi coldly snorted. Han Yunshi buried her head in his chest. Only now did she realize that this guy knew about what happened in the sky pit that day. So Mu Ling-er had been detained by him. Did he want to avenge her? Then what about Duan Mu Yao? Han Yunshi had been conflicted too many times. This time, she chose to remain silent. She allowed him to hold her as she leaned against his sturdy chest and calmly listened to his powerful heartbeat. Ling-er wouldn't hurt anyone. She doesn't know Han Yunshi, so don't slander her, Mu Ingdong said with certainty. Mu Ingdong said with certainty. He knew Ling-er's temperament the best. Although she was a bit willful sometimes, she was kind-hearted. How could she hurt someone for no reason? It's up to you to believe it or not. Long Feiyi was very busy and didn't have time to waste words here. He glanced at the unconscious mute granny out of the corner of his eye and asked Han Yunshi in a low voice, "You want to take her away?" "Yes," Han Yunshi murmured. "All right." Long Fei's voice was low and magnetic. It wasn't as cold as when he spoke to Mu Ingdong, but gave off the impression of a considerate man who'd grant any request. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi didn't notice. Her eyes were hooded as she thought about something. "Chu Shifeng, take her away," Long Feiyi ordered. With Chu Shifeng in the lead, a group of guards flew over from all directions. Reality proved that Long Feiyi had come prepared. He'd chased Lil Thing all the way here and spotted Han Yunshi and Gu. Immediately, he sensed an ambush around them. He immediately told Chu Shifeng to send more men over. As for where Lil Thing had run off to, he was no longer interested. Mu Ingdong didn't dare to make any rash moves because of Mu Ling. Now that Long Feiyi's guards were on the move, he was even more afraid to make a move. He felt stifled in his chest. How stifling! "Long Feiyi, you can take her away. You can leave too, but please hand over Ling-er." Mu Ingdong's tone had clearly softened. "Your lordship didn't come to make a deal with you." Long Feiyi refused to budge an inch. With a cold glare, Chu Shifeng strode towards Mute Granny. It wasn't that Long Feiyi was unreasonable, but that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you were weak, then others would be stronger. Mu Ingdong wanted to stop Long Feiyi, but he didn't have the strength. "Long Feiyi, just what will it take for you to release Ling-er?" Long Feiyi gave a soft snort before turning to leave with Han Yunshi. At the same time, Chu Shifeng took Mute Granny away with him. Mu Ingdong chased after him a few steps before shouting, "Long Feiyi, if you dare to touch a hair on Ling-er's head, my Mu clan won't let this go." Unfortunately, Long Feiyi didn't even look back. Mu Ingdong was both angry and anxious. He clenched his fists and paced back and forth. No matter what, even if he had to beg, he had to save Ling-er. He thought back and forth before his gaze rested on the door of the bamboo hut. "Mu Xian. Han Yunshi," he muttered to himself. After the assassins dispersed, Mu Ingdong left as well. Nobody noticed a red figure chasing after Long Feiyi's group. After Long Feiyi took her away from the Mu estate, Han Yunshi stopped keeping silent and began to struggle fiercely. "Gu was the one who took you out of Medicine City?" he asked cold. "You let go. I've already returned the perplexing butterfly illusion to you. I made it clear a long time ago that we have nothing to do with each other. I don't owe you a thing." Han Yunshi's voice grew even colder. Whenever Gu was brought up, her temper was even worse than Long Feiyi's. Back at the inn, he'd said flirtatiously that he'd never leave her behind unless he died. It had only been a few hours, but he'd left just like that. As expected, his words could only be taken as a joke. "Long Feiyi, I married you first because of the imperial decree and second to protect my little life. I don't owe you anything. If you mind the name Qin Wangfei, I promise I'll change my name and disappear from Tianing country forever. Just pretend Qin Wangfei is dead." Han Yunshi stared Long Feiyi straight in the eyes, each and every word clear. Long Feiyi held her tightly by the waist and didn't respond for a long time. His entire being had turned exceptionally quiet. His silence was enough to make Han Yunshi break down. She couldn't afford to offend him, but couldn't she avoid him? Just what did this guy want? Did he want her to be a soulless captive? She couldn't do that. Let go. Long Fei, I hate you. What do you take me for? Do you think you can bully me whenever you want? Long Fei was still silent. Han Yunshi was furious and suddenly shot out 3 needles, pressing them against Long Fei's neck. Let go, or else you'll have to bear the consequences, she warned. But Long Fei not only didn't let go, he didn't say a word either. He landed on the roof and looked at her silently. Han Yunshi gripped the needles tightly. She was so close to stabbing them in, but in the end she couldn't bring herself to do it. Long Fei, I'd have to be crazy to endure your silence. Han Yunshi threw away the needles and laughed coldly. Your kiss is so cheap. Han Yunshi, I promised the head of Tianshan Kenzo, my master, that I would protect Duanmu Yao until she turned 18, Long Fei suddenly explained. It was so sudden and unexpected. Han Yunshi's heart skipped a beat and almost stopped. What did this guy just say? Did he explain why he wanted to save Duanmu Yao? She'd been obsessed with this question for so long, and he'd just explained it like that. Before Han Yunshi could recover, Long Fei continued, last time, when we killed the poisonous python, and the time in the sinkhole. He seemed to be stuttering, but also seemed to be thinking as he spoke. In any case, His Highness Duke of Qin, who had always been a man of few words, stuttered as he spoke. I only wanted to protect her from death, that's all, nothing else. I didn't expect you to be pushed out of the sinkhole. His master's protection included many, many things. In reality, he'd already gone against his master's orders and only wanted to protect Duanmu Yao from death. Han Yunshi had never heard Long Fei speak like this before. She'd also never seen Long Fei's gaze so gentle and sincere. After all, this guy had just been merciless and ruthless in the Mu estate. So, was he trying to explain to her and give her an explanation? So, he knew how much she cared about Duanmu Yao. He even remembered that time when they killed the poisonous python? So, he'd always known how she felt? Han Yunshi's heart softened as she looked into Long Fei's gentle eyes. She had to admit that she was a coward and had no backbone. Looking at Long Fei like this, all the knots in her heart were untied. Her anger dissipated, and she forgot about her grudge. Spring had come and the flowers had bloomed. Are you giving me an explanation? Han Yunshi asked, even though she already knew the answer. Long Fei seemed a bit uncomfortable and avoided her gaze. Hey, isn't that right? Han Yunshi was one to reach for a yard after being given an inch. Her clear eyes stared straight at him. Chapter 295. The person she had secretly liked for a long time suddenly gave her an explanation. What a pleasant surprise this was. Han Yunshi was a girl who dared to love and hate. She didn't hide the joy in her heart. She didn't even know how silly and blissful her expression was at this moment. How much did she like this man to be able to open up the sea and sky just because of an explanation? Long Fei had already looked away, but he couldn't help but look at her. When she saw him looking over, Han Yunshi didn't let go again, as if she was deliberately teasing him. Isn't that right? But Long Fei didn't reply even after she asked him twice. He simply pulled her head into his arms and refused to let her look at him any longer. After avoiding her gaze, he actually smiled silently. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he was relieved of a heavy burden. Han Yunshi was tightly pressed in his arms. Unable to struggle, she could only give up in the end. This cold-faced Hades wasn't so easy to tease. Even she, who had been waiting for him, was a little surprised that he would give an explanation. If she didn't stop now, who knew what kind of reaction he would have next? Actually, all she wanted was an explanation. There were many questions that didn't have a clear answer. For example, how did he find her? For example, why didn't he explain before, but now he suddenly did? Was it because she left? For example, did he kidnap Mu Linger to avenge her? But she, who dared to love and hate, was essentially a silly girl. To her, these questions were no longer so important. In this long-awaited embrace and long-awaited breath, she preferred to quietly lean on him. She simply didn't think about anything and just counted his strong heartbeat. Just like that, Long Fei held Han Yunxi as they walked through the silent night. Once his gaze left the woman's body, it returned to its usual cold and solemn self. He walked slowly at first, but then he suddenly made a few sharp turns and flashed to shake off Gu, who had been following them. Since they left the Mu family, Gu had been following them. Han Yunxi didn't know, and he wouldn't tell her. Soon, Long Feiyi brought Han Yunxi back to the inn. Of course, this inn was not where Han Yunxi and Gu had stayed before. Long Fei didn't know where the little squirrel had run off to, but he definitely wouldn't let Han Yunxi know that he'd followed it to find her. After placing Han Yunxi on the couch, Long Feiyi asked faintly, "Are you tired?" She finally realized that although his voice was not gentle, it was not as cold as before. Han Yunxi shook her head. She thought that Long Feiyi would start questioning her. For example, where did she get the guts to run away? For example, the path that Gu had taken her was not tracked down by him. For example, where did she plan to run to? Was she going to hide from him for the rest of her life? Unfortunately, Han Yunxi soon realized that she was imagining things. This guy asked a question that had nothing to do with the current situation. He asked, "What's the deal with that mute granny?" Han Yunxi hesitated for a long time before answering truthfully. Of course, she avoided talking about Gu's investigation of Mu Xian and the remnants of the poison sect. "Gu brought you there?" Long Feiyi keenly grasped the crux of the matter. "I've always been investigating my mother's origins. I found clues in her belongings, so I asked him to take me there." Han Yunxi lied. She could tell Long Feiyi everything, but she would never betray her friend's privacy. Long Feiyi stared at her. Han Yunxi was afraid that he wouldn't believe her, so she quickly took out the word, Xian, from her medical pouch. Long Feiyi finally said, "I also found Medicine City, but I didn't expect it to be the Mu clan. I also didn't expect." Long Fei paused for a long time before he spoke again. "I also didn't expect you to really be a descendant of the poison sect." Gu didn't know that Han Yunxi wasn't Han Kongan's daughter, so he couldn't confirm whether or not Han Yunxi was a descendant of the poison sect. However, Long Feiyi knew everything. Mu Xian was Lady Tianxin. Mu Xian had an affair with a descendant of the poison sect and was pregnant for more than a month before marrying Han Kongan. This meant that the child in her belly could only be a descendant of the poison sect. It wasn't that Gu was stupid and didn't investigate Han Kongan, but that Han Kongan had been secretly imprisoned by Long Feiyi a long time ago. No one could find him. Han Yunxi also hadn't expected that after Gu had told her that Mu Xian was Lady Tianxin, she'd learned that her father was a member of the poison sect. There were still many questions, such as why Lady Tianxin had changed her name to marry Han Kongan. Why had she died in childbirth? Who was her father in the poison sect? Was he still alive? Did he know all of this? These questions were undoubtedly for Mute Granny. At the very least, she knew Mu Xian better than anyone else. However, Han Yunxi had a question she couldn't help but ask, "Long Feiyi, why have you been investigating me and my poison skills all this time?" Actually, it wasn't just Long Feiyi. Gu and Jun Yixie had all been interested in her poison skills. Even Gu Beiwei had asked her once out of curiosity. Gu clearly wasn't just curious, and so was Long Feiyi. That was why he'd investigated all the way to Medicine City. "Hey, have you suspected that I'm related to the poison sect in Medical City from the very beginning?" Han Yunxi decided to be even more direct. This woman was always so open and frank when facing him. She didn't hide anything from him. She was always so direct when it came to the poison sect or the Shadow Clan. Long Feiyi knew better than anyone that Han Yunxi was a fool who didn't know anything about her own identity. Yes, Long Feiyi admitted openly this time. This prince hopes that the poison sect can be used by me. He took out the perplexing butterfly illusion and handed it to Han Yunshi. Whoever obtains the perplexing butterfly illusion will obtain the poison sect. Keep this well. At this, Long Fei Yi gave Han Yunshi a deep look. His eyes weren't cold, but they were filled with a frightening warning. If you dare leave it behind again, as he spoke, he suddenly leaned forward with a sinister look on his face. He didn't finish his sentence, but Han Yunshi shivered when his scorching breath brushed against her face. She knew that the consequences would be even more severe than this one. Long Fei Yi, will there ever be a day when I can escape in this lifetime? Long Fei Yi personally stuffed the perplexing butterfly illusion into Han Yunshi's sleeve. He was about to stand up when he suddenly noticed a bulge in Han Yunshi's sleeve. Han Yunshi followed his gaze and was startled. It was too late to hide it. Long Fei Yi's large hand pressed down on the bulge, causing it to tremble violently. Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunshi questioningly. Han Yunshi really wanted to cry because of Lil Thing's stupidity. Couldn't it be a little more obedient when Long Fei Yi was around? She also looked at Long Fei Yi. Just as she was wondering how to explain herself, Long Fei Yi's large hand suddenly tightened. You'll suffocate it. Han Yunshi panicked. She quickly pulled Long Fei Yi's hand away and fished Lil Thing out of her sleeve. She saw that the little thing was curled up into a ball, trembling in fear. Long Fei Yi had chased it so hard that its heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all damaged. When it saw its master at the Mu estate, it had scurried into her sleeve to hide. But just now, Long Fei Yi's large hand had actually reached in and almost touched it. As soon as Lil Thing curled up, it was immediately exposed. Even its master was afraid of him. What reason did it have to not be afraid of him? Although Lil Thing was held in Han Yunshi's hand, Lil Thing still curled up into a ball, looking like a fur ball. It's my new pet, a squirrel, Han Yunshi said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi gave her 2 words, poisonous beast. It was not a questioning tone, but a very sure way of telling her that it was a poisonous beast. This little thing fed on medicine, ran so fast, and could swallow and spit out gold card. How could it be an ordinary small animal? If this thing did not belong to Han Yunshi, he would only think that Lil Thing was an ordinary spiritual beast. However, it belonged to Han Yunshi, and it appeared after Han Yunshi left the medical city. This could not be more obvious. This squirrel was the poisonous beast that disappeared for no reason in the sinkhole. Han Yunshi could detoxify Long Tianma's poison precisely because of it. As expected, nothing could be hidden from his eyes. Han Yunshi was rendered speechless by Long Fei's words. She hastily pulled Lil Thing into her arms and said, "You're not allowed to hurt it. Its blood can't cure all poisons anymore." Lil Thing was full and its fangs were poisoned, but its blood hadn't recovered yet. She didn't know when it would recover either. In any case, according to Gu Beiyue, it couldn't be that fast. Didn't everyone in the world fight over the poison sect's Gu Shu for its blood? Seeing Han Yunshi's serious expression, Long Fei Yi stared at her with interest for a long time without saying a word. The more he stared at her, the more scared Han Yunshi felt. She reflexively shielded Lil Thing against her chest, and became even more guarded. Long Fei Yi narrowed his eyes and slowly leaned forward. Of course he knew that the poison beast needed a long time to recover after using its blood once. He also knew that the poison beast's appetite wasn't small. Han Yunshi panicked when she saw Long Fei Yi getting closer and closer. She retreated to the back of the bed and was about to let Lil Thing escape when Long Fei Yi said coldly, "You're enough for this prince. What do I need it for?" Han Yunshi froze. These words, Long Fei Yi's large hand suddenly tugged, yanking Lil Thing out of Han Yunshi's arms and casually tossing it out. Squeak! Lil Thing shrieked as it flew out the window and disappeared into the night. Lil Thing! Han Yunshi's heart ached. She unconsciously rose to chase after him, but nearly bumped into Long Fei, who was right in front of her. Only then did she realize how close he was to her. She hastily backed away until her back was pressed against the bed. This wasn't the first time he'd gotten so close to her, but it was the first time they'd shared a bed together. Long Fei Ye's silent eyes suddenly darkened. Lil Thing had already been tossed out, but he showed no signs of backing away. Gradually, his breathing grew heavier. The strong scent of masculinity mixed with the faint scent of ambergris assaulted her senses. Han Yunxi's heartbeat sped up as she grew restless. In the silence of the room, time seemed to have stopped. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by Tang Li's voice. "Big bro, are you inside? There's news of Han Yunxi in the City of Daughters." Long Feiyi recovered his senses and said, "Rest well, I'll be right outside. Chu Shifeng, take mute Granny back to Tianning first. We'll leave tomorrow morning." So speaking, he quickly got off the bed and left without looking back. Chapter 296. As soon as he received the news from the City of Daughters, Tang Li had immediately rushed over to Long Feiyi to report the news. Once the bounty had been announced, the amount of news he'd received was even greater than the number of bounties posted. Tang Li had already filtered out most of the false information, otherwise, Long Feiyi would definitely be deceived in his crazed state. Actually, Tang Li had been conflicted for a long time. If Han Yunxi disappeared just like that, it might not be a bad thing for Long Feiyi. He almost wanted to go find Han Yunxi himself, but he didn't know what to do if he did find Han Yunxi. After much consideration, he still reported the news. As soon as he saw Long Feiyi come out, he hurriedly said, "Someone saw Han Yunxi in the City of Daughters. The news can't be wrong." Long Feiyi closed the door, then asked coldly, "City of Daughters?" "Yes, the person who delivered the letter also sent this." Tang Li handed over a jade hairpin. It was the one Han Yunxi often wore. Long Feiyi gave a light snort, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Who else but Gu would be able to use this jade hairpin to report false information? If Lil Thing hadn't exposed Han Yunxi's whereabouts, he would have gone to the City of Daughters after seeing this jade hairpin. There would definitely be an ambush there. "Gu, if you want to take this prince's life, you'll have to take care of your own little life first. Someone come, pass down my orders. Seal off all businesses within Tianning country that have anything to do with the Mingxiang tea shop. Freeze all of Gu's savings in all of the bank. If you see him, kill him without mercy." Long Feiyi ordered. Yes. The shadow guard obeyed and left. Only then did Tang Li realize that something was wrong. He cried out in alarm, "You found Han Yunxi? Other than finding the person, what else could make this guy so calm after seeing Han Yunxi's jade hairpin and determine that the news was false?" Long Feiyi did not say anything. Seeing this, Tang Li was even more certain. He wanted to push the door open and enter the room suspiciously, but he was stopped by Long Feiyi. "Don't disturb her, ever." Long Feiyi looked at Tang Li. His tone was calm, but his deep eyes were firm. Tang Li slowly lowered his hand and furrowed his brows at Long Fei. No matter how he tried, he couldn't figure out what the man meant. Long Feiyi didn't explain much. He flew under the roof and lay down with his hands behind his head. Tang Li hurriedly caught up with him and asked seriously, "What do you mean by forever? Are you planning to keep this woman by your side forever?" Long Feiyi didn't answer. He looked at the stars in the sky, his dark eyes even deeper than the night sky. "Brother, there's an 80 to 90% chance that she's the orphan of Western Qin's imperial family." Tang Li reminded him again. Long Feiyi told Tang Li about the Mu family's Mu Xen. In the end, he concluded with certainty, Han Yunxi is a descendant of the Poison sect. Her mother is a daughter of the Mu family, and her father is a remnant of the Poison sect. She has nothing to do with Western Qin's imperial family. Tang Li was very surprised. He never thought that Han Yunxi would be related to the Poison sect. Even if she's a descendant of the Poison sect, it doesn't change the fact that she's the orphan of Western Qin's imperial family. The Shadow Clan would never protect the wrong person. Tang Li was also very certain. After a moment of thought, he said seriously, "It's not appropriate to assume that Mu Xin is Lady Tianxin just based on the word Xin. Even if Mu Xin is Lady Tianxin, the rumors of her having an affair with the poison sect are just rumors. They might not be true. The Shadow Clan's protection is something we saw with our own eyes." Seeing Long Fei Ye's indifference, Tang Li added, "Big brother, even if she really is a descendant of the poison sect, I suspect that the poison sect is connected to Western Qin's imperial family. Otherwise, why would that Shadow Clan fellow be so familiar with the poison sect's sky pit?" Tang Li's analysis was very logical. How could Long Fei Yi, with his meticulous mind, not understand this logic? Gu and Han Yunxi's secret still needed to be verified by Mute Granny. Perhaps they could get a different truth out of her. However, Long Fei Yi still didn't hesitate. "Cold," he said. "If I say she's not, then she's not. She'll never be." "You." Tang Li was furious. He finally understood that Long Fei Yi wanted to hide Han Yunxi's identity as a member of Western Qin's imperial family forever. Whether she was or wasn't, he planned to suppress this matter forever and keep her by his side. But how could that be possible? Even if he agreed, the entire Tang clan wouldn't, especially Aunt Ru. Even if the Tang clan compromised, what about the Shadow Clan? The Shadow Clan had already come knocking on their door. How could they hide this matter? What did an imperial orphan represent? It represented the noble bloodline of the imperial family, a chance for the empire to rise again. And what would Han Yunxi think if she found out her true identity one day? Tang Li shook his head in disbelief. "Big brother, Aunt Wan won't agree." The Aunt Wan Tang Li was referring to was Long Fei Ye's mother, Aunt Ru's younger sister, Tang Yuan. It was one thing for the living not to agree, but even a dead person wouldn't agree? Just how much courage did Long Fei Yi have to carry on his shoulders? Just how many difficult decisions had he made these past few days behind his madness? He was so quiet that only he knew the truth. "Big brother, it's just a woman. Why do you have to be so serious?" Tang Li persisted in persuading him. He never thought that Long Fei Yi would fall into the hands of a woman one day. "That's right, it's just a woman." After a long time, Long Fei finally said, "But your lordship is taking it seriously." Once that woman left, he realized how serious he was. This was the first time Tang Li saw Long Fei Ye's helpless expression. He couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Even Long Fei Yi, whom he admired the most, was helpless. How could he persuade him? Fine, fine. Keeping her by my side might actually be the safest. Among the 7 noble families of the great Qin Empire, more than half stood on the side of the Western Qin imperial family. The rest were mostly neutral. Once more descendants of the 7 noble families knew of Han Yunxi's existence, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a long time, Long Fei Yi stood up. His tone was terrifyingly cold. "Tang Li, think of a way to lure that white-robed man out and kill him. No matter what the truth was, only when the person who knew the truth was dead would the truth never be exposed." Tang Li nodded. "I understand." That night, Long Fei sat alone on the rooftop. His lonely back gave off a desolate air against the vast black skies. The stars dimmed as the moon set and the sun rose. It was only a single night, but it felt like the passage of time had passed. It had been a single night, but it felt like years had passed since then. Han Yunxi had been waiting for Long Fei Yi in the room. She knew that Tang Li came to report her whereabouts, but she also knew that it was fake news. She originally thought that Long Fei Yi would quickly take care of things and return. Unfortunately, she unknowingly fell asleep while waiting. She unknowingly woke up several times, but she didn't see his shadow. In the end, she was too tired and fell asleep. Early in the morning, Han Yunxi woke up in a daze when she heard a knock on the door. She suddenly bumped into Long Fei Ye's handsome face that angered both men and gods. Heavens, when did he come back? How long did he stare at her like that? Long Fei was a bit embarrassed and immediately retreated, pretending that nothing happened. Han Yunxi nervously touched the corner of her mouth to make sure that she wasn't drooling. Only then did she relax. "Your Highness, the Wang family's fourth young master wishes to see you," the hidden guard reported at the door. "Wait downstairs," Long Fei replied. He wasn't in a hurry to go downstairs. After washing up, he ordered breakfast and finished eating with Han Yunxi in the room. Only then did he instruct Han Yunxi, "Tidy up and prepare to go back. I'll wait for you downstairs." Han Yunxi obediently nodded, not taking the matter of the Wang family's request to see her to heart. However, when she finished tidying up and walked out of the room, she saw Long Fei and a white-clothed young master sitting across from each other in the main hall downstairs. That white-clothed young master looked cultured and refined. His innate scholarly aura made people feel very comfortable. Long Fei was on good terms with the Wang family, but he'd only seen Duke Wang. Why had this fourth young master come? Han Yunxi was curious, but didn't care. She was about to go downstairs when the fourth young master rose to his feet and handed a gold card to Long Fei. "This gold card looks so familiar. Didn't I lose it in Medical City? Why is it in the Wang family's fourth young master's hands? Could it be that he'd picked it up? If he picked it up, just spend it. What's the point of bringing it back?" Han Yunxi's mouth twitched as she walked down the stairs step by step, her steps exceptionally slow. By now, Long Fei had already risen to his feet. Wang Shuchen quickly followed suit. Today, he'd come to return the gold card and tell Chu Qingge that it wasn't a good idea to keep her waiting like an idiot. Long Fei knew the whole story of Lil Thing's sale, so Wang Shuchen didn't say much. Instead, he smiled and said, "Your Highness, Miss Chu is still waiting at the meeting hall. Why don't you go over? Have her wait." Long Fei accepted the gold card and turned to leave, leaving Wang Shuchen standing there in shock. Should she wait or not? When Long Fei saw Han Yunxi still standing by the stairs, he beckoned her over. Still not coming over? Han Yunxi's heart pounded as she walked over. As expected, Long Fei immediately handed her the gold card and asked, "You don't want it anymore? When did I lose it? I didn't even know." Han Yunxi feigned ignorance. Long Fei's eyes flashed with helplessness. This woman really was stupid. She didn't even know that she was raising a poison beast that could swallow gold cards. Of course, he wouldn't expose her. If she disappeared again in the future, where would he go to find her? Long Fei was expressionless as he stuffed the gold card into Han Yunxi's sleeve. "Keep it well. If you lose it again, you'll have to pay double the price." Unfortunately, the moment he stuffed it in, he touched Lil Thing, who was sleeping in Han Yunxi's sleeve. He grabbed Lil Thing by its tail and dragged it out. Without even looking at it, he threw it out. "Don't let it rub against you in the future." Han Yunxi couldn't care less about Lil Thing. The word, pay, made her immediately take out the gold card and carefully put it away in her medical pouch. This thing didn't have a price limit. How could she pay? And double the price? Long Fei was so ruthless. Seeing Han Yunxi put it away, Long Fei's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Only then did he lead her out the door. Wang Shuchen watched this scene from afar and felt that it was inconceivable. He didn't think that His Highness Duke of Qin had already found Qin Wangfei. He really wanted to meet Qin Wangfei and see what kind of woman she was to make the Duke of Qin go crazy and post bounties all over the world. Of course, he quickly recovered his senses. He should think about how to deal with Chu Qingge when he returned. Chapter 297. Long Fei brought Han Yunxi back to Tianning without any ostentatious entourage or any servant. It was just the two of them riding on the same horse. The autumn winds rose as the weather grew colder. Long Fei draped his cloak over Han Yunxi's shoulders before taking her into his arms. Han Yunxi was probably the only woman in the world who knew how warm the embrace of this cold-hearted man was. The man was handsome and noble, while the woman was beautiful enough to topple cities with an uncommon air. As soon as they stepped out into the streets, they attracted the attention of passers-by. But soon enough, people recognized Han Yunxi as the woman on the wanted posters. Soon enough, the attention turned into a crowd of onlookers. More and more people were attracted until all of Medicine City turned out. Among the restless crowd, there was envy, jealousy, adoration, and reverence. Many women stared fixedly at Long Feiyi, afraid that they'd miss a second. There were also plenty of women who shot hostile looks at Han Yunxi. As for the sounds of discussion, it was even louder. But even so, everyone stopped on both sides of the road. No one dared to block their way. Han Yunxi had always done things her own way and ignored the looks of others. She'd seen all sorts of situations in her life, but she still felt a little uneasy right now. It wasn't that she was afraid or nervous, but that she preferred to keep a low profile. Long Feiyi, the wanted posters are still all over the world. Is it really okay for you to show off your love like this? Long Feiyi stared straight ahead expressionlessly. He was a lofty ruler who didn't care about the people around him at all. He held Han Yunxi in his arms as they walked through a street in Medicine City. By the next day, the news had spread all over Cloud Realm continent. All sorts of guesses about the wanted posters collapsed on their own. Everyone knew that Han Yunxi had really gone missing, and that Long Feiyi was truly panicking. Moreover, news of Han Yunxi fighting Third Elder to a draw at the Medical Academy had spread as well. Han Yunxi's fame rose to a new height as she became the focus of all of Cloud Realm continent. All sorts of powers wanted to catch a glimpse of her true face and her poison skills. By now, Chu Qingge had heard the news for 3 days. Afraid that she'd miss the Long Feiyi, she stubbornly waited for him at the club for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day, Wang Shuchen couldn't stand it any longer and told her that His Highness Duke of Qin had already left Medicine City. Chu Qingge immediately lost her temper. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wang Shuchen said innocently, "Miss Chu, I was merely passing on His Highness Duke of Qin's words." His Highness Duke of Qin had said, "Let her wait." For a moment Chu Qingge couldn't retort. She was both embarrassed and angry, so she didn't even bother to seek compensation from the Medical Materials Association. Biting her lip, she rushed out. Compared to others, one would die and goods would be thrown aside. The man had ridden on the same horse as him and made a name for himself, but she'd foolishly waited here for 3 whole days. Anger, sadness, and unwillingness filled her heart. Chu Qingge hated Han Yunxi to the core, but she also wanted to know what she'd done to attract Long Feiyi's attention. She left Medicine City that very day and prepared to head for Tianing country, but ran into Chu Tianin at the city gate. "Big bro, why can't I touch Han Yunxi? Tell me the truth, or else." Before she could finish, Chu Tianin cut her off. "If you suspect me, you can ask father yourself." Chu Qingge was already in a gloomy mood, but his scolding only made her even more displeased. She turned to leave. "Hold it, where are you going?" Chu Tianin pressed. "Tianing." Chu Qingge didn't mind telling him. But Chu Tianin only said, "Tianing's Empress Dowager's birthday is just around the corner. Crown Prince Yi has been ordered to give his congratulations. You should come with us as well." Only then did Chu Qingge remember someone. How's Princess Duan? Han Yunxi had exposed Duanmu Yao's collusion with the Duke of Kong in front of everyone, then confirmed by Long Feiyi. Before Duanmu Yao could return to Western Zhou, Emperor Chongrui had ordered her banished to the Cold Palace. He even wrote a personal letter to Emperor Tianhui to explain the situation. Last time, Western Zhou had made things difficult for Tianing because Duanmu Yao's marriage alliance had been rejected. Who knew how Emperor Tianhui would deal with the situation now? Most likely, Crown Prince Yi hadn't come just for the sake of congratulating the Empress Dowager. "I heard she's afraid to go back. She's probably gone to Celestial Mountain," Chu Tianin said, before adding, "I'm not sure. You should keep your distance from her." Losing favor was already a foregone conclusion. Chu Qingge had no interest in that at all. The only person she was interested in right now was Han Yunshi. She was definitely going to Tianning. Han Yunshi, I won't let you off so easily unless I have a good reason. Because Long Tianma's old illness had relapsed, Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi had left Tianning's capital city for a few months now. Still, they walked slowly with a tacit understanding, in no hurry to go back. This wasn't their first time traveling together, but it was the most relaxing time they'd ever had. Long Feiyi was the same as ever, his expression indifferent and taciturn. Han Yunshi was the same as ever, a little nervous in front of him. Occasionally, she'd be lost in her thoughts when she looked at him, but she was more used to his large arms now and then. A few times, she even fell asleep in his arms. Lil Thing was the most pitiful of them all. Every time Long Feiyi tossed it far away, it had no choice but to chase after the horse with all its might. Only after a while could it hop onto the horse's back. Later on, it learned to be obedient and didn't dare to approach them. All it could do was lie on the horse's butt. It was so melancholy. In the past, it liked to snuggle into its master's sleeves to sleep after eating its fill. But now Long Feiyi's large hands were either hugging it by the waist or hugging it by the arm. It couldn't sleep well at all. It silently jabbed its fingers in resentment, unaware that this was all its own doing. Still, it was quite ambitious. It silently bared its front teeth and thought, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, you better not come begging me one day. Long Feiyi, do you think my father is both a remnant of the poison sect and a descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan?" Han Yunshi had been mulling over this the entire way. She'd asked Long Feiyi about it once in the poison grounds, but Long Feiyi had dismissed her with a "I don't think so." Actually, whether it was in the past or now, she'd never planned to hide her identity from Long Feiyi. She'd naturally suspected Mu Xian of being a descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan, but the possibility wasn't high. Instead, it was more likely that her unknown father was a member of Western Qin's imperial clan. A complicated look flitted through Long Feiyi's eyes. Western Qin's imperial clan has already been exterminated. The last male infant was shot to death by the Nether clan. The history books don't record it in detail, but quite a few of the 7 noble families saw it. His meaning was clear. Western Qin's imperial clan didn't have an orphan. But Han Yunshi still didn't understand. That white-robed man. He's here for the poison beast, Long Feiyi said with certainty. However, Han Yunshi didn't believe him. Maybe he's not. If the white-robed man hadn't saved her from Jun Yixie, maybe she would have thought that the white-robed man was here for the poison beast and just wanted to kidnap her to help steal it. However, the white-robed man risked his life to save her, so she couldn't help but doubt him. She'd asked the white-robed man, but he'd said that he'd answer her the next time they met. Han Yunshi hesitated for a moment, then told him about how the white-robed man risked his life to save her. However, she avoided the part where she was bullied by Jun Yixie. It was all in the past, and she wasn't used to complaining about her pain to others, especially to a man. Jun Yixie, Long Feiyi muttered to himself. If Han Yunshi hadn't told him about it, he would have been careless. He'd thought that Jun Yixie would also think that the white-robed man was here for the poison beast and wouldn't be too suspicious of Han Yunshi's identity. But now, it seemed that there was one more person in the world who knew this secret. Mu Xian's identity can't be wrong. The Shadow Clan won't recognize the wrong master, Han Yunshi said confidently. Whether Mu Xian was Lady Tianxin or how she'd gotten involved with the remnants of the poison sect, these questions would have to wait until Mute Granny was cured. However, she was certain that she was the Shadow Clan's protector. Long Feiyi's lips curved into a cold self-mocking smile when he heard Han Yunshi say the same words that Tang Li had said. He didn't explain himself, but asked instead, "If he was sure of your identity, why didn't he tell you the truth?" Long Feiyi had been mulling over this question the entire time, but now he was only asking Han Yunshi the same question. He didn't want to think too much about it. In his heart there was only one answer. Han Yunshi wasn't and would never be the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan. He said he'd tell me the next time we met, Han Yunshi muttered to herself. A complicated look flickered past Long Fei Ye's eyes before he dropped the topic. A few days later, they returned to Tianning's capital city. They'd just reached the Duke of Qin's estate when Chu Shifeng arrived. His entire body was covered in blood and wounds. Han Yunshi grew alarmed. Where's mute Granny? Chu Shifeng's brows furrowed into creases as he broke out in sweat. Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, this subordinate ran into an assassin group on the road and fought for an entire day and night. There were too few of us, so this subordinate really, where's mute Granny? Han Yunshi grew uneasy. Chu Shifeng lowered his head, his voice heavy. Mute Granny has a stubborn personality. She'd rather jump off a cliff than submit. This subordinate's already sent people to search for her, but Han Yunshi's face turned white. She never expected something like this to happen. On the way back, she'd already given the prescription to Long Fei Yi so Long Fei Yi could find the ingredients. Which cliff is it? She asked anxiously. It's on the western outskirts, behind the Dragon King Temple, Chu Shifeng replied hastily. Without another word, Han Yunshi prepared to rush out. Mute Granny represented the truth. Moreover, leaving that aside, an innocent old granny had already been abused to such an extent. How could she still? Long Fei Yi blocked Han Yunshi. Where are you going? I'm looking for her. Han Yunshi panicked. If she'd known this would happen, she wouldn't have taken mute Granny with her. Long Fei Yi ignored her and grabbed her hand. Chu Shifeng, send more men to search. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse. Yes. Chu Shifeng obeyed and left. Han Yunshi finally calmed down. She knew it was useless even if she went. She fell to sit on the side, her eyes cold. Is it the Mu clan? Who else would want to silence mute Granny besides the Mu clan? Let's find her first before we discuss further, Long Fei Yi said mildly. Han Yunshi sat for a while before rising to her feet. Where's Mu Ling? I want to see her.